Hello, hello. Oh my goodness. Hi. I'm here. My goodness, I'm live. I'm getting a Hollow Knight open right now. Because today, it's probably gonna be the last day we play it. either we get the other two endings today, or even just one of them, or I give up and just watch the last endings on YouTube. One of the two. But yeah. Sorry, I'm shaking my drink. Hydrate. Alright, sorry, I just need to drink. Oh wait, is the title screen different again? I can't tell. Right, we were trying the Colosseum yesterday, and I gave up. Because it was hard. Really hard, really hard. So we're not gonna do this. Instead, we're gonna go somewhere. we're gonna go places. Oh yeah, so we gotta go down here. Out of the way, pal. Then this way. No, down. No, down. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay. Move out of the way. Out of the way, punk. Here we go. And I don't actually remember how to get to that place. First, let me change some of these. We're just going to be traveling for a little bit, so you can just do that for now. Quick slash, mark of pride. And then... Let me just do that. Cool. We'll do this for now. Actually, yeah, we're just traveling, so we can actually... Yeah, but I don't even need that. Like, I don't know what I would need money for. So we're gonna do something like this, maybe? Because I need my compass right now, because I need to know where the fuck I'm going. I need to figure out how to get back to that place. I don't even know where it is. I think we're already at the closest stag station. We have to go, like, all the way through the Royal Waterways. Oh, good. Hooray! I'm not seeing a closer one. Fuck. Fuck. Oh well. Let's get to walking then. Let's get grooving. Hold on, I'm refreshing some of my tabs. Sorry. Just been a lot going on lately, so I gotta keep some stuff open. Feels like there's something stuck in my throat. Okay, let me... My throat feels weird. I haven't really been talking today because I was at work, so honey stick. Alright. Hmm.
Referu? Lediro? Geku?
Silly, I know. It's clear you're not of high birth. Wandering about all dirty and tattered like that. That's crazy.
Oh,
Isn't life just wonderful? She's so happy. And she's not insane. Still would smash. That's not the right way. No, that brings me to the basin. I gotta go to the waterways. Waterways are more this way. Oh, you bastard. So we just gotta go down to the bench, which is super easy. And then just go left forever. Right? I don't actually remember how to get there. Now that, like, I'm thinking about it. I, like, really don't remember. Ugh. Is this a shortcut to it? It might be. I think it is. Or not? Where's this bringing me? I don't know. Oh, it is. Right here. Okay. Wait, there was a big guy in here, wasn't there? Like a big dude? Oh, these guys. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, 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 man. And this is it. What's that up there? There's a ledge up there. Where does that go? Hello? I have no idea. What if I shoot myself across? There's platforms. Did I ever do this? I must have. I must have done this. This feels familiar. Yeah, this really feels familiar. It feels familiar, but at the same time it also doesn't. Like... I'm just trying to remind myself of where this goes. I know I've been here, I'm just trying to, like, remember. Right, it shows up here. I forgot. I forgot about that. I guess that's to give you an easier way to get back to this location? I don't know. I just forgot what that led to. Yeah, this thing. We can actually open that now. I'm just making sure I didn't miss anything else. I have a key. Yeah. Good morning. What'd you give me? God Tuner. Device that resonates with beings of great power. Seek the gods of Hollow Nest. Tune their power. Through their strength ascend. What? What? What do you mean? Her? Device resonates with beings of great power, glows bright upon defeating mighty foes. Then there's 4 things. So I guess there's 4 gods I need to kill. Okay. I'm going inside your brain. Hopefully you're chill with that. Hopefully you don't mind me being in your brain. What the hell? Rank blasphemy. Thou crawler, thou cringer, thou smallest of the small. By what right dost thou trespass here, in this home of the gods? Shrivel away and be gone, be gone! No? No, I want to be here though. This place seems awesome. I want to be here. It seems awesome. God home. Awesome. Hello, you guys friends? I guess so. I'm climbing your building. I'm climbing your building somewhere. Never mind. What's up? Thank you for the bench. Inspect. That one's opened. That one's opened. This one's locked. Go! Never mind. I lied. Oh wait, there's water. I'm fine. I'm chillin'. We can just go swimming down here. Let's go. And then there's a door. Knock knock. Huh? Hall of Gods. What? There's a lot. What? Are these like all the bosses in the game? I think so. The list was missing some, probably just bosses that I missed in the game itself. So those ones aren't gonna be here. Yeah, see, like this one. Within the Colosseum. Okay, so that's a Colosseum fight. The Colosseum was too hard. I gave up. Serve my queen inside her dreams. I can use the needle on the queen? Interesting. The lighting of the lantern. I don't know what that means. Empty god stands at a Pantheon's peak? What? Pantheon's peak? Pantheon's peak? Okay. Okay. Sensing a pattern. Those guys sucked. I wanted to kill myself when I fought those guys. Is that all of them? Yeah, so I'm missing a bunch. What the hell? I feel like there's more on this list than there are in this room. So I'm definitely missing statues somewhere. Is there like a door somewhere? Did it keep going? There's that. I guess there could be more in those other rooms then. I don't know. I don't know what this is. I don't know if this is just allows you to refight the bosses or what. I'm scared. I don't want to be here. And then there's this here. Okay. Okay, so there's this which I can inspect. There's this which I can challenge. And this that I can challenge? Pantheon of the Master. Seek the gods of Nail and Shell. What? Huh? What? I'm missing a boss, I guess? Whatever that icon is. I don't know what that is. I wonder what the boss I'm missing is. Down here, it was showing statues of the bosses and like giving descriptions of some of the ones that were missing. So maybe, I don't know. I don't know. Let's just go to the first door. Okay. Bindings. What if I just don't do any bindings? I don't know what bindings are. Do they like disable things? Like I can disable shells or whatever to make it harder? I'm not gonna do that. That sounds like hell. No map. Makes sense. Okay, so I don't understand what this place is really, but you know, we'll figure it out. We're smart. You got big brains. You got huge, massive brains. My brain is huge. We'll figure it out. Okay, let's go in this first door. Let's just see what this shit's about. Begin. Nothing bad ever happened. Nothing bad. Nothing. Nothing bad ever happened. What do you mean by that? Through sacred combat, we attuned to this kingdom's greatest beings. By entering this gate, thou hast challenged the very gods of this kingdom. Dost thou consider thyself the equal of this pantheon of its masters? Draw thy weapon then, fool of fools, and be damned for thy arrogance. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Aw, man! It's just a bug. I'm gonna get you. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Hey now, that was not nice. You dumb hoe. I hate you. I'm missing so much. Lamau. Ow. Ow. That's not nice. Don't do that. That was rude. Ah, what the hell? It is just a boss rush mode, man. Oh my god, this sucks. I forget all these people's movesets. I forget all of them. I forget all of their movesets. Okay, buddy. You bitch. Dude, let me out of the corner. Okay. Dick. Yay. I hate you. I don't remember this guy's moveset for shit, man. Wow, he can jump! Ah! You dick. Ah! Okay, he's just jumping over me now. You give up. Shit. I'm dumb? Am I dumb? The answer is yes. Go away, little guys. Get out of here. Now what? No! I forget her moves entirely, man. It's been so long. You fucker. You hate me. Okay, not as bad as the second Hornet fight. Oh, they're letting me rest? Oh my god, they're like so nice right now. What the hell? I can't believe they're actually letting me rest. Hello? No, not you! I hate this guy so much. I hate this guy so much. Oh my god, I hate that guy. Oh my god, I hate that guy. Oh no. The Dung Defender! He's back! god, I can't right now, man. He's overwhelming me. He's too powerful. Fuck. He's too powerful, man. He's too powerful, his aura. There we go. Oh, I defeated the dung defender. It's a miracle. Hardest boss in the game right there. Soul Warrior? I don't remember this guy at all. I don't know who the fuck that guy was. I've never seen that guy before in my life. Oh no, not this guy. Ay, ay, ay. I can't, what? He won't stop jumping. I can't, I am stuck in the corner right now. I'm stuck. Like, I can't move from this corner. I can't move from this corner. He won't let me. Okay. Again, I can't move. Holy. Holy. I hate this guy. I remember hating him the first time I fought him too. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. No. Oh my god. Oh my god. Get away, please. Fuck, I was trying to bounce away. My health, my health. Fuck, I'm stuck inside him. He's fucking me. Oh my god. Fuck, he's fucking me again. Ah. Oh my god. Fuck, I tried to dash through the guy. Didn't work. Fuck, why'd you jump on me? Why do you hate me? Dude, as soon as I pressed heal again, you bastard. That's 2 times in a row. Fuck. Oh. You bitch. You hate me. Fuck. I landed right on that shit. No. You bastard. You actually hate me. Holy shit. No! No! He jumped in. Fuck. You landed right on me, you bitch. Fuck. Ah, he's dead though. It's fine. We're chilling. My health is fucked though. My health is fucking gone. Thank you for the follow, Mu Hual. Thank you. I'm scared of you. You scare me. Hello. Why hast thou crept into this pantheon, O meager one? The noise of thine wriggling creates much discord, drowning out the godly resonances we attune ourselves to. Dost thou mean to thwart our sacred goal? Dost envy drive thou to such madness? We pray that the gods of this kingdom punish thee, obliterate thee, utterly destroy thee. That's not nice. That's mean.
Yes.
Nailmaster Oro? Ah! Oh! I don't know any of your moves, man. I just got here. That's not fair. That's not nice. That's not nice at all. Dude! Hello? Get off of me! Let me heal. Dude, I can't do anything right now. Oh my god. Okay, well. How far back does it put me? What the hell's this whisper? Oh, okay. The Muhual person whispered me. I have to pee. I'll be right back, and then I'll try that again, I guess. Fuck. Okay, sorry, I'm back. I'm probably gonna have to start from the beginning. I thought it was like gonna put me back at that bench, like that was a checkpoint. It's definitely not, huh? Yeah. Fuck, that sucks. Yeah. Man, that sucks. Fuck, I missed. There we go. Ay, ay, ay. So I gotta be super careful during a lot of these bosses, try not to get hit at all, so I have health for the final fight. Okay, well, it's a little hard sometimes when it's a boss like this. A little hard not to get hit during that one. Oh, yeah. Okay. Alright, we're schmoving, we're schmoving. Holy. Fuck. Am I dumb? The answer is yes. Dude, it happened again? I'm so dumb. I keep getting greedy there and wanting to get a hit in. Goodbye, little guys. Goodbye. Bye, fellas. Cool, cool, cool. Like, what's the point of this here, you know? Of this, like, little checkpoint with a bench, if, like, when you die you have to restart the whole thing anyways. You fucker. There we go. Hate that guy. Fuck. Shit, man. Literally. Shit. Maybe don't do that. Maybe don't do that. Maybe don't do that. Ay, ay, ay.
Doma!
Whew, okay. That fight's not that bad. Like, I don't even know who that guy is. I said it the first time, but this guy is the biggest problem. Holy fuck, yeah, that one's the worst one. Ah, that one's the worst one by far. Holy. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Dude, I can't avoid that shit. I can't heal. He's like, I can't climb the wall. It physically is not letting me. It's not letting me climb the wall. I physically can't. What the fuck? I was behind him, dude. What? He jumps in front of me. Instead, oh my god. That was the most bullshit thing I've ever seen in my life. Yeah, if I have to beat these things to get the additional endings, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. 100%, I'm not doing it. Especially considering the fucking bosses that are on this one. Hell no, dude. This is not happening. This is not fucking happening. I'm not doing these boss rush modes just for some extra endings. No. Like, this sucks. I'm sure this is fun if, like, you're literally a god at the game and don't want to play any other game ever in your entire fucking life. But, like, if you're a normal human being, this isn't not fun. You basically have to no-hit every boss leading up to that guy just for him to do some bullshit combos on you and track you so perfectly that you can never get away from him. Fuck, why'd it go down? What is happening? Ay, man. It takes so long to get back there just to attempt the boss one more time. Like, ay. hardest one is the big fucking spider thing that shoots goop. That creature. Dumb hoe. Dummy, dummy, dummy. Right, Hornet. Hey now. There we go. Let me take a little bath, take a little bath. Hooray! Now for hell. You fucker. There we go. Okay, next. Give me the next one. Give me the next one. Okay, Dung Boy. Dung Boy's not that bad. Get off of me! There we go. Yeah, Dung Boy's not that bad. Not that bad, not that bad. Okay, I'm dumb. Hey now. This one is actual hell. Oh my god, I'm dumb. Oh my god, that one is easily the worst. No, the worst is obviously the final boss, but like, out of like the repeat bosses that we fought before, that one's the worst. I need to find an opening in this fight. Okay, never mind. Okay. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck me, dude. Need to play more carefully. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck! Okay, one of them's doing new shit entirely. That's not fucking fair, man. These are not moves I've seen before. I'm trapped in the corner because of them. I'm literally trapped. I can't escape. That's physically impossible to heal there. It's actually impossible to heal in that second phase. Okay. I'm on the first door, by the way, and I'm already considering giving up on getting these endings. I don't think this is fucking worth it. This does not feel worth it to me, having to do, like, what, 3, possibly 4, because the initial door had 4 on it? 4 fucking boss rushes? Hi, Aurum. I'm already at the verge of giving up. I'm on the first door. So, you've been here a bit. I'm already on the verge of giving up. Each door is a boss rush of like all the bosses in the game. So this is like the first several bosses, then the next batch of bosses, blah, 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 blah. So you basically have to do an entire boss rush of the first third of the game. And then there's a brand new boss where there's 2 fucking enemies you have to fight at the same time. And then you have to do a boss rush of the entire second third of the game, and then a boss rush of the, I'm assuming, the last third of the game. And then there's another door in here, which I'm assuming is like the final boss, and there's probably a boss rush before that as well. So the entire final area that like they added an update for like the other 2 endings is a boss rush mode, so I don't know if I want to do this. I genuinely don't. Because this is the easiest one, and it's already like hell. I can do every boss perfectly up until the final one. And then the second I finally learn the moves of the final boss, midway through the fight, his brother comes in, and then you have to fight 2 of them. I want to die. So I'm already on the verge of giving up. I might try this one. This one's going to be even harder, though, but I'll try it. What percentage of players that beat the base game beat this? I can look on Steam. Because there is a trophy for getting the ending from, not a trophy, an achievement. I'm just used to PlayStation. For beating the DLCs. Okay, global achievements. For getting the DLC's ending. Ascend the Pantheon of Hallownest and take your place at its peak, 4% of players. Only 4% of players have gotten this ending. Gotta be less than 4%. It's a little bit above. It's 4.8, but... More people have beaten the game in under 10 hours. 6%. So according to Steam achievements, it's easier to speedrun the game and beat it in under 10 hours. It's easier to get 112% game completion, 6.3%, than it is to get this ending. It's easier to get 100% game completion in under 20 hours, 5%, than it is to get this ending. It's easier to complete the game in under 5 hours, 5%, than it is to get this ending, 4.8. There's only 2 achievements harder than this ending. One is finish the game in Steel Soul mode, which is basically hardcore. If you die a single time, the game is over. And then the lowest percentage, achieve 100% on Steel Soul mode, 3.7%. Those are the only 2 achievements harder than this ending, are the ones that are in hardcore mode. So this is the hardest achievement you can get in a normal save, is this ending. And this is the first door out of 4. We're going to try this door. I'm not going to be able to beat it because it's harder. It's going to be harder than the first one, but I haven't even tried this one yet. I'm going to try it at least one time because these are the only 2 doors I have available. Because the third door, apparently I missed a boss, because the third door requires me to do a boss to unlock it that I completely missed. I don't know where it would be. I'm already wanting to give up on this door because it's this fucking guy, and this guy was already one of the hardest bosses. There we go. Ay, ay, ay. This guy was hell. This guy was actually hell. Yeah, because the lasers. This guy was awful. I forgot about this guy because he was so awful. Yeah, and then he jumps on you while the lasers are coming. I forgot. Yeah, like you fucker. Jumped right over it. You fucker. Tank it. Okay. That guy's gone. I have 2 hearts for this next boss. Oh, and it's one of the worst bosses in the game. Yay. Dude, the second door sucks. It has all the bosses I was annoyed by. I have like no opportunity to heal in this door. Dude, and I forgot they stay there even after he disappears. So fucked. You fucker. Ah, you fuck. I can't, man. fucker. Is he actually dead? Okay, hopefully his phase 2 isn't... Because I remember him having a phase 2. Hopefully his phase 2 isn't here. It is! Fuck! I just had to say something. I just had to say something. Okay, he's dead. Ay, ay, ay. I just had to say something. No! Oh my god. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I don't even know who you are. I've never seen you before in my life. No. Fucker, dude. I'm gonna die to this shit. I'm gonna die to this. Crazy. Ay, just random bullet spam. Annoying. Anyways, that was my one attempt on that door. But like, if you look at this, see, I missed a boss here. And then there's also like down here, there's an area where you can just replay bosses like individually instead of like in a boss rush mode. And if you look, there's like a bunch I'm missing. There's like a ton. All the ones that are statues I have, but like, this one, for example, I'm missing. Weapon in hand within the Colosseum. So that's probably the 3rd level of the Colosseum I never beat. And I'm never gonna beat, because I don't care. I serve my queen inside her dreams. That one does interest me. I don't know what they mean by that. Is the white lady the queen they're talking about? And this, I have no idea what this is talking about. Lighting of the lantern. No idea. And then these are talking about the gods inside the pantheon. And there's 4 of them. Oh, well, these 2 showed up. I guess because I fought them, but I haven't beaten them. But they showed up because I have fought them. So these are the other 3 pantheons, and then this is probably like the final boss. I don't fucking know. I don't know. This one I kind of want to go find, though. I serve my queen inside her dreams. There's a boss I missed that is like inside someone's dreams. I don't fucking know. I'm assuming that's the white lady if I use my dream needle on the white lady, our mother. I don't know who else the queen could be. Maybe... I don't know. I got a couple ideas. I kind of want to go find that boss though, like the final one for that 3rd door. Because I do want to attempt the 3rd door one time. I'm not going to like beat it, obviously. These boss rushes are way too hard, but... I would like to at least attempt it. Like I just did with the 2nd door. How the fuck do I get out of here? I want to go home. So I'm gonna try and go to our mother. Maybe she's the queen they're talking about. The only other person I could think of that could be the queen is that person that's just locked up inside the city, who's like nobility and was like going crazy. Because I don't know if our mother is actually the queen. I don't know. I've just kind of assumed she is, but she might not be. She might be like an outside force. I don't know. But she's literally in the queen's garden, so she has to be the queen, actually. She literally has to be. Because she locked herself away inside her own garden, yeah. Hey now. Don't be silly. Don't be silly. I still do want to check in here, though. I want to see what happens if I use the needle on her. No doubt this one will meet its demise at the nails of the city's guards. I'll outlive you too, little grub, as I did all the others. Oh, you're evil. Oh. Oh. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have read your mind. I thought you were going insane. No, you're just evil. Anyways, we got places to be. Queen's Garden. Places to go, things to see, places to be. It'll be a more anticlimactic ending, me just going and doing this boss I missed and then attempting the third door, but I cannot bring myself to do these boss rushes. I really can't. Yesterday's final boss was already hard enough, and then these are even harder. It's not that like the individual fights are harder, it's the fact that I have to do like 20 fights back to back to back to back to back. And, you know, the fourth door probably is going to have a harder boss than the one yesterday. Most likely. And that's going to be after, like, 20 fights. So it's going to be, like, 20 fights leading up to the hardest boss in the game. So, no thank you. I think I'm okay. Mother, I'm gonna enter your dreams somehow. Protect. Okay, not this person. Mother, I'm gonna enter your mind. I'm gonna enter your mind palace. Watch this. Mom. Okay, well this is not... I thought... Well then I don't know how to get this boss. I'll just look it up. All bosses for third Pantheon. Pantheon of the Sage, that's what it's called. The one I'm missing is... Troop Master Grimm. How do I access that? The Nightmare Lantern. What? Okay, there's a bunch of shit I need to do then. What the fuck? What the fuck? There's like a ton of shit I missed. To do his quest. Okay, there's a whole quest line I missed actually. What the fuck? Additional content. Hidden Dreams was one of them. What was Hidden Dreams? Free content pack. Added 2 boss fights. Content added. White Defender, Grey Prince. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm just looking at stuff. Okay. And then there was the Lifeblood thing, which added the Hive Knight, which I've beaten. Okay. So there was a content pack, which I guess was just a free update. It's not like DLCs for this game. 2 of them I accidentally already did, like the Lifeblood one and the Hidden Dreams. The Godmaster one is the one with like the boss rush mode and the other 2 endings. We can't fucking do that shit. That shit's way too hard. But there's another one called the Grim Trope. The Grim Troop? I don't fucking know. And it's how you unlock that 3rd door, because there's a boss at the end of the questline, I think. We'll see. How do I do this questline? Because I never came across this NPC. You have to summon the NPC. It's in a secret area in Howling Cliffs. You summon the NPC, and then you can start its questline. Interesting. There's so much. Yeah, there's a lot I missed in this game. I want to do the side quest though, because this character looks so fucking cool. Like, I've kind of like spoiled myself on how the boss looks because I was trying to look up how to access it. It looks really fucking cool. So I want to do it. And that'll probably be like the last thing I do. Well, I'll do that and then I'll attempt the 3rd door just to see what it's like. Just to see how brutally hard it is. Because this is how you unlock the 3rd door, is by doing this DLC. Not DLC, this quest line. Here, if I just quit to menu and go back in, I'll go back to the bench. Those are really the two major things I missed, is this quest line and then the whole Godhome boss rush mode, which has the other two endings behind it. That is way too hard for me. Like, I've been trying it for the past, like, almost 2 hours now. It's too hard. I don't think I can do that. It's so, I don't know. I'm not built like that. I was struggling on the first door. I can only imagine how hard the fourth one is. And you have to beat all three of the initial 3 ones to even open the fourth one. And the fourth one, I'm assuming, has, like, the final boss in it. I don't know what the final boss of this would be, but it's probably going to be, it's probably going to make the final boss that we did yesterday look easy in comparison. So I'm scared. In conclusion, I'm scared. We have to go... we have to go to the mountain up here. I don't know which one's closest. I think Dirtmouth. We have to find a hidden room in Crystal Peaks, I think. Right? No, Howling Cliffs, the other mountain, over here. There's a hidden room. I've apparently already found the hidden room. It's like right here. I just didn't activate the thing that summons them. So it's right here. I've already found it before. Okay. I just need to actually... Also, while reading through the different updates, apparently the stag wasn't in the game originally. What the fuck? You had to, like, go through every level if you had to go somewhere? That's fucked up. There was no fast travel in this bitch. That's crazy. It was like one of the first updates in the game is they added the stag. Like, that was like the first major update. Like, what the fuck, man? It's according to, like, the list of updates I was reading, because this questline I'm gonna try and do was added in an update. Oh, I'm here. Okay, I need to climb up a bit. I didn't realize I was so far to the left. Ouch. I don't have my compass on. I think this is it? Down here? Yeah, you're supposed to light some lantern in here. I think. This. And that's how you summon him. Oh, this is sick. Okay. And now if we go back to the town, he should be there now. The NPC for the quest line. I completely forgot about that giant corpse in there. I did find it before. I just never thought to use the needle on it once I got the needle later on, because I found that way before I had the needle. Oh. Oh. Sup? Sorry. I think I invited those guys. Something strange and sinister has suddenly appeared. Fills me with dread. I think it best I try to ignore it. This guy just ignores everything. He saw the infection pouring out of the well, and he's like, oh, I'll just ignore it. I heard screaming from the well. I'll just ignore it. I'm going in the small one first. Oh, hello. Unbothered king. Ah. Did you call us? You called us and we came. We came. You don't look scared. Why did you call us? It doesn't matter. Don't tell me. We came. I can smell something. Something deep below us. I want it. I want it. That smell. Ugh, you're hiding something very nice from me, aren't you? Shouldn't hide something so nice. Show me. Show me. Put it on quickly. I don't know what you mean. She wants me to wear a certain charm, I'm guessing. What charm? The stinky one? She said something that smells nice. Maybe she thinks the stinky one smells nice. Or maybe the Weaver one. I'm just gonna put on a bunch of weird ones. Maybe the honey. Maybe the Weaver one. Maybe this. Maybe this. I don't know what else she could want. I don't know. We're just gonna put on a bunch of random ones and see if she likes the smell of any of this. I'm stinky now. You like my smell? You like my smell now? That smell, so strong, so viral, but not the odor that calls to me. I crave a different smell. Precious, sensitive, fragile. Ah, bring it, wear it. Okay. Not that one. Different smell. My bad. My bad. She said fragile. I'll just put on all the fragile things. Is this the smell you like? Ah, that charm, beautiful, most precious thing, little lovely. Will you let me see it? Have to show it to me. Fragile heart? Yeah, sure. Ah, such a little beauty, such a smell, such a smell. She fucking ate it. So good, so tasty, a perfect, perfect thing, just for me. To bring me such a gift. The one who made my gift. Somewhere below, yes? Very good gift, very tasty, delicious. Do you want something, little lovely? You don't want to take my gift back, do you? So nasty, so cruel if that's true. Once you give something as a gift, it's lost to you forever. But I can show you something if you're nice to me, little lovely. Will you do a nice thing? Give them to me, your Geo. Give me your Geo and I'll give you a gift. 12,000? No. No Geo? Why? Why don't you have enough Geo? I'm broke? I'm a broke bitch, I guess. My bad. My bad. I'm a broke bitch. Damn, I lost that shit. She just took it. That's crazy. Ay, ay, ay. She just took my shit. Shit's crazy. Ay, ay, ay. I gotta go get $12,000 now? That's crazy. I got 3. What the fuck? I can go get a little bit of money right now. I haven't even entered the other part of the camp, but we'll get to that. Ay, ay, ay. King Station. Fucking hell, man. This dumb hoe. I'm here to sell you stuff.
Velmi Arkrit. War's son? Velmi Arkrit.
Velmi Archer, Velmi Archer, Velmi Archer, Velmi Archer, Velmi Archer, Velmi Archer, Velmi Archer,
Gachael. Velmi Arkrit.
Velmi Archer, Velmi Archer, Velmi Archer,
War's son?
Velmi Archer, Velmi Archer, Velmi Archer, Velmi Archer.
Opal. Velmi Arkrit. Gachael. Liasoke.
These relics are a prize in my profession. Knowledge hidden within, very difficult, painstaking work to extract. Largely can be gleaned, though the civilization may claim itself the first, but something else did exist within this place before Hollownest. Each egg offers a narrow glimpse into that forgotten
Velmi
age.
Arkrit. War's
Another
son?
arcane egg. It's a
Kian.
rare chance to own 2 of these. I'll be the envy of all my colleagues, though my purse is feeling much lighter for it. These eggs are the most desired find from time before Hollownest, but they're not the only remnant of that age. You may have come upon them, those old statues that seem to store for soul. They too prove its existence, though in a larger, cruder form.
Velmi Arkrit. Velmi
A third
Arkrit.
arcane egg. You're an exceptional explorer to have found so many. An egg is a perfect protective form. No Hollownest because
Helmadelka.
Okay, that got me to 8,000. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. I should be killing everything because I need money. Even a little bit at a time. Ay, ay, ay. That only gives 50 for one of those big guys. Not worth it. Expected the big guy to give a lot. Hey, hey. And then let's put this on. Let's do this. Okay, wasn't able to get enough money, but let's just go back here and go back inside the really big tent. And then we'll just hope we get enough money throughout this side quest or something. I don't know. I don't know. Let's go in the big tent. Hello. Hi.
Babala Geno.
You called us. Speak to master. Where's your master? Is he cool? This is such a different vibe from everything else. Oh, there they are. They got such a cool design. So it was you who called us. Well met, my friend. Well met. I am Grim, master of this troop. The lantern has been lit, and your summons heeded. A fine stage you choose. This kingdom's fallowed by worm and root. Perfect earth upon which our ritual shall take place. And you, my friend, your own part is far from over. As the lantern flared, your role was cast, our compact written in scarlet fire. Eager we are to see you commence, but first some illumination is required. Grimchild, what'd you give me? Across these lands, my kin now spread, harvesting that essence peculiar to my breed, the flame in dream. Seek my kin, claim their flame and return it to me. Together, marvels shall be achieved. But don't fret, small one, for this task you won't travel alone. My child shall guide you to the flame, and gather within itself that burning essence. Like you, the child plays key role in this task. Only with it by your side will the flame and my kin reveal themselves to you. Wait, come back. You were so cool looking. This guy's already like one of the coolest characters. What the fuck? Okay. Goodbye. What the fuck is that guy's deal? What's your problem? Hey, Prince, so dark, so troubled. It's not the only danger I had to overcome in my quest for glory. You've noticed this trophy, haven't you? Keepsake from my final triumphant battle deep in the pit below us. Yes, Life Ender claimed another victim, and the crowd erupted into ecstatic. Okay, dude, I beat you. You're just lying. You're lying. You're lying. Oh my god. Not so long ago, a promise to myself, a promise for glory. Glory for I, Zot the Mighty. I never doubted myself, never faltered. Now I've achieved everything I desired. Sure. Okay, but like I want to read the buggy girl's mind. Fools laugh at everything, even as always be rested. Forget your past. The past is painful. Thinking about your past can only bring you misery. Choose your own fate. Oh my god, how many do you have? More not the dead. Oh my god. We can rely on nobody. Nobody will always be loyal. Keep your home tidy. Right? Keep your weapon sharp, right? Why does it keep... Mothers will always betray you? The precept explains itself. Keep your cloak dry. If your cloak gets wet, dry it as soon as you can. Wearing wet cloaks is unpleasant. Never be afraid. Fear can only hold you back. Respect your superiors. If someone is your superior in strength or intellect or both, one foe, one blow. You should only use a single blow to defeat an enemy. Any more is a waste. You should start a podcast. Don't hesitate. Once you've made a decision, carry it out. Believe in your strength. Yeah, dude, how many do you have? Seek truth in the darkness. If you try, succeed. Right? Speak only the truth, right? Be aware of your surroundings, okay? Abandon the nest. As soon as I could, I left my birthplace and made my way out into the world. Do not linger in the nest. Identify the foe's weak point, right? Strike the foe's weak point, right? Protect your own weak point, right? Of course. Don't trust your reflection. When what? You may see a copy of your own face. The face will mimic your movements and seem similar to your own, but I don't think it can be trusted. Eat as much as you can. Alright. Don't peer into the darkness. If you peer into the darkness and can't see anything for too long, your mind will start to linger over old memories. Memories are to be avoided. Develop your sense of direction. I'm trying my best. Never accept a promise. Spurn the promises of others, as they are always broken. Disease lives inside the dirt? You'll get sick if you spend too much time in filthy... Right. Names have power. So to the name something... Right. Show the enemy no respect. Don't eat immediately before sleeping. Wow. Up is up, down is down. Right, of course. Eggshells are brittle. Right. Borrow, but do not lend. If you lend, you are repaid. You gain nothing. If you borrow, but do not repay, you gain everything. That's stealing. Beware the mysterious force. The mysterious force bears down on us all from above, pushing us downward. If you spend too long in the air, that's gravity. Eat quickly and drink slowly. Right. Obey no law but your own. Learn to detect lies. I try my best. Spend Geo when you have it. I'm saving it. Never forgive. Someone has forgiveness of you. For instance, a brother of yours. Always deny it. That brother, or whoever it is, doesn't deserve such a thing. You cannot breathe water. So true. One thing is not enough. Right. The world is smaller than you think. No. Make your own weapon. What? Be careful with fire. That's so true. Statues are mean. That's not true. Do not honor them. Don't linger on mysteries. Okay. Nothing is harmless. Beware the jealousy of fathers. Fathers believe that because they created us, we must serve them and never exceed their capabilities. If you wish to forge your own path, you must vanquish your father or simply abandon him. Do not steal the desires of others. Okay. If you lock something away, keep the key. That's so true. Bow to no one. How many are there? Do not dream. Dreams are dangerous. Strange ideas, not your own. Obey all precepts. You must commit all of these precepts to memory and obey them all unfailingly, including this one. Everything I've said, let's start again and repeat. The 57 precepts of Zod. No! Good luck with that. Good luck with that. He gave me this. It requires two things. The Grimkin and Collector Flames. Uncollected flames will appear on the bearer's map. I need 2 slots. Here, let's go. Grimchild. Oh! The child. He literally gave me his baby. Okay, there's one right over there in Crystal Peak. That one's really close. And there's one over there, and there's one right there. And I think that's it. Yeah, there's just 3 of them. Excuse me, guys. Don't worry about the weird floating baby. It's fine. It's normal. Can you stop making weird noises? You're making me uncomfortable. I'm not gonna take you around everywhere if you're gonna like act like this. I'm misbehaving. I don't appreciate it. It says the flame is in here. There it is. The 57 precepts of Zod. So true. Hey! How do I kill you? You're in the walls. Can the baby do something and help? Can the baby help? Oh my god. There we go. Fucking hell. The baby ate him. Oh my god. He's hungry. 2 more of these fuckers. Ay, ay, ay. Excuse me. What the hell? Yeah, I need 2 more flames. So one of them is down in Green Path. And then the other is in the City of Tears right next to the stag. So we'll go to the City of Tears first. Ding ding. And after this quest line, and after we attempt that 3rd door, I say attempt because there's no way in hell we're getting it that far in it. It's a better location than it was before where he was going inside the wall. We'll just watch a video on like whatever the final fights are. And the 2 endings, because I know there's 2 of them. There's 2 of them, but they both give the same achievement. So it's just probably 2 versions of the same ending. I don't know what the difference is, though. But you get them both for beating the Pantheon. And the other one was in Green Path. Down and to the right. Wait, I should be killing everything because I need money. Even just the little tidbits. Okay, down to the right. God, he keeps going under the platform. It's pissing me off. Dude, you're annoying! There we go. There you go. You got all 3 of your flames. Be happy. And then we'll do this to just teleport back. And then after we watch the endings, we can watch like a video explaining the whole story because there's still a lot that I don't understand. There's still a lot that I'm like, what the hell? What the fuck? Sorry, I'm reading something. Sorry, I'm reading something about the quest line because I don't want to mess it up because it seems really complicated. So there's 2 outcomes for this quest line, but I don't know which one is better. Fuck. Because one of them allows you to do an additional boss fight, which is sick. That you get to do another boss fight. But then the other one gives you a better charm. So it's like you either do the boss fight or you get the better charm from the other ending for this quest line. It's pissing me off because, like, fuck, I want to do the boss, but I also the charm that you get from not doing the boss is like way better. I don't know. I'm gonna go for the more lame ending where you don't fight the boss, just because it does give like an incredibly good charm. And apparently the charm is super useful in like the Godhome boss fights. And even if like I'm not doing those boss fights right now, you know, maybe someday I'll be bored and want to do those boss fights off stream or something, and then I'll have like a charm that will be useful. I don't know. I don't fucking know. I'd rather have the charm than like lock myself out of ever getting it. But the boss, I want to do the boss. It's not fair. Not fair. Okay. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Ay, okay. We'll see, we'll see. So, where are we? We're in Dirtmouth. I think I'm gonna go for the branch of the quest that gives me the better charm, because apparently you can still fight the boss, you just can't fight the version in Dirtmouth, but like the boss will then appear in Godhome. I don't know. Your child, you've done so well, let your fire burn even brighter. It's bigger now. Child has grown from idle youth to deadly companion. About these dangerous lands, its aid will no doubt be welcome. Just don't neglect our dance, for it too continues. Keep hunting that scattered scarlet essence. When the child is filled with flame once more, return to the stage, and the performance will begin. So, 3 more flames now, I guess. 1, 2, 3. Let me check that it is 3. Yeah, okay. Well, one of them's right next to us, so... Oh, yeah. More just running around, collecting this shit. Ba 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 ba. below me. Okay. Rude. Where is it? Where am I going? What's right here? Dude, you suck nuts. Okay, the second I healed. It's crazy. Get him! This sucks. Yeah, spit on him. Spit on him. Get him. Good job, little guy. Good job, little man. Good job, little man. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. 20 seconds for this game must have been fun. Considering how small the dev team is in the credits, I imagine it's probably just like 1 or 2 dudes just making a bunch of weird noises to each other. Where's the next one? The Resting Grounds, and then Kingdom's Edge. So we gotta rest in here. We're gonna go to the Resting Grounds, and then we got to Edge.
It's time to edge.
Hey, these guys are annoying. What just hit me? God? Good job, little guy. And we gotta go Edge. Ah! I went too high up. I guess this is the closest one? Hold on, give me a second. Okay, sorry, needed to check something. Ah! Bam! Okay, below us. Oh, this arena's gonna suck. I'm going all the way to the bottom. It's like impossible to fight him up there. I'm going down. Here we go. Ah! Scream, scream. Checking something. Da-da-da-da, okay. Oh boy, oh boy. I'm back. I can arrive, and the time has come. The searing fire, it carries well the ritual's promise. What the hell? Okay, yeah, this is the first boss fight. He has a harder one later, but that one's optional. Okay, this one's already hard. Maybe I don't want to do the other one. He's Batman, dude. He's fucking Batman. He's got like Batman moves, dude. Dude, he's crazy. You're not him. You are not Batman. You are not Batman. What the? I wasn't mentally prepared. Oh, I'm back here because I forgot to sit at the bench. What the helly? Yeah, this is the first boss fight. He has another boss fight where like he's even harder apparently at the end of the quest line, but we're not going to go for that ending of the quest line because the charm that you get for the other ending where you avoid fighting him is way better. Wow. I forgot to sit. Okay. Don't need a compass. Don't need that. Waste of space. Waste of life. That's what I'm saying. Boop-a-de-bop-a-de-bop-a-de-boop. Quick focus. Ooh, ooh, ooh. No quick slash. Quick focus. Long nail. My brain. My fucking brain. Shaman stone. Yeah? Sure. My brain.
Baba Gondala.
The child burns with flame. Master is waiting for you. I know. I'm working on it. So. Ah! What the, this is so different! This is completely different! Dude, the music's sick though! What the hell? Why are you doing different shit? You bitch, dude. Oh my god, this guy's crazy. Ay, ay, ay. Idea. No. Yes. Even longer nail. Dude, the music is so good. Fuck me, dude. I don't know how I didn't take damage there. Fuck. Fuck me, dude. Interesting. God damn, this is rough. This is so rough. This is rough! You bastard. Dude, that fucking like Batman-ass combo always gets me. God damn. Ah! I'm a fuck this guy. I mean, huh? I meant fuck him up. I meant fuck him up. Dude, I don't know how to avoid some of these. God damn, man. Fuck you. Fuck me. Oh my god, the music. Oh my god. Holy shit. Oh, fuck. Dude, you are not Batman. God damn, that little ghost gets away so quick. Fuck you. God damn. You fucker! I'm hitting you with with the sword. What are you talking about? What? How? How? I was holding down, swung my sword, and instead of bouncing off of him, my character just went through him and took damage. And then I died there because I was busy bitching about it instead of fucking doing the fight. But like, I was rightfully bitching about it because I was swinging downward. I should have fucking bounced in the air. God damn. Annoying. Dude, I couldn't land on the ground fast enough. Oh my god, I got hit by it twice in a fucking every attack. Every fucking attack, dude. Every attack. Dude, I'm trying to avoid it, but it's moving at the perfect angle to guaranteed hit me. Oh my god. I don't know how that didn't hit me. Fuck, my brain turned off. Fuck, he went off screen, so I couldn't see what he was doing. I thought he was doing a different attack. Fuck me, dude. I hate this attack. me. I just got comboed, dude. Like, the music is so good in this fight. Really fun fight too. It's just, god damn. So much health. He's still going. Still going. Oh my god. God damn, dude. He's so much health. Just keeps going. Okay, maybe done. Fuck, am I stupid? Oh my god. Holy shit! Ah, I messed that up. I should not have healed there. I know I shouldn't. There's only one attack that I can heal during. But it's fine. Dude, that version of him's already hard. How hard is the actual version of him? What the fuck? That was sick. Yeah, that might be one of my favorite fights. He's one of my favorite characters easily. Your child has grown nourished and strengthened by the heat of our passionate dance. The two of you will feature in many tragedies and triumphs together, I'm sure. And so our great ritual nears its end. Will you continue to harvest the flame, even though now you surely see the path that illuminates for us? Our scarlet eyes will watch you keenly, friend. Immediately going to find that music too. Hell yeah. What do you give us? Oh, a charm notch? He's a god. Okay, apparently there's more flames. Okay, there's 1, 2, 3. Is it just 3 again? Probably. Let me double check though. Yeah, it's just 3. Okay. Wait, what? I'm confused. No, there is a 4th flame. What the fuck? Yeah, apparently there's 4 flames, but I only need 3 of them. We need the one from Deep Nest, apparently. The one over there. It's also one of the easiest ones to get because it's right next to a stag. Because the NPC we talked to get the one over there is the NPC who helps us get like the ending for the quest line that gives us the better charm. Because there's 2 endings where like you play along with his plan and like you help him complete the ritual, but then you fight him in like his ultimate form. Or the other guy's plan is to just banish the guy to like the nightmare realm or whatever the fuck. I don't actually know. We'll find out soon. So instead of like completing the ritual and playing into his plan, you just kind of like banish him. In here?
Babala Geno.
You would claim it for our master, for his final act. The ritual plays itself out once more. We are like the notes in an old, old song, you and me. Endless repeating songs of sacrifice, servitude, for the ritual, for the troop, for the master. Even this child was born into invisible chains,
Sego Nala.
so we serve. Thus it has ever been. Take the flame, then. It is why you came here.
Baba Gondala.
It is done, and yet it is not merely by fortune that we meet here, in the darkest, furthest reaches of the world, where my master's scarlet eyes cannot see us. A song that never ends is no song at all. You take part in the ritual, yet I sense you truly have no master. Is it so? Perhaps together we can banish that livid flame and let this dead kingdom rest in peace. If you wish to silence the endless song, meet me where it began. But if you return to the master and complete the ritual, as long as you do it without regret, I will bear you no hatred.
Baba Gondala.
Okay. And then, I don't know where the other ones were. There's one over here near the Mantis village, in this weird place. That one's not that easy to get to. That one's not that easy to get to. None of these are that easy to get to. Yeah. Especially that one in the hive. God damn. I guess we'll go to Queen's Station and get the one near the Mantis village. I don't even fucking know, man. I don't even know. Shit's wild, shit's wacky, shit's crazy. Okay, give me this. Gimme this. And sure. Nope. This. For now. Wrong way. Down this way. What the fuck? You were not here before. Oh. Gangi gangi nishi uno sanga bogi udongo. Gangi. What? I'm just gonna. I'll just. Bye. I don't know what the fuck that is. He makes good points. He's very convincing. I think I might vote for him. Get his ass in Congress. Hey now. Not nice. You're in the way. You're in the way. Here we go. What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh, hello. Ow! He killed me and I killed him? Okay. But like I need my soul now. What the hell? I'm not going to go get that. I'm just gonna go give the guy an egg in dirt mouth. I'm not going all the way back down there to get my soul. I don't care. As long as it still counted that I got the flame. It did. Quit yapping her ear off. Get a job, old man.
Really?
So,
What, darling? Umamu tuta?
eat my egg.
What, darling?
Thanks. Now I gotta go to King's Station. Because the other two are not near it, but that's the closest one. Because one of them is underneath us in the hive. And the other is way over there. Yay. What if we get all four? Because it says we only need 3 in the inventory. I'm gonna get all 4. I think the hive is slightly closer. Dude, what the heck? Maybe I'll keep... What the... Okay. This thing is like actually kind of crazy. Like it's like one-shotting some of the smaller enemies. How many shots does it take to kill a bigger one? Shoots pretty often too. Okay, that's too many shots. Never mind, this is ass. The thing is, if you do the boss fight, you get to keep this guy, this little like friendo. You get to keep him. But if you don't do the boss fight, then you get a charm that instead of periodically attacking, it periodically prevents you from taking damage. And that sounds really good. Like, just once in a while, one of your hits will just do no damage. You can just tank an attack, and like, this sounds incredible. Like, the website literally said it's like one of the best charms in the game for the Godhome fights. So it's like, fuck, I should probably get that one, but I like the little guy. I do like that he be shooting everybody. We're still gonna go for the ending that gives us the other charm, just cause they say it's the best one. Not the best charm, but one of the best. One of the best, one of the best. Hey now. Bitch. Bitch. Okay, we're in the high visit. Dude, I can't hit any of them for like no reason. Hello? I'm swinging my sword. I'm swinging my sword. My God. Hello? Oh my God. These fucking bees. These fucking bees. I think it's like right above me, yeah. Somewhere in this fuck ass room or above it. Okay, I fell. Hold on, I'm coming back. Hold on, I fell again. This hole is very inconveniently placed. Can you not stand on the other side of the hall? God is damaging me? Yay. I don't like this guy. Okay, sure. Dude, how do you avoid these? They're just pillars that come out of the ground instantly. I have to go all the way fucking back there. God damn. This sucks. I don't even know where I am. I'm at the wrong fucking station. And now I have to clear out all those bees again, and then I'm gonna have no health for the fight again, and then he's just gonna kill me again. Oh my God, this is the worst. Those like red pillars are genuinely harder than any of the attacks the boss I fought just had. Like, what the hell? Okay, sure. Just point blank dashed me, so I couldn't do anything. Like, how do you avoid that? How? Genuinely how? God damn, what an awful, awful enemy. Holy moly. Ay, 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 ay. Awful, awful enemy. The other one is all the way... Oh, nope, it's gone. You only needed 3. Okay. Cool. Well, now, instead of actually going to help him, we're going to the stag nest. Instead of helping the guy, we're going to be betraying the guy. Okay, and this puts me right next to it? Oh, this isn't it. It might be it. I don't know. It's not. It's more this way. Yeah, it's through the store. Okay, I'm dumb. And then it's down here. A little further, I think? I don't actually know. I don't remember. I think this might be it. Yeah, okay. Okay. Hello.
Baba Gondala.
Join me in breaking it then? Painful to defy the master, but our harvest, it profanes this dark, quiet kingdom. This once I would see the ritual fail. Now, let us destroy the anchor and banish the master. Never shall he return here again. What is this notification in Streamlabs? Oh, it's claiming my microphone's muted again. It just be lying. Banishment. Banish the grim trope from Hollow Nest. And now we have the replacement charm? No, not yet. We have to go get it. It lies. So how do we get the replacement charm? I think we have to talk to somebody now. Yeah, I gotta go talk to a new NPC now who's back at the village. Ba-ba-bow, ba-ba-bow. Doopy-doo, doopy-doo. And that'll give us a new charm that is apparently one of the best charms in the game, and yeah, blah blah blah. I think it also gets rid of the one lady that we didn't finish whatever the fuck she was trying to do for us, which is a shame, but it is what it is. Don't care. Yeah, this guy is here now. I think the ladies' tent will also be gone, yeah. Oh. Oh, she gave it back. That's good. She gave it back. Old bug over there. And yeah. And he gives us that charm to replace the old one. And it's like one of the best, apparently. Takes 3 slots. It's like if I were to theoretically do a boss, I would want that one on 100%. I would want the quick focus on 100%. I would want the long nail on 100%. I would want maybe not long nail, maybe this, and then the shaman stone. Maybe not even the shaman stone. Maybe just I would definitely want Grub Song, and I would want Sprint Master and Thorns. Something like this. I don't know. Now let's go test it out at that third door. That third door should be open now. And we'll attempt it one time and then never again. I don't even remember how to get there. It's in the junk pit. Closest thing to the junk pit is the storeroom, I think. Oh yeah. Because we went the long way earlier because I forgot about a shortcut that we unlocked to the junk pit below the storeroom. Oh. Not this way, right? This way would be... No, it is this way. And this way. And then I would be there. And then I work my way down. There's the bench. Excuse me. And this way. Let me also... double check the blacksmith, see how many of the pale ore I need. I think I need like 4. I think I only have 2. I don't know where I would get the other 2 to get the final upgrade for the nail. 3, I need 1 more, man. I don't even know if it is the final upgrade. I'm assuming it is. I don't know where the final pale ore would be. I'm too lazy to figure it out, so. Meow, 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. I'm going in your dweems. Oh yeah. First, I'm actually... This should be open now? Yes, okay. I'm gonna check down here. Because they said a version of that Grim fight still unlocks in here, even if like you do the banishment ending. So I'm gonna see. What's this fountain? okay, so it does still unlock here. Attuned Ascended. What? Then you can switch the version of it like that. Nightmare King. I don't know what the difference is, so I guess attuned. I don't know. Yeah, this is the version we would have fought at the end of the quest line. The Nightmare King. Okay, immediately as hell. I'm glad we didn't fight this. Okay. Okay, immediately hell. He leaves the laser yeah, I'm glad we didn't fight this. Okay. No. We're gonna like walk away from that and forget that exists. We're just gonna I'm glad we did the other ending. I'm glad. Yeah. No, thank you. I think I'm okay on that. This, I don't know what the fuck that is. I'm assuming this opens, like, if, like, you beat I don't know. I'm just yapping. To warm up, let's do the first door first. Okay, let's do the first door to warm up, and then we'll try the third door one time, and then that'll be, like, the last thing I ever do in this game, at least on stream. Maybe I'll play this off stream whenever I'm bored. I don't fucking know. I doubt I'll ever have the motivation or desire to want to do all these super hard bosses. Okay. Why'd I do a downward thing? It's fine. We're chilling. Okay, just immediately. I don't know why he's immediately starting with this move. It's usually like a desperation move. Dude, can you just die? Like, you're pissing me off. God damn. I forgot to jump. Some dumb fuck deserves to be shot. forgot. Get out of here, man. Holy. Little bath, take a little bath, take a little bath, take a little bath. And then the pointless bench, because there's no actual fucking checkpoints. I don't know why there's a bench here. There's no checkpoints. I don't know why it tricks you into thinking there is. Fuck this stupid boss, dude. I hate this boss. Fucking hell, I hate that boss. Right, dung boy. Perfect. Fuck me, dude. He pranked me. Fuck, he pranked me again. Now for hell. Fuck. I have to pause. I have to catch my breath. Oh my god. I have to go pee too. I'm pretty sure the one after this is like the final fight of like door 1. So I need to go pee before I get into the fight. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. Oh my goodness. I'm not mentally prepared. Made me jump. Funny. Silly. Fuck you. Oh my god, and then he brings in his brother and it gets super fucked up. Dude, I can't avoid that shit, man. Like, I can't, man. This is impossible. Fucking hell. I'm just spamming spells at this point because I'm just trying to damage them. I don't know. I can't avoid all those attacks and heal. Like, it just becomes impossible when the second one comes in. Anyway, so we're going to go in the third one, and we're going to lose because it's the hardest out of these 3. And I just want to see what's in here. I at least want to look at it. This guy wasn't that bad when I fought him. Gotta dodge towards him, that's right. I don't really have an opportunity to heal, though, is the problem. Ay, ay, ay. I don't remember you at all, dude. Now I do. I couldn't. Okay, of course. Okay. So far, I think door 2 is the worst. Ah, fuck. Ah, fuck. God damn it. Spoke too soon. He jumped over both of them. I hate you. Oh my god. Dude, I'm dashing. Oh my god, this is so annoying. This is so annoying. I fucking hate how the second I press the heal button, he spawned 2 jars on me. Insane. I have just the worst luck. Okay, it's dead. Fucking hell, hate that thing. Just enemy spam the fight. Ay, ay, ay. I've never seen this before in my life. What are you? What are you? I don't know you. I don't know you. I don't know you. This is new. I don't like new stuff. What the hell? God Tamer literally just raped me. Anyways, that was my one and only attempt at that. Because I know my limits. I know I cannot beat these like boss rushes. They are way too hard. I know my fucking limits. Respect, disappointment. I hate this shit, man. Ugh. Nuh-uh. Yeah, huh? I'm disappointed because I don't get to see, I don't get to do the ending, like the real ending, the true ending. It's so annoying. Ay, ay, ay. It is what it is, what it is. I mean, technically, neither of these endings were out when the game first released, so... you know, I'll save my judgment for after we see the two endings that were added with this, but my guess is the true ending, the canon ending, quote-unquote, would be the third ending we got yesterday, the good ending of the base game. Because the fact that you can, like, go do this, like, side content and get an ending over here that's completely unrelated to the Hollow Knight and everything, it's just, like, that doesn't really feel like an ending to me. Like, obviously they are endings, but on paper, that feels weird. Getting an ending from a boss rush mode instead of actually beating the final boss. That, on paper, feels wrong. Anyways. Anyways, well, I guess we're done with Hollow Knight. We're obviously not done with its story. I gotta, like, look up the other endings and stuff, but I guess we're done actually playing the game. Crazy. Crazy. Let me look up the names of the other endings. Hollow Knight, all endings. Okay, so there's... Okay, yeah, it gives the same achievement, Embrace the Void, for both of the two endings, but the two endings are Embrace the Void, and then the other ending is Delicate Flower, which also gives you the achievement Embrace the Void. And then there's a joke ending, apparently. It's not a real ending, it's just like a bonus cutscene you get after the credits if you do a side quest with that weird-looking mushroom guy we ran into. Interesting. You get like a bonus cutscene of him after the credits if you do his side quest. It's not like an ending, but it's on the ending page for the wiki. It's just like a bonus cutscene that plays after the credits. So we'll look up the bonus mushroom cutscene too, I guess. Wow. You know what? We'll look up that one first. The Mr. Mushroom quest. Mr. Mushroom quest and ending. Okay. Wow. Oh, my screen capture's not working. Let me turn it off. Refresh it. Turn it back on. There we go. Okay. The Mr. Mushroom secret cutscene. We're watching this first before we get to, like, the real endings. I think it's just showing all the locations you have to go talk to him in first.
Ancient basin?
Yeah.
Cliffs?
Does he have any unique dialogue?
Though all around us.
Oh, he does. Maybe we should read that.
Don't worry about it. What I'm gonna do is go ahead and find Mr. Mushroom for the first time. If you don't already mention that we normally find Cornifer, and here's Mr. Mushroom.
Hi, Mr.
Smack.
Mushroom. His face. He looks so different compared to everything else in the game. He looks like he's from a different fucking game.
And then you can talk to him.
What? They can understand him? You probably needed a certain item or something to understand him that I didn't have. It's okay, we're not doing the quest anyways. It's nice that you were able to help your friend, so you're not hungry anymore.
And it seems like Mr.
Oh,
Mushroom is talking to
excuse
somebody
me.
else, but it's really hard to tell who exactly it is that he's talking to. It's just kind of interesting. And once you're done talking to Mr. Mushroom, he will disappear and he's going to head off to the second location. For the second Mr. Mushroom location, we are going to make our way instincts. Shouldn't trust the eye they give you. Rely on your own instincts. If you've got a keen nose, use it.
Okay,
While you're hunting for secrets, beware of those who are hunting you.
thank
See,
you
I'm
for
confused. I
your...
don't know who he's talking to. But
Thank
it's
you for your
interesting. So
wisdom.
next, let's go ahead and find Mr. Mushroom in his third location. I love that animation when he turns around too. The dead can't make us of wealth in any case. What would they spend it on? Yes, a big brood like that, they need food and shelter and toys.
Toys.
If you keep some for yourself, well, I think you deserve it. Yes. Like, who is he? I want to know who he's talking to. It's so interesting.
He's talking to
The
me.
fourth Mr. Mushroom is at the very top of the Howling Cliff.
Animation.
What was called a hero in its moment may be called something very different after time has passed. The crimes and triumphs of our predecessors echo all around us, don't they? The chains of fate that bind us all together. Do you really want to break them? Oh, excuse me. And he's off. For the fifth Mr. Mushroom, we're going to head back over to the hidden drop down.
I hear him. I hear him
And
yapping.
here is Mr. Mushroom. Well, if things are getting too dangerous down there, maybe it's time to take a break. Come back up and spend some time hunting, or gathering, or wandering aimlessly. Not too much longer now. Oh, excuse me. The sixth Mr. Mushroom can be found just outside of the Queen's Garden on the left wall.
His dumbass face.
I haven't seen her, no. I'm sure you'll remember when you left her eventually.
What?
Trust me, Moon. Or yourself. Or trust her. You need to trust something. That's my point. No, not him. No, absolutely not.
What?
Excuse me.
Mr. Mushroom, are you
The
high?
seventh and final Mr. Mushroom can be found right outside of Dirtmouth. We're going to make our way over into the starting... And here's Mr. Mushroom for the seventh and final time. Let's see what he has to say. It's not by tools that you'll triumph. It's through your smarts, your speed, your determination. Oh, I see. So you've been following me around then. I hope my travels haven't confused your own, distracted you. Then again, a meander journey still has meaning. It is, after all, from a journey we find our purpose. Through a stop is more than just a stop. And my, if those stops can't be lovely things, wouldn't you say? Transcendent plateaus, distant sandy lands, vast ancient kingdoms. Yours was not the first, nor will it be the last, but it's a unique and special thing nonetheless. Is that a hint at Silksong? Was that in the game from the very beginning? Now, with my duties here finished,
Huh?
it is time I make
Huh?
stop.
Do they know something about Silksong that I don't? Are
And
those
my,
like,
if those stops
is that
can't be lovely
teasing
things,
like the locations of Silksong? I don't fucking know.
wouldn't you say? Transcendent
I know nothing
plateaus,
about that
distant
shit.
sandy
I
lands,
know nothing.
Vast ancient kingdoms. Yours was not the first, nor will it be the last, but it's a unique and special thing nonetheless. Is that a hint at Silksong?
I don't
Was
know.
that
You
in the
tell
game
me.
from the very beginning?
You tell me.
Now,
That's
with
what
my
I'm trying to
duties
find
here
out.
finished, it is time I made graceful departure. Till next time, my friend. 'Tis a long road we tread, but a joyous one.
What?
Whoa! Until our paths cross again. Where
Goodbye.
did he go? Oh, this is the very, very beginning of the game. I mean, this is where you drop in.
He's
That's
so
where he
cool.
left. Interesting.
He's
So at this point, you've already defeated the 3 Dreamers. Once
He-
you make your way in here and
he's
you
leaving the
beat
Silk
game,
Song.
you will now have that extra special cutscene that you didn't have before. Hollow Knight tutorial again.
okay. Let's go see the cutscene now. I just wanted to see the quest leading up to it. So after you beat the game, after the credits roll, you get an extra cutscene. If you did his quest. There he goes. Holy fuck. To be continued. He's going to Silk Song. Holy shit. He's going to Silk Song. Wow. Wow, a journey all over Hallownest just to get a 10-second cutscene of our mushroom boy flying away. Game is really serious and dark. That one ending. Let's go. Anyways, let's look at the serious endings. Embrace the Void. Hollow Knight, Embrace the Void ending. With flower. No, without flower. With the flower is a different thing. Oh, you had to fight this fucker again? Oh, I'm so glad we didn't do this then. You had to fight this fucker again at the end of a boss rush. Hell nah. Hell nah, dude. We'll watch the fight real quick, actually. What's it called? Does it say here? Absolute Radiance. Conquering all pantheons. At the top of Pantheon of Hallownest. All pantheons before it. Yeah, so you need to do all the boss rushes, then you do the Pantheon of Hallownest. Is the 5th and final pantheon. Here, we'll look up a Pantheon of Hallownest. Pantheon of Hallownest. We'll see what the last one is like. Hollow Knight Godmaster Pantheon of Hallownest. Full game boss rush plus new boss. The Pantheon of Hallownest has the full game's bosses plus the final boss, and if you die, you have to go all the way back to the beginning. Fuck that, I would rather die, dude. Yeah, so this thing opens up after you do the 4 main ones, which we couldn't even complete one of them. After you complete the 4 down in the bottom, then this one opens up, and this is just a boss rush of every boss in the fucking game. Yeah, it's every boss in the game. Oh my fucking god. It's every boss in the game. Including Grim, by the way. We just saw Grim there for a second. Including Grim. Every boss in the game on 1 life. Yeah, including bosses I've never fucking seen before in my life. Including the other version of Grim. Including some super crazy evolved version of the Hollow Knight. What the hell? Like the Hollow Knight at full strength without the infection. What the fuck? And then after you fight the real Hollow Knight without the infection, then is Absolute Radiance. An even crazier version of the Radiance fight. Crazy. 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 We're gonna watch this full fucking fight. Absolute Radiance. The aura of having the name take up the whole screen. Oh, those are way faster. Oh, those are way faster. Those are also way faster. Those are insane. This is nuts. The attacks are like lightning fast. I would not be able to react to any of these. I'm so glad we gave up. I'm so glad we gave up. Holy shit. This demands so much luck and perfection, it's crazy. This is insane. This is where the normal fight ends, but there's no way it ends here, because there's still a lot left in the video. Oh yeah, it's still going. Normally you only have to hit it once at this part. Now the fight is still going. I could never, dude. Is that it? Yeah, that's the whole fight. Okay. God damn. I could never. I could never, dude. I thought Trial of Fools was hard. I thought Nightmare Grim was hard. God knows what awaits Hornet DLC. Oh, well, was Silksong supposed to be DLC at first? Because this person says Hornet DLC. I guess Silksong was originally just going to be a DLC. Trying to see if there's any other new bosses in here that I don't recognize. Was that our mother? Do you fight your mother at some point? What the hell? Wait, go back. What was that? What the? Where did I see that? Where did I see that? I like saw our mom. Oh, this is the version with no floor that that person was talking about. Oh my god. Why does he have such a long title? Dude, I'm trying to find where I saw literally like the white lady. I saw her appear there for a second. Oh my god, the enraged guardian. And this fight. Oh my god, all these back to back. This shit! Oh my god, it literally has all of them. It has everything. There's like another version of the Dung Knight, but like way crazier. Oh yeah, see? There's our mother in the background. That's what I saw. She's just in the background. So this is what she looks like when she's out of her bindings. Her tentacles like spread upward like a tree. Okay. That's all I was looking for. I was like, I saw a glimpse of our mother there. I want to see the Grim fight, like the super nightmare Grim that we didn't fight. I want to see this. God damn, having to do this in a boss rush? Insane. Whoa, how'd they get their health back there? Oh, they didn't. Sorry, I thought they were lower on health. I was like, what? Why'd their health go up? Dude. Just the absolute perfection this demands of you. It's insane. Insane, dude. Like, there is so much in this game that I didn't do. Like, so many, like, super bosses and hard bosses. So many, like, boss rush modes, obviously. But I feel satisfied with the game not doing any of those. Cool. I do want to see like the actual like real Hollow Knight fight too, like when he's like at his in his prime, full strength, not infected. Because a little bit we saw was cool as hell. Pure Vessel. Oh, I misinterpreted that scene. If you remember that scene where it showed us following the king out of the pit after all of our siblings are falling down dead, the vessel that walked out wasn't us. It was the Hollow Knight. The Hollow Knight just grew, I guess. I don't fucking know. At least I think. Because if he's the actual vessel, I don't think we were ever intended to be a vessel. I think it was always just him. I don't fucking know, man. Whoa, that fight was cool looking. I want to go back. That move was sick. That shit. It's like white swords instead of the infection is so cool. I want to know, like, if the Hollow Knight has any relation to Hornet, because their heads are very similarly shaped. But I don't know. It's hard to pin down who the fuck the parents are. I know who our mother is. I theorize that the Weaver is maybe one of Hornet's parents, but I don't know who the shared parent is. I don't fucking know, man. Maybe the shared parent is the mother? I don't fucking know. I think the mother is the shared parent. But then that would make the Void our father, and then I guess the Weaver her father? And I guess she just looks like the Hollow Knight, because the Hollow Knight is another child of our mother, the White Lady. I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. I'm just yapping. Okay, then yeah, this is where the absolute radiance fight starts. Cool. Embrace the void without flower. Yeah, that's what I want. And then the with the flower, because there's an NPC you give this flower to, and then it gives you a different ending. I don't know who the NPC is. I could look it up. Given the delicate flower to the God Seeker. Oh, the husk that you enter into this area in the junkyard. Yeah, see, this is them in the junkyard with the flower. The husk that you use to even enter this area. You can give it a flower and then you get a different ending. So let's watch the one without the flower. Embrace the void. I don't like the name of that. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think we should be embracing any void. So you kill it, but then you also break apart? Because, like, your head, like, shatters, and then you turn into this. Yeah, see? So you kill it, but then you also die. And then you fall into the void. And you become, like, a giant void god? Okay. Sure. Sure. And then you eat it. Yummy. Wow. And now the void is raining down. This feels like a bad ending. Oh, but the infection dies. Hornet! And then I'm assuming that's the Hollow Knight, because the infection is gone. He is free. So you free the Hollow Knight, you get rid of the infection, but you also become like a void god and start infecting all of Hollownest with a fucking void. So that seems like it's also a bad ending. I don't like that ending. I don't like that one. I'm gonna hope the one with the flower is better. With flower. I don't like that one. You become a void god and fill all of Hollownest with a void. And as we've seen, the void kills everybody except the siblings. So you're just going to destroy all of Hollownest. Like, sure, you destroyed the infection in the process, but you also destroyed all of Hollownest. It's literally just a purge ending. You kill everything and everybody. I don't like that. Not a fan of that one. Okay, this one, like, the same shit happens? Right? You break apart? Yeah, you break apart. You fall into the void, so it starts off the same. How does the flower make it different? You still become a void god and kill absolute radiance. But then, what's different? Okay, the void is still gonna rain down? That's no good. So the void still takes over Godhome, which is inside that one person's dream, but does it... And then, yeah, so this is the person you give the flower. This is the person you enter the dream of to enter Godhome. So the void still takes over Godhome. But I guess maybe the flower stops it from spreading to Hollownest? Yup, okay, the flower stops it from spreading to Hollownest. So, in this ending, you purge all the gods. You get rid of all the gods that cause the infection, but then Hollownest stays safe. So this one, you know, you get rid of Radiance, you get rid of all the gods, you get rid of the infection, but Hollownest stays safe. Because the flower stops it, I guess. And then here the infection dies, and because the infection goes away, the Hollow Knight is now free. So that part's still the same. So it's the same except Hollownest doesn't get destroyed. Interesting. Path of the Flower. What the fuck? Why is he a bee? What the fuck? What? I'm so confused. Why is he a bee? Why? Dude, I missed so much in this game. Who are they giving this flower to? Put me at the end already or something. I don't know what this is. This is all different too. What the hell? What the fuck is this? Dude, there's so much I missed. Like, where are they? Okay, they go to the palace grounds. They enter the White Palace, but they take like a very different path than what I took. And they have the flower with them as well. Overcharmed? What does that mean? What charm are they wearing that makes them into a bee? What the fuck? They're all bee themed. Do you just play as a bee in like the one life mode? Cause like there is like a harder version of the game where you only have one life and the whole run is over if you die. Do you play as a bee in that mode? Is that why you can't respawn? That's cute if that's the case, because like all the charms are like changed to be like bee themed as well. That's cute if that's the case though. Dude, they're a god. They're so good at this game. Stop being so good. No, I did go this way. Where did they go that's different then? Yeah, this... I don't think this looks familiar anymore. Yeah, this is different. They went a different way after there. So they found a different path. I don't know what this path is. But then you have to do some fight at the bottom. And then you find... the vessel, the knight, and the king. What? Dude, there's so much I missed in this game, huh? What did that do? The flower is destroyed if you take damage. So to even give this flower to that person to get the ending anyways, you have to pick it from the garden and get all the way to the NPC without taking damage. That's crazy. For an ending that is only okay. Like, it's like, it... I don't know if I like either of the Embrace the Void endings. Because one of them is definitely a better ending. Hollow Nest doesn't get destroyed. But at the same time, it doesn't feel as conclusive as, like, the third ending, where, like, all of the siblings are able to rest in peace. The Hollow Knight is finally destroyed. Radiance is destroyed. Yes, the knight also dies in the process, but the infection is gone. And then, you know, Hornet moves on. She's able to move on with her life. Goes to wherever fucking Silksong leads her. That feels like the most conclusive ending. Whatever that ending was called. Dream No More. That felt like the most conclusive ending. That one was my favorite. Embrace the Void, like the flower version, was definitely also a good ending, because like Radiance still gets destroyed that way, as well as like all the gods, I guess. But I don't know. It's an okay ending. This ending was okay. This ending I didn't like at all. Actually, out of these two, I might even prefer Embrace the Void, because I feel like if you're going to go for an ending where you embrace the void, I want that ending to just kind of be Scorched Earth. There's a similar ending in Elden Ring, the Frenzied Flame ending, where if you embrace the Frenzied Flame, you just destroy the world. You just... the Frenzied Flame ending is you coming to the conclusion, this world is too far gone, it needs to be destroyed. And Embracing the Void feels like a similar ending in that way, where it's just like, Hollow Nest is too far gone, fucking destroy it all. So, honestly, well, this one is better for, you know, Hollow Nest, not everybody fucking dies. I feel like if you're gonna do an Embrace the Void ending, this one, like, just go all out. Just fucking destroy it all. Scorched Earth. You know? I kind of prefer that this one is entirely a bad ending, rather than this one is like in the middle, where like it's kind of a bad ending but also kind of a good ending. I kind of prefer just going full bad ending, full evil ending. But Dream No More is definitely the best ending. That one was... And obviously it's the best ending for a reason. It's the ending you're supposed to get. It's the ending to the base game. It's the ending you get by beating like the real final boss, not like the final boss in like some side game mode they added after the fact, but like the real final boss. It's the ending they intended you to get when the game first came out, not like one that was added later as like a bonus thing. These ones feel more like what if scenarios for that reason, because they were added after the fact and they feel so weird and disconnected from like the actual main story, which is like beating the Hollow Knight and beating Radiance and getting rid of the infection and shit. Yeah, these feel like more like what if scenarios because they're so disconnected from like the actual like main objective of the game. But yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna see if I can find a good video on Hollow Knight's story. The mostly complete lore of Hollow Knight. Mostly 10 million views? Fuck it, I trust it. What the hell? What the hell? Fuck it, I trust it. 10 million views, it's gotta be good. It's gotta be. Does this include... Yeah, it does include the Godmaster thing. I was just making sure because I know that the Godmaster God Home shit was added after the fact. So I just wanted to be sure that this had it. This video contains a few spoilers for Hollow Knight. A few? Only a few? It's the complete story. I'd imagine
If you were to
it
ask
includes
me,
all of them.
what is your favorite video game ever made?
Kingdom
I would
Hearts
have to
3.
say Cory in the House for the Nintendo
So true! Oh my god.
DS. But Hollow Knight would be a close second.
Damn. Cory in the House, Hollow Knight, hand in hand. Let him cook.
Hollow Knight was released on February 24th, 2017 by Team Cherry, an indie game studio based in the mythical land of Adelaide, South Australia.
Wow.
Over the past 3 years, Hollow Knight has become an indie darling. The game has sold over 3.5 million copies. It was the opening game at ADGQ.
3 years. 2020. 2017 sure feels like 3 years ago still. Like, I didn't even question it at first when he said 3 years. I was like, yeah, that feels about right. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
2019. There's a Hollow Knight book, a line of plushies,
Wow.
t-shirts, nicotine patches,
What?
nuclear warheads,
Wow.
and even vinyl records for all you goddamn
Nuclear
hipsters.
warheads. Let's
Team
go.
Cherry had one goal when making Hollow Knight. They wanted to create a world that allowed players to get completely lost in exploration. We can see this desire in
That
Hollow
worked.
Knight's design. The levels in Hollow Knight are massive, with secrets and rewards hidden in every nook and cranny. Be that powerful charms, special abilities, or, The game's navigation system requires the player to work for their map, forcing them to make a stronger mental image of the world in their head.
I didn't do that
Christopher
shit.
Larkin's
I just relied
score
on the
and Ari
compass.
Gibson's artwork lend to this as well, creating an atmosphere that the player won't want to leave. But there's one aspect of Hollow Knight that keeps people like me coming back: the world building. When Super Metroid launched in 1994, it stood out for its amazing sense of immersion. Now in
Yeah,
1994,
Hollow
I
Knight
was
was
busy
technically
not
my
being
first
alive,
Metroidvania.
but I've watched enough
I'm not
YouTube
a-
video essays
I'm
to
not
know
a
that
huge fan of Metroidvanias because, well, you saw it while I was playing Hollow Knight. I would just constantly get lost and be like, where the fuck do I go?
this game was a big deal. In case you didn't know, Super Metroid
They
is
stress me
basically
out.
the
They're so
granddaddy of all
overwhelming.
Metroidvanias. That's why they're called Metroidvanias. Now in Super Metroid, there are moments that give the
And the Vania parts from Castlevania. Wow.
player a sense of depth. Basically, the feeling that this world exists outside of Samus's interactions with it. In the room right before that diabetic crocodile thing, Samus can find the corpse of a random soldier. His inclusion here doesn't change the gameplay at all, but instead gives the player a sense of wonder about the world they are exploring. Who was this guy? Why was he here in
That's
the first
me.
place?
That's me.
Did he like jazz?
Yeah.
Now, finding dead bodies and other random garbage is pretty cool, right? Well, Hollow Knight basically does the same thing, about a dozen times. Through its world building, Hollow Knight turns Hallownest into a living kingdom. You can sense the ancient history of the land when you look at dilapidated structures or giant barred doors. Nothing feels like it was put into the game randomly. There's a reason for it all. Except those reasons aren't the easiest to
Well, I've
uncover.
never saw
Hollow Knight's
that. What the
narrative
fuck was
buried in the
that?
layers of NPC dialogue,
Some grub
item
ritual?
descriptions, lore tablets,
What the
and even
hell?
additional content like the Quarrel
This game's
comic
huge,
and fan
and I've
gamers'
missed so
Wanderer's Journal.
much.
These past 3 years have seen an insane amount of research by the Hollow Knight community to make sense of Team Cherry's sprawling world. We've even made it to the point where people are looking at the in-game signs to try and decipher Hallownest's logographic language. In this video, I hope to give you a long and detailed look into the world of Hollow Knight, exploring Hallownest's history and uncertain future. When I'm not busy making surprisingly accurate Super Smash Bros. Roster speculation videos, or insightful podcasts about beloved subjects like the Donkey Kong Country television series, or whatever this was supposed to be, I'm usually making videos about Hollow Knight. And while I am a seasoned Hollow Knight lore expert, I cannot confirm that every musing or theory presented in this video is completely correct. I highly recommend checking out the lore section of the Hollow Knight wiki
I'm
if
not
you want
reading.
a more neutral explanation of
No.
Hollow Knight's lore. But if you're too lazy to read,
That's
then
what
I
I
suggest you
am.
sit back, order some Domino's pizza, or just grab a block of cheese from the
We don't
fridge
have a
and
Domino's.
enjoy the mostly complete
We only have
lore
local
of
pizza
Hollow Knight.
joints. All the chain pizza
It's a
places
simple
got run
fact
out
of
of
life that
town
every
because
human
nobody
worships
went
a
there
god,
because we have
be
so many
that
local pizza
technology,
places.
ideologies, or in rare cases, God. As it turns out, the bugs in Halnest pretty much operate in the same way. From the Mosskin born from the dream of a giant slug, to the emo kids of the ancient civilization who literally worship the darkness.
Emo kids? What the hell? Slugs?
Slug pretty much operate in the same way. From the Mosskin born from the dream of a giant slug, to the
Right.
emo kids of the ancient civilization who literally worship the darkness.
Right.
There is no shortage of things to worship in the world of Hollow Knight. Our story begins with a creature very much worthy of worship. A creature born from the carcass of a worm. The carcass can still be found in the Kingdom's Edge, and it's our only
Right.
good look at what worms actually looked like. At the time Hollow Knight occurs, it is suggested there are no worms left in the world. They were incredibly long creatures that featured little to no limbs. Another more mysterious property of worms was that they had some kind of prescience or foresight. Basically, they could see the future to some capacity. It isn't clear how effective this ability was. Considering how the entire race went extinct, this foresight ability must have been pretty shit. Getting back to this particular worm carcass, it is explained that this worm traveled across the distant mountains and wastelands beyond Hallownest. Once it arrived in Hallownest, the worm died.
Sick.
Except not really. Inside the maw of the carcass sits a pale broken egg, out of which hatched a new form of worm, a being of meager shell. This form of the worm is usually referred to as the Pale King.
The
and he's
king
the
is a
character
worm?
basically responsible
That's
for everything
crazy.
that happens in Hollow Knight. The Pale King is a higher being, a type of creature that exists above all others. His body was said to shine with a radiant visage that harmed those who looked upon him. The ultimate goal of the Pale King seemed to be in line with that of other worms. A line from the cryptic Mr. Mushroom reads, "Worms pull bugs into their thrall, till ages pass and kingdoms fall." In other words, it's just in their nature. Dogs wag their tails, cats bury their shit, and worms bring massive amounts of bugs into their service in order to form long-standing kingdoms and civilizations.
Cool.
And here in a far corner of the world, the Pale King emerged from the corpse of his former self and began to build his eternal kingdom, Hallownest. There's just one slight problem. There's like people already living there. The area that would eventually become Hallownest was already filled with mantises, bees, moths, spiders,
There's
mushrooms,
already
and bush
people living
cosplayers.
there. Oh
Each of these
no.
groups were
He's a Zionist.
already operating
No.
with their own cultures and societies, and each group had a different interaction with the Pale King. One of the more receptive groups to the arrival of the Pale King were the mushrooms of the fungal wastes. These creatures were able to communicate with one another through one shared mind. The mushrooms
Wow.
viewed this shared mind as a strength, and they were kind of smug dickheads about it. Ultimately, the mushrooms wearily accepted the Pale King's rule, viewing his foresight as a shield to the dangers of the future. Another group living in the fungal wastes is the Mantis tribe. The Mantises have a rich cultural history reaching back to long before the birth of Hallownest. The Mantises are a proud tribe, believing in the importance of proving one's physical strength. The Mantises are fiercely territorial, but will show respect to those who display great power. These Fight Club enthusiasts were led by 4 powerful Mantis Lords, who I guess just kind of sat around waiting for outsiders to challenge them. The Mantis tribe had no interest in the Pale King's kingdom, but the two communities did come to a truce. In exchange for their independence from Hallownest, the Mantis tribe kept the beasts of Deepnest from invading Hallownest. Not sure why they didn't just go out the other exits from Deepnest, but whatever. I'm not an expert on Border Patrol. I don't work at ICE anymore. Let's move on
Anymore?
to Deepnest. Now, many of the different tribes of Hallownest were kind enough to leave lore tablets behind,
Excuse me.
detailing pretty much everything we need to know about them. Unfortunately, the bugs of Deepnest didn't do that. We know that the spiders of Deepnest had a monarchy because why not? Those are always good, right? Also, within Deepnest are a separate group of spiders that immigrated to Deepnest at some point in the past. This group was known as the Weavers, and they established their own culture and history within Deepnest. They used looms of silk to weave stories, spells, and shields. One thing we know for sure about Deepnest is that they really didn't want anything to do with Hallownest. The struggles of Deepnest-Hallownest relations would become painfully clear as time goes on, but for right now, it seems like the two remained fairly isolated from one another. Another section of pre-Hallownest includes Greenpath. Now, as far as we can tell, the mushrooms, mantises, and spiders of Deepnest didn't worship any higher beings. There is this giant mushroom corpse in the fungal core, but I don't think this is a higher being. I mean, who the hell would want to worship a fat-ass mushroom? Fat-ass slugs? Now that's dope. The land we know as
There's a
Greenpath
giant
was created
slug?
by the higher being known as
What?
Un. Un used her great mind to dream the vegetation of Greenpath
I'm
into
seeing
the
so much
once
shit
barren
I just never
caverns.
saw in
Un's
this
followers,
video.
the Mosskin, were also born out of Un's dream,
Crazy.
making her their creator. Greenpath at its height was actually much larger than we see in game. At one point, Greenpath stretched into both modern-day Queen's Garden and possibly Fog Canyon. Greenpath's citizens showed themselves to be a fairly developed society. They built a temple at the Lake of Un in order to worship her, and they even had their own line of defense, with Moss Knights showing proficiency in combat, using nails and shells as weapons. The Law of Un continued to remain in effect even after the Pale King arrived, but it seems like they allowed the king to establish a road through their lands, leading travelers to the heart of Hallownest. Hence the name Greenpath. Yeah, Team Cherry really racked their brains when naming this area, didn't they? Next, we have the bees. And while there is no lore on how these bees can turn into fucking drills, or how they can ignore all known laws of aviation, we do know how they reacted to the Pale King. These bugs decided to seal their hive off from the rest of the world, with only patrol bees being able to enter and exit the hive. So yeah, the bees are pretty much pointless in this story. And finally we have the Moth Tribe. In-game,
Wow,
the only moth
good for
settlement
them.
is in the resting grounds. But the tribe might have also inhabited the Crystal Peak at one point. Now, as we all know, moths in real life are just complete assholes.
What?
As for the moths in Hollow Knight, well, it's a bit complicated. The moth race is described as being a rather pacifist group, with few ever choosing to take up a weapon. During the Pale King's reign, the moth race delved amongst dreams and the dead, displaying the importance of remembering those who have passed, as well as learning how to shape dreams themselves. Similar to the Mosskin, the Moth Tribe was born from a higher being, known as the Radiance.
Oh,
The Radiance is described as being a light in which the Moth Tribe basked, so she was basically a giant lamp to them. Another important aspect about the Radiance is her ties to dreams and a substance known as Essence. Essence are the remains of wishes and dreams, and are represented in-game by these Dreamcatcher particle effects. Essence can take the form of whispering roots, as well as dream ghosts, both of which are memories taking root in the world. The Radiance appears to be a creature made of essence, but she isn't the only higher being to give off essence. Un has green particles, the Pale King has gray particles, and this sexy character named Grim gives off
Sexy.
fiery red particles. However, the Radiance appears to be the main god when it comes to dreams, even
Crazy.
if other gods also dabble in the dream realm. Getting back
insane.
to the Moth Tribe, it is their interaction with the Pale King that we need to discuss.
I thought I was a gooner.
Basically, the moths turned their backs on the Radiance completely in order to worship the new light that had appeared, the Pale King's light. So yeah, moths are assholes in this game too. With her tribe forsaking
What?
her, the Radiance became a forgotten memory, a remnant of the past, and a thing that's definitely not going to come up again later in this video.
No, not at all.
And so the Pale King's new kingdom was established, Hallownest. But there is one aspect of Hallownest that we need to discuss. Unfortunately, to better understand this, we're going to have to read some poetry. In Wilds Beyond they speak your name with reverence and regret. For none could tame our savage souls, yet you the challenge met. Under palest watch you taught, we changed. Base instincts were redeemed. A world you gave to bug and beast as they had never dreamed. This is from a poem titled Elegy for Hallownest, written by Motomon the Teacher. The poem appears at the beginning of every playthrough, and hints at what the Pale King and his kingdom offered. Much of the land outside of Hallownest appears to be a wasteland, where bugs survive off of instinct, without the burden of mind. Hallownest somehow taught these bugs and tamed their savagery. Basically, the Pale King changed the instincts of his subjects, and granted them higher thought. To get a better picture of this, let's look at two different characters, Boone and Tuck. These adorable panda bug things
I've
give us
never
a
met either of these fuckers. What the hell?
clear display of Hallownest's effect. While both appear to be the same species of bug,
Okay, one is in
Boone
a
is dumb
comic.
as a sack of rocks, struggling to string together words, while Tuck speaks fairly clearly. The main difference between these two characters is that while Boone lives outside of Hallownest, Tuck lives beneath the city's capital. Basically, it appears as though Hallownest is a literal holy ground that raises the intelligence of those who dwell within. The Pale King established a path, starting from the kingdom's entrance in King's Pass, winding through Greenpath and the Fungal Wastes, and finally ending at the massive capital at Hallownest's heart. We now know the capital city as the City of Tears, but that was likely not its original name. The rain that falls down onto the city from the blue lake above didn't begin until after the kingdom collapsed. So unless the capital was originally named by some edgy literature student, the name City of Tears wouldn't have made much sense. The king's motivation for all this appears to have been his desire to be worshipped. The citizens of Hallownest believe that the Pale King created the world, and everything in it. Shrines to the king can be found scattered throughout the kingdom, and king's idols were created and distributed to followers of the king. Despite the worship, the Pale King often kept himself hidden from his subjects, possibly to hide his blemishes. I mean, if you look at the size of the real Pale King to his statue in the ancient basin, the man is clearly overcompensating. The Pale King's White Palace was also built underneath the city, separating him from his subjects even more so. At the same time, certain powers became shunned in Hallownest, though we don't know for sure if the Pale King had anything to do with this. Lifeblood is a blue liquidy substance that leaves those who drink it feeling refreshed. However, the use of lifeblood was seen as a taboo, and those who used it were demonized as heretics. The use of soul for combat was also shunned. Soul is a sort of life force in Hollow Knight that animates the bodies of living creatures. But some characters are able to control the soul of others to conjure powerful spirits. But aside from a few exceptions, no citizens of Hallownest ever used this power. However, the Pale King didn't rule alone. There was another higher being in the mix, a being known as the White Lady. The White Lady is a weird brute-like being that can be found in the modern-day Queen's Gardens. She is encased in a strange cocoon, and we know very little about her. With as much exposition we get for the Pale King, there is next to nothing on the White Lady. But one thing we do know is that she likes to breed. Like
A lot.
The White Lady would often retreat to the Queen's
She likes to
Gardens,
breed.
an area of land once controlled by the Mosskin.
Let a
How
girly...
exactly she walked around and actually went places
Let a girly
is
breed.
a lore question too deep for even my expertise. The White Lady is also known as a pale being, along with the Pale King. What exactly are pale beings? Well, we don't know for sure, but they seem to stand out even amongst higher beings, as being even more powerful. I know that's a little confusing, so let's try using an example. I'd say that regular higher beings are like a TP-Link Archer C7 AC1750
I thought we were
wireless
keeping it
dual-band
simple.
gigabit router, while pale beings are like the Asus RT-AX88U AX6000 dual-band 8X gigabit Wi-Fi router. Under the Pale King, Hallownest underwent a
Right.
bit of an industrial revolution. He ordered the construction of the stagways, which were used to transport passengers and goods. The Forgotten Crossroads and the storerooms above the City of Tears were used to store goods that traveled along these stagways. The king also ordered the construction of the tramways, because literally no one is safe from the threat of automation. A tram was built between the Forgotten Crossroads and the resting grounds. A second tram was built from the kingdom's edge across the ancient basin over to Deepnest. And then a third tram was started in Deepnest and attempted to go further into Deepnest. Not sure how useful that would have been to the bugs of Hallownest, but whatever. The Pale King's a smart guy. I'm not gonna question him. But anyway, the Pale King's super smart plan to build a tram in Deepnest ended up getting a few of his tram workers killed. The bugs of Deepnest rejected the Pale King's attempt to build a tram in their territory, further cementing the poor relations shared between the two groups. Aside from convenient fast travel, regular pathways were also used to cart goods around the kingdom. From this was born probably one of the most important groups in Hallownest, and perhaps even all of fiction. An elusive guild of bugs, simply known as the Menderbugs, took to maintaining the various signs scattered throughout Hallownest. From the journal entry of one Menderbug, we can catch a glimpse into their ancient and unknowable minds.
Dear, dear diary, isn't life just the most beautiful thing? Fixing signs, mending posts, let them break, I say. I'm a better mender for all that repairing. I sometimes doubt there's a single bug in all of Hallownest happier than me.
Another example of the Pale King's expanding
Good for
infrastructure
him.
is the Crystal Peak. This area is filled with crystals that grow rapidly along walls, ceilings, and even the shells of certain bugs. These crystals were considered valuable to the bugs of Hallownest, resulting in large-scale mining efforts. We don't actually see the crystals used anywhere else in Hallownest, but they are said to contain a sort of energy. The crystals are also said to sing, if you listen very carefully.
Oh my god. It's
In terms
beautiful.
of military, Hallownest's first line of defense appeared to be a group simply known as the Five Great Knights. The members of this esteemed coalition were Ogrim, Hagamol, Zamir, Drya, and Isma. For being so important, most of the information about these knights has been lost to time. Ogrim is the knight we know the most about, since he is one of the few knights still alive during the events of the game. Ogrim expressed a great amount of loyalty towards the king, and he maybe had something going on with Isma, but we really don't know. Hagamol was known for his sense of humor and his soft-spoken voice, but at the same time, he was also dummy thick.
Oh,
Mysterious Samir arrived in Hallownest from a serene land, bringing with her a collection of
I've
delicate
not
flowers.
seen this.
At some point, she also got into a relationship with a mantis, but not just any mantis,
Ooh, freaky.
a daughter of one of the mantis lords. So yeah, it seems like these great knights were slaying in more ways than one. All we really know about Drya is that she was fierce, caring, and wise. As for Isma, she was described as being kind. She also appears to be some sort of weird plant life form, but there's no information on where she's from or what her powers were. The Five Great Knights play an important role in the Champion's Call, the Knotted Grove, and the Battle of the Blackworm. We have no idea what these events were or how they affected Hallownest, but they sound cool nonetheless. During Hallownest's reign, there was another strange area that seemed to exist separate from the Pale King's rule. Carved out of the corpse of an ancient bug, an area called the Colosseum of Fools was constructed, and it was a destination for warriors from outside Hallownest. The sole purpose for fighting in the Colosseum appeared to be simply for glory, with a mysterious figure known as the Lord Fool overseeing the combat. We
Except
don't know
he's
when
dead?
the Colosseum was constructed or if the Pale King was involved, but one of his servants, the Pale Lurker, became a champion in the Colosseum, perhaps indicating the Pale King's approval. And finally, there was the Royal Waterways, where the fecal excrement of the kingdom was washed out into the fungal wastes.
Hooray.
This area saw the rise of a species of parasite-like creatures called the Flukes.
Oh, good.
The Flukes spawned from the Flukemarm, a giant monster with cavities in which
The
tinier
worst
flukes
boss
live.
ever.
There really isn't too much lore involved with the Flukes, but I do need to point out that the Flukemarm is canonically a MILF. Like,
What?
that's not even debatable. The
What?
sky is blue, 2 + 2 = 4, and we all want to fuck this thing.
No, we don't!
And so this was the kingdom of Hallownest.
Who's
at its
we?
height. Hallownest was a vast kingdom
Who the
connected by a
fuck is
network
we?
of stagways and tram stations. The bugs of Hallownest mourned their dead in the resting
What?
grounds, engaged in commerce using Geo, the de facto currency of the region.
No,
and
that's not a
thriving
woman.
capital located in the middle of the kingdom.
That's
The
a
Pale King had
sack.
succeeded in crafting a full-blown society, but we all know there are pitfalls to living in a society. As a suspiciously knowledgeable hunter
What is
points out in his
that?
journal, the Pale King had created a population of weak
Why is there
and
so much
pathetic
stuff
creatures.
I've never seen?
The bugs of Hallownest did not hunt for their own food, and had become complacent with their comfort. This is even more obvious with the east wing of the capital. These greedy members of Hallownest's high society became complete cowards, obsessed with riches and plumb from excess wealth. The bugs living in Hallownest's prime looked quite different than the instinctive simpletons they once were. Their savagery had been replaced with intelligence, and through that intellect, they gave the Pale King the devotion and service he desired. And while there were a few snags along the way, they were shining times for the king and his subjects. Resting at the threshold of Hallownest is a strange lore tablet, proclaiming Hallownest to be the last and only civilization. It calls Hallownest an eternal kingdom. This appears to have been the Pale King's goal, for Hallownest to stand against a wasted world as a final beacon for civilization. And that was the Pale King's ultimate folly, to think that he could succeed where so many others had failed before. Long before the Pale Kings or the Barry Bensons of the world, the land of Hallownest was controlled by an ancient caste. Hints of Hallownest history are littered throughout the land, with the most notable examples being the soul totems and arcane eggs. One sect of these ancient bugs didn't worship a god like the Pale King or any lord, but instead a dark and mysterious substance known as the Void. This ancient caste once also tried to lay claim to the entire land of Hallownest, but they too failed. In his quest to conquer all of Hallownest, the Pale King had made an enemy long forgotten, an enemy that was about to be remembered. I mentioned earlier that the Moth tribe entirely forgot about the Radiance in order to worship the Pale King, but that isn't quite true. Memories of her still lingered, and hushed whispers of faith kept the Radiance alive. At the summit of the Crystal Peak, a location known as Hallownest Crown, a strange collection of glyphs can be found. Joining these glyphs is a statue of the Radiance, presiding over the kingdom below. This old summit is the sole standing shrine left to the Radiance. This was built in order to keep the memory of the Radiance alive. The Radiance's light began to appear in the dreams of Hallownest citizens. This light manifested itself in an infection that ravaged through the kingdom's tunnels. Those infected would fall into a deep sleep and awaken with broken minds. Some of the lesser bugs tried to resist the Radiance's light, which only resulted in them being consumed by it even more so. Many infected bugs lost their wills and began attacking bugs that weren't infected. The infection also twisted the bodies of its hosts, causing them to bloat and occasionally develop orange cysts on their bodies.
Gross.
For many victims, they were reverted back to their basic instincts, carrying out the duties they once fulfilled in life, but now as mindless slaves. Those caught up in the infection were linked into the Radiance's hive mind, allowing her to control their bodies if needed. As the infection spread across Hallownest, many groups looked to solutions to fight off the Radiance's light. The gates to the City of Tears were closed in an attempt to keep the infection from reaching the city. The stagways were also shut down at some point, and many of the stags eventually died out, but some took more proactive efforts against the infection. The scholars of the Soul Sanctum decided to harness the power of Soul in an attempt to fight the infection. This resulted in the deaths of hundreds of bugs, whose souls were sucked out and injected into the bodies of the scholars. Their goal was to achieve some kind of pure focus, which would somehow protect them from plagues of the mind. The scholars' leader, the Soul Master, was driven mad by the sheer power of Soul, and his entire sect failed to avoid infection. But hey, at least they took as many innocent people down with them as they could.
Yippee!
The Mantis tribe, showing a stronger will than the common bug, were able to stave off the infection. However, one of the 4 Mantis Lords turned against his sisters. He and his followers took in the infection willingly, as it gave them more strength and courage. At some point during all this, the Traitor Lord and his followers were exiled from the Mantis village, eventually taking up residence in the Queen's Gardens. The Traitor Lord's daughter ended up dying at some point. This is the same Mantis that was in a relationship with Zamir, one of the 5 great knights.
I didn't interact with either of these characters
because of Zamir's outsideness. As a gamer, this type of prejudice is all too familiar.
What?
Honestly, it makes me sick. With the 5 great knights completely useless to fight against the infection, the Pale King devised his own scheme. A scheme involving a strange substance known as Void. As I mentioned earlier, the Pale King's White Palace was built in an area called the Ancient Basin, but his castle wasn't the only noteworthy thing down there. At the bottom of the Ancient Basin was the entrance to a pit, known as the Abyss. Within the Abyss was a lake composed of void. The Pale King realized that this void could be given form, as evidenced by an imprint of such, deep within the Abyss, possibly left there by the ancient civilization that predated Hallownest. The Pale King devised a workshop in his palace, where he placed void in armor shells imbued with soul, creating servants known as King's Molds and Wing Molds. These void creatures were somehow imprinted with the desire of the Pale King, so that they would serve him. It isn't clear when the Pale King started making these creatures. There is evidence to imply that even common bugs were aware of King's Molds, but the point is, the Pale King turned to the void in order to create another creature, one that he believed could contain the Radiance and her infection. He tried to create a pure vessel. The Radiance's infection needs its host to have a will and a mind in order to enslave it. A pure vessel would be a creature made of void designed to lack those features. The Pale King believed that by harnessing the void inside a pure vessel, he would be able to stop the infection and keep Hallownest lasting eternal. But his method for creating this so-called pure vessel was incredibly cruel. This is where the White Lady and her King Kong-sized libido come into play. These two higher beings engaged in a union of some kind, resulting in the creation of several eggs that were dropped down into the abyss.
Several eggs. Several 100 million eggs. This entire area is created out of the bodies of your siblings. Like, you had millions of babies, man. Like, that's crazy. Millions of babies.
There, the void seeped into these eggs, corrupting the offspring of the Pale King and the White Lady. This act resulted in the creation of the vessels. The vessels are not technically considered to be alive.
Oh,
they are shells
that
created
sucks
from
for
the Pale
me.
King and White Lady that have been filled with the void.
I thought it was
Within
pretty
each
alive.
vessel is a shade, a completely void being hidden behind the face of the vessel. Vessels are also non-gendered, I guess because they're dead or something. I'm not sure if that's how that works, but whatever. I'm not an expert on these kinds of things. I don't work at ICE anymore. Thousands of vessels were created during this process, but only one was chosen as the pure vessel. This particular vessel, chosen by the Pale King, was deemed the Hollow Knight, and was taken away to the White Palace. But I
Okay,
want to
so
take
that
a
one
bit
was
of a
the
closer
Hollow
look
Knight.
at this part of the story. There are a number of questions and theories surrounding this moment
Yeah, this one isn't us. This is the Hollow Knight.
that I really
I
want
thought
to
this was like a flashback, us seeing our past self, but yeah, no, the horns are very different.
dig into. The big question surrounding this moment is why was the Hollow Knight chosen over any other vessel? One common theory is that the Pale King took these vessels back to the White Palace and evaluated them using his giant collection of buzzsaws. This theory is probably the least likely explanation. It kinda exists just to explain the buzzsaws, which is quite the mystery, I'll admit, but doesn't really mesh with the vessels very well. How does being good at Super Meat Boy prove that you are a worthy vessel? And while thinking about logistics in a game about magic bugs is never a good idea, how exactly did the Pale King transfer these thousands of vessels to his palace without characters like the Dung Defender finding out? So this means that the Pale King probably made his decision without taking any of the vessels out of the abyss. So how did the Pale King make his evaluation? I think the best explanation comes from a theory I originally heard from a user named Golden Flower Fan.
I interpreted it that, like, the rest of the siblings were sacrificed to create the pure vessel, that none of the other vessels were, like, 100% pure, and so they were all sacrificed to create the Hollow Knight or whatever. I might have interpreted it wrong, though.
Basically, the vessels were hatched down at the bottom of the abyss, and the first one to make it to the top was chosen by the Pale King. In a memory of this event, we see vessels falling from above back down into the pit of the abyss. Perhaps these vessels weren't being cast down into the abyss, but fell while trying to escape out of it. The lore tablet outside the abyss appears to support this theory. Yet
The refuse and regret of its creation. So yeah, it's just the Hollow Knight was the strongest of the vessels. It was the only one that was able to make it out of the abyss, I guess. But what about us? I guess we also made it out at some point. I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know.
reads, "Our pure vessel has ascended. Beyond lies only the refuse and regret of its creation. We shall enter that place no longer." This tablet was likely written right after the Hollow Knight was chosen, considering that is when the entrance to the abyss was sealed off. The tablet proclaims that the pure vessel has ascended, or in other words, climbed out of the abyss. And while cut content should never be considered canon, I would just like to point out that an earlier version of this tablet, found in the game's code, was even more explicit about this. It read, "From below, our pure vessel has ascended." But how does making it to the top of the abyss first prove that the Hollow Knight is somehow a perfectly hollow vessel? Well, I think this whole concept might just be a misconception. What if the Hollow Knight wasn't any different from the other vessels? All the vessels were made in the exact same way after all. The idea that the Hollow Knight was somehow more hollow than the other vessels comes from the fact that there were so many vessels created in the first place. If they only needed one, then why create so goddamn many? I mean, this is like Octomom on steroids. Well, these are bugs we're talking about, so it would make sense that multiple offspring would come from one egg. And it might have been a precaution to produce multiple vessels in hopes that at least one would be able to successfully escape the abyss. Now, another explanation could be that the Pale King just yeeted other vessels that made it to the top first, after determining that they weren't hollow, which would better explain why so many were created. Ultimately, the exact details aren't super important, but I do find it interesting how many different interpretations can be pulled from this part of the lore. After the Hollow Knight was chosen, the Pale King sealed the doorway to the...
Maybe it's just me having, like, Elden Ring brain, where, like, how Queen Marika ascended to godhood in Elden Ring was through, like, just mass death. Shadow of the Erd Tree, Marika cutscene.
The kind.
This is her ascending to godhood, surrounded by thousands of corpses. It is the death of, like, hundreds of people that allowed her to ascend. It was mass death that allowed her to ascend to godhood. I just assumed it was something similar. And he is saying it's up to interpretation, but the way I interpreted the plaque, where it's like behind the store is like the sins of like how we created this pure vessel. The way I interpreted that is like in a similar way, where like the first sin in Elden Ring was like the mass death that Marika caused. Like the sin in this game that they're trying to hide behind this door was the mass sacrifice of like hundreds of thousands of children of the king in order to make one pure vessel. That's how I interpreted it, but he is literally just saying it's up to interpretation, that there's no definitive answer. So I guess it could be a little bit of both, or maybe it's just definitively what he said and I'm just completely wrong. I don't know.
abyss, leaving the discarded vessels to rot away in darkness. These actions were not taken lightly by the Pale King or the White Lady. Both participants expressed shame in what they did, but saw no other option to save the
Sacrificed
kingdom.
hundreds of thousands of their own children.
The only core saps sealed away in the abyss.
So yeah,
There's also a
the
lighthouse
king
that was built
is
on top.
our father then. Okay. And I guess Hornet's father would have been the Weaver, maybe. I don't know. I can look it up. Hornet's parents. Hollow Knight. The Pale King is Hornet's father. Oh. Where's her mother? The deal for Hera to become a dreamer was that the Pale King would gift her a child. Is Hera the Weaver? Yeah, okay. So this is her mother. So you don't share the same mother, you share the same father as Hornet. Okay. For some reason I thought they shared the same mother because the White Lady mentions the gendered child. I guess she would have said that it was her child, though. I don't know. And so when Hornet mentions she doesn't share the dark half that we do, it's because she's not born from the White Lady in the eggs that she laid down in the void. That line from Hornet led me to believing that the king wasn't our father, that our father was just the void itself. But no, the reason that she mentions the void half is because the eggs that the White Lady laid were just placed into the void. So the void isn't like a being. It's not like our father or our mother. It's just where the eggs were placed. I guess. I don't know. I don't know. Yap, 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 yap. Pow, 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 pow. Okay, so this is Hornet's mother. Who the king got busy with.
of a naturally formed spire
Hold on.
to save the
forgot.
kingdom. But the vessels weren't the only poor saps sealed away in the abyss. There's also a lighthouse that was built on top of a naturally formed spire, its
Right.
light shining down on an ocean of abyss below. Inside was one of the Pale King's royal retainers, who was left in charge of keeping the lighthouse turned on. So this brave soul was willingly sealed in a dark and dangerous tomb for the rest of his life, just so he could not pull a lever. Well, at
Right.
least he was living with purpose. With the abyss sealed and the Hollow Knight chosen, the Pale King's plan
What
was
a good
beginning
line.
to come together. The Hollow Knight was raised and trained to prime form, causing it to grow several times its original size.
Yeah, and like I feel like that's maybe why, because like obviously you become stronger than the Hollow Knight throughout the events of the game, but it's not like you grow in size. I feel like its growth in size is because it's a pure vessel, not just a vessel, and like because maybe like that's what that one plaque is maybe referring to, where it's like behind this is the sin of the pure vessel's creation, where because so many of its siblings were sacrificed in order to create it, that's why the Hollow Knight grows bigger than the rest of them. I don't fucking know.
We don't know exactly why this happened, but I guess the
I feel like I know why. I can theorize why. Like, you know, he grew bigger than all the other vessels because he was the only pure vessel, and so many other vessels, so many of his siblings were sacrificed for him. That's why he grew bigger. That's my little gamer theory. I don't know.
Hollow Knight is just a grower and not a shower.
Oh,
We know
okay.
that the Hollow Knight was trained to use a nail, but why was this even necessary? One possible explanation is that the Hollow Knight needed to protect itself in case an intruder tried to kill it. You know, like the player.
us.
Or perhaps this was important in the process of containing the Radiance. Unfortunately, the details of that are never fully explained. The
You know,
Hollow
like
Knight might
you.
have somehow focused the Radiance inside itself, but Team Cherry gives us no explanation of how that might have worked. But that still wasn't enough for the Pale King. Additional seals were needed in order to protect the Hollow Knight's physical body while the Radiance was trapped
Dreamers.
inside of it.
And he fucked that dreamer.
To achieve this, the Pale King sought the help of three particular bugs, who would later be known as the Dreamers: Lurien the Watcher, Motomon the Teacher.
All this is
and Hera
really
the
making me
Beast.
think is like, what the fuck is Silksong gonna be about? Because like I've always tangentially known about Silksong, but like now that I've actually finally played Hollow Knight, I'm like, what the fuck? How are they even making a second game?
Lurien is definitely
What
the
the
most
fuck is it
mysterious
even
of the
gonna be
three
about?
Dreamers. He lived in the Watcher's Spire in the City of Tears. From there, Lurien watched over the city with his telescope. Lurien was a pretty big fan of the king, so it probably took little convincing for him to lie down for him. Lurien might also be tied to another strange incident that occurred in the City of Tears. Hidden on some of Lurien's lore tablets are images of jars, the same jars that can be found stockpiled in the Tower of Love. This building sits on the outskirts of the city, and is the setting of one of the most bizarre bosses in the game, the Collector.
Who's
The Collector is
kidnapping
a
all the
void
grubs?
construct that appears to have been made from the same mold used to create the King's molds. But the Collector is unique because, well,
He's not wearing armor.
The Collector stayed in the Tower of Love with a noble bug who likely owned the establishment. In the tower, a number of bugs can be found captured in jars, implying that these two were tasked with
Put him
collecting
in
these
the cum jar.
creatures. However, the Collector somehow became obsessed with grubs, creating a map to keep track of grubs it captured in jars, as well as keeping a strange shrine displaying a
didn't see
grub in the
that.
style of the Vitruvian Man. Eventually, the bug staying with the Collector decided to lock it inside the Tower of Love, and fled to the Queen's Gardens, where it died, likely due to overexposure to
died.
the void. Despite being locked up in the tower, the Collector is still spotted by the Hunter at
is
some
that?
point, which either means this only happened recently, or the hunter has been farting around in Hallownest for a long ass time. We have no idea what these creatures were trying to do. It's implied that the collector was trying to preserve the creatures of Hallownest, perhaps trying to protect them from the spread of the infection, but we don't know where the collector's obsession with grubs originated, and while Lurian does seem connected to all of this, we don't know how involved he was with this operation, or what its end goal exactly was. Motomon the teacher lived in the Teacher's Archives, a library built atop a lake of acid in the Fog Canyon.
Oh yeah.
The lower half of her body consists of tentacles, making
What
her
a
a popular
baddie.
subject for the thriving Hollow Knight R34 community.
Oh, I'd
The
imagine.
archives and the Fog Canyon as a whole are
Oh,
also
I'd
filled with these
imagine.
strange Metroid knockoffs. These creatures are likely related to Monomon in
Crazy.
some way.
What do you mean
They
Metroid
could be her
knockoffs? They're
live offspring,
jellyfish.
her test tube babies, or
M-
possibly even
Metroids
her
in
shit.
Metroid are not a
Mono-
unique concept. They're space jellyfish. like
Pokemon uses
hello?
futuristic cathode ray tube things to
Metroid
store
knockoffs.
information
They're
about
fucking
Hallownest.
jellyfish.
Several terminals in the Teacher's Archive go into detail about the Pale King's plan to defeat
they?
the Radiants, indicating that Motomon had intimate knowledge of what she was taking part in.
What a
Finally, the
baddie.
Pale King sought the help of Hera the Beast, the Queen of Deep Nest. Now, as I mentioned earlier, relations between Hallownest and Deep Nest were kinda not great. Unlike the other two dreamers, Hera needed to be convinced in order to help the Pale King. Hera
Oh,
would
and Hera also has like a red, like cloth, like Hornet does, where like the rest of the people in the game usually have like a blue cloth. Like even like you, the main character, have like a blue cloth on you. Hornet's like
eventually
one
agreed
of the
to
only
become a
ones
dreamer
that have like a red
in
one,
exchange for a child.
like
The
her
Pale
mother.
King agreed, and the two
Wow.
engaged in a dalliance, which is a fancy way of saying they totally boned.
Whoa!
The White Lady was okay with this arrangement. In fact, she might have been watching from the closet.
What?
The motive behind Hera's request is
Good
never
for her.
elaborated on.
She
But
loves
it-
breeding so much, she just wants everybody to breed. Good for her.
appears as though the King of Deep Nest was dead at this point. Hera was a common bug, so perhaps she desired the
Oh, it
Pale
doesn't look red
King's
here anymore. I guess it was just the lighting of that scene. Man.
pale seed,
Man.
so that her child could be of high birth.
I guess I'm
The
just
bargain between
colorblind,
Hera and
and
the
it
Pale
had weird
King
lighting.
resulted in the birth of Hornet. She became known as the gendered child because,
gendered
unlike the Pale
child.
King's other children,
The gendered child. My child has a gender. Ew.
Hornet was not hollowed out by the abyss.
Carl?
Hera and Hornet spent little time together, as Hera had to make good on her end of the bargain. And so the three dreamers were put to rest. Through their actions, a seal was placed over the black egg, prohibiting entrance into the chamber. These dreamers also had their own protection. At the base of Lurian's spire, the
One of
Watcher
the
Knights
worst
guarded
bosses
access
ever.
to
You
their
have to fight like
master's
6
body.
of these fuckers.
Motomon's body was protected by a giant jellyfish named Umu.
That boss is brain
On top
dead
of this,
easy.
Motomon entrusted her servant Quirrell with a mask which would be required to break an additional seal she had placed over herself. So she basically is double wrapping herself. As for Hera, we're not really sure what protected her, since it is never actually seen in-game. We don't know where this creature is hiding, but whoever it is, they really suck at their job. Now there appears to be one more element to the Pale King's plan.
Maybe it
involving
was
the
supposed to be
Weavers.
Hornet that was...
Hidden away in the Weaver's
Maybe
den,
it was supposed to be Hornet that was protecting her literal daughter. But because Hornet is going along with the same plan we are, obviously Hornet's not going to stop us from going after her mother. That'd be my guess. It would be Hornet who is supposed to protect her mother, but because Hornet's going along with our plan, it's not like she's going to stop us.
is an incomplete seal of binding, woven from silk. This design prominently features the Hollow Knight's head, and can be found in the White Palace, as well as blocking the exit during the Hollow Knight fight. Silk spools created by the Weavers can be found in the Stag Station in Deep Nest, as well as the Stag Station next to the White Palace. These spools can also be found in the Pale King's workshop. We know that the Weavers were closely tied to Hera and Hornet, so their actions might have been a part of the deal between the Pale King and Hera. Once the Hollow Knight was ready, the Radiance was somehow channeled into the vessel, which was then placed inside of a giant black egg located in the Forgotten Crossroads. This egg was built to sustain the Hollow Knight, and itself appears to be fashioned from void. The Hollow Knight was chained up, and the entrance to the black egg was locked behind a powerful seal created by the three dreamers. Initially, this convoluted plan actually worked, and the infection was successfully contained. Memorials to the Hollow Knight and the Dreamers were erected in the City of Tears and the Resting Grounds. But this is the part of the story where things get a little bit hazy. By the time these statues were constructed, citizens had taken to writing on parchment woven from spider silk, which was all destroyed when water started pouring down onto the city. We don't know how long the Hollow Knight was able to completely contain the infection. Bugs from Dirtmouth used to go to the Temple of the Black Egg to pray, saying they felt at peace within the walls. But after a while, they stopped going, perhaps indicating that the infection was beginning to leak out again. The infectious air continued to seep through Hallownest for years, eventually even reaching the deepest parts of the kingdom. As it turns out, the Pale King's pure vessel wasn't quite so pure after all. The Hollow Knight had been tarnished by an idea instilled. While the game never explicitly tells us what that idea was, it does hint strongly at what it might be. Hidden away in the White Palace is a memory showing the Hollow Knight and the Pale King sharing a moment. The Hollow Knight might have developed a parental bond to the Pale King, and who could blame it? The Pale King is a pretty great dad after all. You know,
No.
if you ignore the infanticide and everything.
If you ignore the
Remember
hundreds and
those smug
thousands
mushroom
of his children
dickheads?
he sacrificed.
Well, it turns
yeah.
out their trust in the Pale King was a complete mistake. That shared mind isn't looking too good now, is it? In the fungal core, the corpse of a giant mushroom lies dormant. Its final thoughts were, "Pale worm, what good to see a demise unavoidable?" This could imply that the Pale King always knew that his kingdom was doomed. All he could do was delay the inevitable. This is likely
Similar
the
to
moment when
Gwyn from
Hallownest,
Dark
as it once
Souls.
was, entirely collapsed. The Hollow Knight had not completely stopped the infection, and while it may have taken a while, Hallownest was eventually brought low. It's at this point that characters and areas begin to resemble as we know them in-game. When it became clear that the Hollow Knight was not able to contain the Radiance, the Pale King resorted to his final plan. He fucked off, hiding himself, his
He
White
fucked
Palace,
off.
and his Pale Court in the Dream World. At this point, all of the furniture in the palace was covered under white sheets, similar to how people in the real world cover their furniture while away on long trips. The palace was also completely covered with thorns and buzzsaws, similar to how people in the real world cover their houses with thorns and buzzsaws.
Yep.
The Pale King would eventually
Just
pass
like
away
that.
while
I
sitting
do
on
that
his
all the
throne
time.
in the White Palace. There's no confirmation on what killed him, but there are a few things to consider. The throne room is incredibly dark compared to the rest of the palace, and the particle effects and ambient track in this room are identical to that of the Abyss. All of the king's molds surrounding the Pale King are dead. The ancient basin itself also has become stained with the presence of void, as it can be seen as high as the rundown elevator shaft leading back to the city. Remember that bug that was sealed away in the Abyss to make sure the lighthouse wasn't turned off? Well, the lighthouse was turned off. I guess that whole living with purpose thing is a crock of shit after all. It seems as though the Sea of Void itself actually convinced this bug to betray his king and turn off the lighthouse. Now I know what you're thinking. Exactly how conscious is the Void? Is the Void able to think for itself? Can it form strategies?
Oh, my
Does it
father's
host a
calling me down.
podcast?
I will be right back. I'll grab food and then we'll finish this video. I'm really enjoying it. A lot of this, I'm realizing, damn, I kind of figured a lot of this stuff out. But there's also a lot that, like, I didn't. So, it's okay. I'll be back. I'll be back. Oh my god, I'm burning the hell out of my hand holding this plate. Homemade mac and cheese. Just came out of the fucking oven and I'm burning my hand. Ow. I'm fine. I'm chilling. Ugh. Dinner for you too? Sick. I turned my AC on because it's hot as hell. Oven baked mac and cheese. Yeah. Yum. Let's go nutty. This needs to cool. It literally came out of the oven like 5 seconds ago. Oh my god. Anyways.
Well, according to this Chozo statue ripoff, the Void is powerful, but not unified. So while it can thrash around at things that come near it, or call out in unison to turn off a light, it's not a single conscious being. Getting back to the Pale King, one could argue that the Void might have played a role in his ultimate demise, and I've argued that viewpoint in the past, but we have to remember that there isn't enough evidence to know for sure. As an expert lawyer and a good friend of mine, Johnny Cochran, once said, any evidence that the Void was involved in the Pale King's death is circumstantial.
I don't know if
My
you said
name
that.
is Johnny Cochran.
Okay.
Just above the White
Yep.
Palace, the bugs in the City of Tears weren't faring much better.
Right.
Even if we ignore the
Of
fact that the
course.
infection was still around, there were other issues that helped lead to the city's downfall. Due to the gates being sealed, some bugs resorted to cannibalism in order to avoid
Yummy.
starvation. And there's also that metric fuckton of corpses lining the walls of the Soul Sanctum. When all was said and done, the only citizen left standing is Eternal Emelita, who just laughs her ass off about it like she's a fucking Dark Souls character.
She's so cute.
The White Lady ends up in a cocoon deep within
She's a
the
little bit
Queen's
insane.
gardens.
She's
She
so
decided
cute.
to place bindings on herself in order to keep her from
I can
spreading
fix
her
her.
seed. She claims that this is because of the shame she feels in helping the Pale King create the vessels, but honestly, it's probably just her kink. The White Lady also diminished her power, possibly as a way to keep herself hidden from unwanted visitors. Outside her cocoon, Drya stood guard, protecting her queen from the violent traitor mantises. Drya is eventually killed off by these bugs, which is actually pretty pathetic if you think about it. I mean,
Damn.
we're talking like the Netgear WPN824N N150 wireless router pathetic. Speaking of great
What is his
knights
obsession with
dying
routers?
pathetically,
What the
let's
heck?
move on to Hagamel. Hagamel held the city crest, a key used to open one of the gates to the City of Tears. At some point, Hagamel's armor shell was stolen by a maggot. Now, maggots were generally looked down upon and forced to do menial labor. They were incredibly weak, and basically deserved all of the discrimination they got.
Oh,
But this one maggot
Excuse me?
decided to turn the tide, so he stole Hagemel's
Deserved
shell
is
so that
crazy.
he could defend his downtrodden brothers. His actions weren't motivated by the infection, but instead was the result of how hierarchical caste systems will always lead to revolution from the working class, and that true freedom can only be achieved blah blah blah, capitalism is bad, subscribe to my Patreon. Ogrim moved
So
to the
true.
Royal Waterways and started living in shit, changing his name to Dung Defender. Now I love wallowing in shit as much as the next guy, but you'd have to really love shit to put up with living with the flukes. The Dung
Ew.
Defender kept an unwavering sense of duty and
Trying to eat
loyalty
here,
to
don't
the
show me
king
that.
and love for his fellow knights.
this is
So much
literally
so
a
that he
cave
made
made out of
shit
poop.
statues of them. How nice. Ogrim acted as the
trying to
defender
eat
of the
here.
pipeways, as well as Isma's Grove. A section of the Royal Waterways became filled with acid, and in the middle of it all rests Isma's corpse, which has been overcome by plant life. Isma is likely the one responsible for this acid blight, but we have no idea what happened to her. Hornet's whereabouts during this time are fairly mysterious. We know that she departed Deep Nest and didn't return until the events of the game. At some point, she took to guarding Halnest from intruding warriors, as well as the cast-off shell in the Kingdom's Edge. Despite the Kingdom's woes at large, fortunately this fate did not befall one of the fandom's favorite characters. The Menderbugs continued to fix the broken signs and wayposts of Halnest. From a diary entry, we can see that one Menderbug in particular had found himself on the precipice of a long and loving relationship.
Oh,
Hello again, Diary. Not long now until the next Minder Bash. For us
Huh?
stealthy types, we're a riotous bunch when we get together. And Minderberry kept flashing me that smile. It might be time to muster my courage and act on it. I love my home and my life, but sharing it with another? Why, that'd be the berry on top.
Greenpath also underwent some changes during this
Wow.
time. The Mosskin were waiting for Un's call, which would bring them back into the dream they were originally born from. But for some reason, Un's strength deteriorated. We don't know why this happened exactly. Was it due to the White Lady claiming part of her kingdom? Was it somehow due to the infection? Some Mosskin believe that Un went into hiding, but it appears as though Un is, in fact, calling to her children. But many of the Mosskin are unable to hear her call. Instead, many Mosskin seem to have taken the Radiance's infection into their leaves, which might explain why Greenpath became overgrown with vegetation despite Un's deteriorating powers. Mossy vagabonds even openly chose to forsake Un and worship the Radiance. Another tribe to be screwed over by the Radiance is the Hive, which fell to the infection after the death of their leader, Hive Queen Vespa. But it appears as though this had little effect on their civilization. The Radiance's hive mind was already familiar to the bees, since the hive probably operated under something similar already. So in other words, the hive probably made out the best in this whole situation. Let's turn our attention back to the moths. After all, it's their god that keeps killing everybody. Well, the moth tribe didn't fare too well actually, as pretty much the entire tribe died out. The only known survivor is the seer. Despite the loss of her tribe, the seer continued to tend to the graves in the resting grounds, while also waiting the arrival of the wielder, a mysterious being that her tribe has dreamt of for a while. In the Kingdom's Edge, the land became covered in ash molting off of the worm's decomposing corpse. The Colosseum of Fools continued to thrive. The Lord Fool passed away at some point, but nobody really seems to notice or even care. The fools inside the Colosseum were infected, but still seem to have maintained control over themselves. It seems possible that these bugs took in the infection willingly, similar to the Traitor Lord and his followers. This would have given them an edge in combat, similar to using steroids, but without the whole shrinking testicles thing. However, even the Traitor Lord and his followers went mad, so what makes these fools any more special? As for the Pale King's champion, the Pale Lurker, well, she just went the normal kind of insane. There appears to have been another unforeseen event with the Pale King's plan. When the Hollow Knight was originally chosen, the door to the Abyss was sealed, trapping the discarded vessels within. But apparently, some vessels didn't get the memo. Vessel corpses can be found littered throughout the kingdom.
Some vessels
There's
didn't get the
one in
memo.
the Ancient Basin, one in Greenpath, and several trapped in Nosk's lair in Deep Nest. Another vessel that escaped from the Abyss is the player character, the Knight. The exact details on how the vessels escaped the Abyss is unclear. There are indications that they might have slipped into Deep Nest through some old passageway, given void influences in part of the area, and all the corpses found in Nosk's lair. At some point, all entrances to Hollownest were closed off, with the old well and Dirtmouth being the only way to sneak back in. Despite this, several people have wormed their way into the kingdom, with few ever returning. Characters like Relic Seeker Lem seem content to just pillage artifacts from the ruined kingdom, but other bugs seemed interested in something greater. In the Howling Cliffs rests the corpse of a member of the Grim Troop. The task of this bug appears to have been to seek out Hallownest, so that the troop might be summoned to the kingdom in the future. The Grim Troop are basically a group of bugs that serve a higher being known as the Nightmare Heart. The troop keeps the heart alive by feeding on the nightmares of fallen kingdoms. This process also involves sacrificing the Troop Master to his own child because, hey, look at this cool ass boss battle. Another important group that traveled to Hallownest are the God Seekers. After being abandoned by their old gods, the gods of thunder and the gods of rain, these bugs left their home in the land of storms, seeking out a new god to worship. The God Seekers looked to gods to save them from their own silent mind. While traveling through the wastelands, the God Seekers constructed devices called God Tuners, which helped them seek out new gods. Through this device, they were able to detect the lingering power of the Pale King and find their way to Hallownest. When they arrived, however, the God Seeker was forced into hibernation. She was encased in a strange sarcophagus-like cocoon, which was itself chained up with a lock. It's not clear how this forced hibernation worked, seeing as the cocoon appears to have been made by the God Seeker herself. As for who put the cocoon in chains, I think the most likely candidate is the Dung Defender, considering how the God Seeker's cocoon is found in the junk pit in the waterways, an area the Dung Defender has tasked himself with protecting. This was the general picture of Hallownest after the Hollow Knight was sealed inside the Temple of the Black Egg. The kingdom was stuck in a kind of stasis, with the Pale King civilization destroyed and the Radiants unable to break free from her chains. The Pale King was rebelling against nature, trying to keep his work standing indefinitely. The stasis over Hallownest held for an age. How long is that exactly? Well, we have no idea. As I'm sure you've noticed, there really isn't a timeline for anything that happens in this game. We also have no idea how long any of these bugs can actually live. Elderbug wasn't around to see the Stagways open, but we know several other characters were, implying that Elderbug is probably one of the youngest characters in the whole game. But this stasis over Hallownest wasn't going to last forever. At some point, the Radiance erupted out of the Hollow Knight, cracking its shell and releasing a loud and powerful roar. The amount of infection leaking out of the Hollow Knight became even greater. The many corpses that lined the roads and cities of the kingdom sprang to life with the amplified power of the infection. This strengthened infection prompted the departure of the Weavers back to their old home. Now this old home might actually be Farloom, the kingdom in which Hollow Knight Silksong takes
Silksong spoilers.
place. But the amount of knowledge we have about Silksong right now is pathetic, so I'm not saying that's confirmed or anything.
And all these years later, we still know nothing about it.
This is also around the time that Quirrell arrives back in Hallownest. His memory of Monomon appears to have been clouded due to his time outside of Hallownest. These events are depicted in the Quirrell prequel comic, which also shows an image of the Hollow Knight with a pre-cracked shell. This could mean that Quirrell's arrival happens roughly the same time the Hollow Knight's shell cracks. At around the same time Quirrell arrives in Hallownest, we also see the arrival of the player character, who is commonly referred to as the Knight. The Knight was one of the lucky vessels that was able to make its way out of the abyss. Somehow the Knight ended up venturing beyond Hallownest and into the wilds beyond. It's implied that the Knight was called to Hallownest by either the sealed Hollow Knight or the Radiance within. Regardless, once the Knight shows up and yeets itself off this cliff, the actual game of Hollow Knight finally begins.
Hooray!
Now, there's a lot of details we could get into. Hallownest is full of NPCs and bosses, each with their own stories to tell. But to be honest, I don't think we need to go through all of them, since their stories are relatively straightforward. For example, let's look at the Brooding Moloch. So why is the Brooding Moloch brooding? Because all its friends are dead.
Oh.
And there you go. That's the lore for the Brooding Moloch. Also, it's the only character in the game with a visible asshole. Now, did you really need me to explain that to you? Probably not. So instead, I'm just going to talk about the interactions relating to Hollow Knight's main story. The Knight is eventually noticed by Hornet, who lures it deep into Greenpath. There, Hornet attempts to kill the Knight, claiming that she knows what it would try to do. At this point, Hornet views the Knight as being too weak. After the fight, Hornet can be found in the City of Tears, next to the statue of the Hollow.
Hold on. I'm gonna just turn off my model and mute real quick. I'm gonna change into something else because I'm so sweaty. I'll still be able to hear it because I have my headphones on.
Hollow Knight. Hornet mentions that the Knight has gained a resilience due to the time it spent in the void beyond Hallownest. This could be referring to the fact that some of those who leave Hallownest lose their memories, meaning the Knight would have no memories of its own tragic conception. Hornet tells the Knight that if it seeks to continue the stasis that keeps Hallownest standing, it must seek the Graven Ash, which is referring to the Kingdom's Edge. At this moment, Hornet sees the Knight as a possible replacement for the Hollow Knight. Basically, the Knight could break the seals that keep the Hollow Knight locked away, defeat the Hollow Knight, and contain the infection itself. It's at this point that I should mention that Hollow Knight actually has 5 different endings, because of course it would. I'm going to be explaining each of these endings in this video, as they each give us a different glimpse into the mechanics of Hollow Knight's world. Now, to get the easiest ending to Hollow Knight, Hornet's instructions to go to the Kingdom's Edge can be ignored completely. If the Knight stumbles upon the resting grounds, the 3 Dreamers will appear and cast the Knight into the Dream Realm. There, Seer will come to the Knight's rescue and grant it the Dream Nail, a special blade that can tear the veil between the real world and the dream world. With the Dream Nail, the Knight can venture to the resting places of the 3 Dreamers, curb stomp their asses, and unlock the entrance to the Black Egg. Inside the egg, the Knight finds the Hollow Knight chained up, silently watching over.
Here we go.
Once the chains are broken, the Hollow Knight screams with that familiar Radiance roar and pursues the Knight. As the fight progresses, the Hollow Knight starts trying to kill itself, Quirrell style. But then the Radiance starts using the Hollow Knight's body to perform her own attacks. Once defeated, the Hollow Knight begins to spew infection all over the place. The Knight can then focus the
Yummy.
infection into itself.
Eat it!
This results in the first ending of the game, called Hollow Knight. In this ending, the Knight usurps the Hollow Knight, prolonging the stasis over Halonest. New chains and bindings appear
Yeah,
out
essentially
of
relinking the
fuck if I
fire
know,
in Dark
and
Souls.
contain the Knight, and a new seal is placed over the entrance to the Black Egg. Now there is one giant question looming over this ending. Can the Knight actually contain the infection indefinitely, or will the Radiant still manage to break free one day? Before we answer this question, let's look at some of the other events that can transpire while playing the game. If the player chooses to go to Kingdom's Edge, Hornet will challenge the Knight one last time as a final test of
The second
strength.
Hornet fight, still
After
one of the hardest
defeat,
fights.
Hornet
That shit
allows
was
the Knight to
crazy.
access the cast-off shell, where the Pale King was originally hatched. By interacting with this egg, the Knight's shell is marked with the King's brand, technically making the Knight the new ruler of Halonest. With the King's brand, the Knight can now open the entrance to the Abyss and discover the place of its birth. When leaving the Abyss, the Knight can encounter Hornet again, where for the first time, Hornet suggests that there are actually two outcomes the Knight can enact. She tells the Knight that it can either prolong Halonest's stasis, or face the heart of the Kingdom's infection. Within the Knight, Hornet sees a chance for change. Instead of just replacing the Hollow Knight, Hornet believes that it may be possible to get rid of the infection completely by using the void inside of the Knight. After visiting the Abyss and obtaining the Shade Cloak, the Knight is capable of reaching the White Lady, hidden away in the Queen's gardens. The White Lady tells the Knight that she has been awaiting a vessel to accept a gift, that gift being one half of a charm called the King Soul, which she claims will give the Knight more power. The White Lady goes on to explain that she can feel the weakening of the Hollow Knight within her roots. She tells the Knight that it is free of the blemishes that made the Hollow Knight a flawed vessel. From this dialogue, it is implied that the Knight truly is a pure vessel, capable of containing the Radiant successfully. But it's not quite that simple, so we're going to have to dig a bit deeper into this. Basically, we're going to need to answer a simple question. What exactly does it mean to be a Hollow Knight? Despite the White Lady's words, we have a number of instances where the characters and item descriptions mention that the Knight has a will, and maybe even a mind. But from the Pale King's dialogue when describing the Hollow Knight, it is stated that a pure vessel has no mind or will. So is the White Lady wrong? Or maybe even lying? Her eyes have been clouded by time, and she can be tricked into thinking that Ogrim is in the room when the Knight is wearing the Defender's Crest charm. She also thinks that Dryia is still alive, which,
Oops.
so maybe the White Lady is just senile. My problem with that theory is that the White Lady states that the vessels stand out to her clearly in a misted world, due to them being her spawn. She also questions whether or not the Knight sought her aid, which would imply that the Knight must have some kind of will. So for whatever reason, the White Lady thinks the Knight is still capable of containing the Radiance, even if it's still able to make decisions. After all, the Hollow Knight was considered pure, but they still taught it how to wield a fucking sword. I mean, if the Knight were truly and completely hollow in a literal sense, it probably shouldn't even be able to walk, or draw a map, or open a goddamn bank account. In short, this whole
The bank
concept
account
of
where my
being
money was
hollow is so
stolen. It's
abstract and
crazy
hard
that
to
they
define.
let.
I don't really feel
I literally
comfortable
was
giving a
joking
solid
about that
answer
early
on
in the
whether or
game. Like,
not
oh, she's
the
gonna like
Knight is
leave
or
and like
isn't
steal all
truly
the money
hollow.
that I put in
And I
this
think the
account,
game
and then she
leaves the
did.
room open for
She just
other
disappeared midway through the
interpretations.
game.
Of course, the White Lady's gift is useless without the other half of the King Soul. In order to reach it, however, the Knight must travel to the White Palace, locked inside the body of a King's Mold. In order to bypass the seal, the Knight must use a fully awakened Dreamnail. It can do this by bringing 1800 essence to the Seer, allowing her to sharpen the weapon's blade. If the Knight does this, the Seer remarks that the Knight truly is the wielder that her tribe has been dreaming of. There is no explicit reason why the Moth tribe was dreaming about this supposed wielder so much, but it seems like they believe the wielder would wash away the crimes the Moth tribe committed by turning their backs on the Radiance. The Seer seems to know that the Knight might kill the Radiance, and she seems accepting of it, ready for her and her tribe to disappear and be forgotten forever. With the awoken Dreamnail in hand, the Knight can travel to the Pale King's refuge and locate the other half of the King's Soul charm. When equipped, the King's Soul provides a never-ending supply of soul, making it almost useful if it weren't for the insanely high cost of the charm, and the painfully slow rate at which it increases, and the fact that the charm will get replaced in about 5 minutes after you get it. The King Soul Charm itself symbolizes the union between two higher beings. To me, this implies that the King Soul is a representation of a vessel, which also was created by the union of two higher beings. With the King Soul in their inventory,
Wow.
the knight now gains access to an area in the abyss called the Birthplace. In this massive pile of vessel shells, the knight can find a giant egg. Dream nailing the egg allows the knight to access its own memory when it was cast down into the abyss. From viewing that memory, the King Soul Charm is replaced with the Void Heart Charm. The recollection of this event allows the knight to come to terms with the void inside itself. Once the knight has the Void Heart, the shades in the abyss no longer attack it, and that strange creature that gives the knight the Shade Cloak calls it the Lord of Shades. In other words, the knight has now bound the once fragmented void under its own will, allowing it to control the void in a powerful new way. With the union of the void, the Pale King, and the White Lady, the knight has gained a strength before unseen. It is with this charm that 2 additional endings become unlocked. Hornet will now be standing outside of the Black Egg, offering to help the knight should the opportunity arrive. Midway through the fight with the Hollow Knight, Hornet rushes into battle, subduing the Hollow Knight and piercing its shell. It's at this point that the knight is given the perfect opportunity to enter into the mind of its sibling, fighting the source of the infection head on, and finally putting an end to the Radiance's tyranny. Or it can just stand there and let Hornet get knocked unconscious. If the knight finishes off the Hollow Knight as usual, the sealed sibling ending occurs. Basically, it's the same as the Hollow Knight ending, but now Hornet is in the room too, and her face appears on the door of the Black Egg. It's not clear what exactly this means for Hallownest. This might imply that Hornet is now a dreamer, but she's inside the temple, meaning that no one can actually get in there to kill her should the knight ever start leaking infection. At the same time, Hornet mentions that the bindings of the Black Egg would drain her, so she's probably just going to die anyway, right? Generally, people consider this to be one of the worst endings, but it's worth pointing out that Team Cherry doesn't support any one.
All endings are equally canon. We're not into true endings. You choose the path yourself. We'll do our best in all future Hollow Knight content to account for all of them. I don't think that makes sense. How the fuck does Hornet go on to be alive in Silksong after this ending? I genuinely, this is such a bullshit thing to say. Like, you're allowed to have bad endings. You're allowed to have non-canon endings. Being like, oh no, all the endings are canon, we'll do our best to accommodate all of them, is so stupid when already it makes no fucking sense. We just saw her die. She either died or got turned into a dreamer. Those are the only 2 fucking outcomes there for Hornet. So, no, dude. I'm sorry, but like, that's genuinely a dumb thing to say when one of your endings has that outcome for Hornet, to be like, oh no, any of the endings could be canon. It's like, no, they can't. One of your endings has the main character of your next game dead.
Ending as being
Hello?
the true ending. Each ending is canonical in its own right.
No, it's
And
not.
honestly, this ending isn't the worst. At least the Knight and Hornet will get to spend some quality time together.
Wow.
If the Knight does dream nail the Hollow Knight, it will be taken to an arena where it can finally fight the Radiance head on. But the Knight isn't alone, as the other shades from the Abyss will appear in order to help
They
corner
did?
the Radiance.
Oh yeah, no, I remember
Eventually, the
that. They
Radiance
appear
gets
right
trapped
at
in
the end,
tendrils
yeah.
of the Void. The Knight bitch slaps her a couple times, and then the Radiance is consumed in the tendrils
Oh, and I
of
didn't
the
even
Void.
realize, yeah, even the Hollow Knight has a shade. And the Hollow Knight's shade comes up to help you. I didn't realize that was the Hollow Knight's shade, I don't think. I don't think that registered in my brain. I was just like, what the fuck is that?
The Knight bitch slaps her a couple times, and then the Radiance is consumed into the darkness. The Black Egg then appears to turn to shadows, and the Void seeps down into the ground. Hornet awakens to find the Knight's broken shell lying on the floor. We get one final shot of the shades in the Abyss going to rest, and the game is over. This ending is called the Dream No More ending. The Radiance is gone,
It's the
and
best
Hallownest
ending.
is finally free from
By
her
far.
infection. Now I think it's fair to ask a few questions about how the Dream No More ending comes about. When the Hollow Knight was initially chosen to become the pure vessel, the Abyss was sealed up and the rest of the vessels were left to rot away. But somehow, vessels ended up outside of the Abyss, and then one of those vessels was used to replace the Hollow Knight. Exactly how much of this operation was planned, if at all? The White Lady was waiting for a vessel. Did she have any communication with Hornet? Hornet was guarding the King's Brand, the only way for a vessel to enter the Abyss. How did she know it was necessary to guard the King's Brand from weaker vessels? Hell, If the vessels did escape the abyss by themselves, wouldn't it be pointless to guard the King's brand, since the vessels could just creep back into the abyss the same way? I'm not going to provide any good answers to these questions, because God forbid I answer anything in this entire video. But I do want to point out that no plans to actually produce the Dream No More ending are explicitly stated in-game. So we can only speculate as to whether or not the White Lady or Hornet, or maybe even the Pale King, knew that they could defeat the Radiants by creating a Lord of Shades like the Knight. Regardless, the next two endings were definitely not planned. In fact, the last two endings that were added in the Godmaster update almost feel out of place. The
That's what I
Godseekers
thought. They
basically
feel
hijack
weird.
everything to the point where you don't even have to enter the Temple of the Black Egg to beat the game. That's like beating Mario Bros without ever seeing Bowser. But on the other hand, the Godmaster endings basically reinforce that Hollow Nest does not exist in a vacuum, which can help the world of Hollow Knight feel more real. Because what else is reality but just a bunch of random chaotic stuff happening all the time? If the Knight finds the Godseeker in the Junk Pit, it will be able to enter her mind and refight all the bosses in the game.
Boo.
This is part of the Godseeker's
I would never do
ritual.
that.
They basically attune to the resonance of gods through ritual combat. This allows them to ascend their minds higher, and eventually, through the use of godly focus, achieve communication with the god sleeping in Hallownest's heart, the Radiance. Now I know what you're thinking. That's a pretty convoluted little religious practice they have going on here. What's next? Are they going to start measuring the Knight's Theon levels? It's pretty complicated, but the point is, these Godseekers have some serious capabilities to fuck things up in Hallownest, as we're about to see. As the Knight makes it further and further through the four Pantheons, the Godseekers get closer and closer to making contact with the Radiance, locked away inside the Hollow Knight. At the end of the fourth Pantheon, the Radiance makes herself aware in this strange reunion cutscene between the vessels. But she isn't the only one to make an appearance. The Void itself appears to go on the attack, rising up to meet the Radiance's call. It's at this point that the final challenge, the Pantheon of Hallownest, becomes available. The Godseeker finally acknowledges the Knight as being more than just a simple cringer, and they begin to watch the Knight more intently. After defeating like a bazillion bosses in the final Pantheon, the Knight finally comes face to face with the Absolute Radiance. A stronger, more enhanced version of the game's
I would never
final
fucking do
boss.
this. Doing every
Finally,
fucking
the stage is
boss
set.
back to back.
After
Oh
roughly
my
40
god.
minutes of intense agony and tedious boss battles, the Knight has finally reached the ultimate enemy
I could never.
responsible for the destruction of Hallownest. Truly, this will be a battle for the ages. But first, let's check in on our old pal Menderbug.
That's not.
As it turns out, he's still alive when the Knight arrives in Hallownest, and he's still fulfilling his duty after all this time. Let's take one last look at his diary.
My lovely diary. Someone's gone and broke my favorite sign. Right there at the top
Is
of
that
the crossroads.
Vati video?
Keeps happening too. But you know, I just can't get
What the
mad
hell?
about it. I should be thanking them, really. More chances to fix that beautiful, complex sign. And I've stocked up on spare parts, so I've no fear it'll ever stay broken for long.
It's 100% Vati video.
Unfortunately, the only way to ever read the Menderbug's diary is to kill him in cold blood. I'm not sure why Team Cherry thought this was necessary, but the general consensus on Reddit is that they are bloodthirsty warmongers, so
Oh.
it checks out. But at least Menderbug's last moments will be spent fixing one of his favorite signs in the Forgotten Crossroads. It's comforting to think that his final seconds of consciousness were spent in total bliss, before we sent him hurtling into the infinite chasm that is Oblivion.
That
Well,
sucks.
anyways, the alternate fight between the Knight and the Radiance plays out differently than in the vanilla ending. This time around, the Knight is not accompanied by any shades. Instead, after defeating the Radiance, the Knight seems to transform into this monstrosity. Now this creature goes by many names. The God of Gods, the Lord Shade, the Devourer, the Void Entity. But I don't really like any of those, so
Oh,
I
okay.
would just call him Bill.
Oh,
Bill proceeds
hi Bill.
to completely annihilate the Radiance in spectacular fashion. We are then treated to the Embrace the Void ending. Bill comes back down from the sky, dropping into the rest of Godhome. The Godseeker starts to get pulled into Bill by Void tendrils. We then cut to the Godseeker in the Junk Pit. Void starts leaking out of her eyes, and it appears as though Bill is making an escape back into the real world, which is probably a bad thing? Finally, we see Hornet standing outside of the Black Egg as the infection begins to disappear from nearby vines. Hornet hears footsteps coming from inside the Black Egg as the Hollow Knight reveals itself to her and the two prepare for combat. So from this cutscene we can see that the Radiance's death in Godhome actually did kill her for real, meaning that the infection over Hallownest is now gone. This means the seals inside of the Black Egg probably wore off, allowing the Hollow Knight to escape its prison. In other words, the Embrace of the Void ending is a goddamn cliffhanger, and we have no idea how Team Cherry plans to follow this up. The Hollow Knight is running loose in Hallownest, and the Knight has transformed into a raging void monster that might try to destroy the entire kingdom, or at least what's left of it. What's even more strange about this ending is that the announced sequel, Hollow Knight Silksong, doesn't seem to be related to this ending at all, but that's a whole different shit show. Obviously, the biggest mystery surrounding this ending is the appearance of Bill. Did this creature exist in the void already, or was it somehow willed into existence by the power of the Godseekers? Did the Knight turn into this thing, or did it just become a part of it? Examining a statue of this creature and other forms of the Knight grant the player a Hunter's Journal entry for an ancient artifact called the Void Idol, which might imply this creature might have been worshipped by the ancient civilization. But again, that's pure speculation. We don't know what this worship of Void exactly looked like. Maybe the Void they worshipped took the form of something more sinister. There is one thing we know about this monster though. It's weak to flowers. Yes, these things. As it turns out, those delicate flowers that Zamir has stockpiled up her ass are actually useful for something. They contain a strange power that even deters the White Lady from touching one. The Godseeker, however, is dumb enough to accept a flower from the Knight. If the player does this, instead of Void being released out into the world, this flower pulls a no you, and the Godseeker and Void disappear into thin air. The flower itself is described as giving off a pale light, which appears to connect it to the pale beings. Like I said before, pale beings appear to be some form of top-tier gods. As of right now, we are only aware of two, the Pale King and the White Lady, but the fact that Zamir brought these pale flowers from a faraway land implies that there are definitely more of them out there. Another small hint of the existence of pale beings are the pale ore items that can be found all over Hallownest. Did these come from the Pale King, or possibly some other pale being? And what exactly are they? Are they poop? In general, the Godmaster endings appear to be doing a lot of setup for future Hollow Knight content. Like I said before, Hollow Knight Silksong doesn't seem to connect to these events on the surface, so we are in a bit of a bind when trying to discuss what these endings actually mean for the greater narrative Team Cherry is building. There's definitely a lot more to consider about what the Pale Beings are and what properties they possess. And we also have plenty of questions surrounding the Void and how bugs have interacted with it in the past. It almost feels like we are looking through a keyhole, trying to grasp onto the totality of Team Cherry's creation. How powerful are creatures like Bill and the worms? Where did things like the Void even come from to begin with? How much bigger is the world beyond Hallownest? Is Bardoon into butt stuff? But of course, that's the appeal of a game like Hollow Knight. Having all of the answers to every question would just ruin the mystery of the world. Plus, if we didn't have questions like this to waste our time on, then what else would we be doing with our lives? Go outside? Ugh.
Yeah.
And so this video comes to an end. Now I know the average attention span of a YouTube viewer is 9 minutes.
Man, that kind of sucks.
So
a lot
let
of
me
the
leave you
questions
with
I
a few
still had,
takeaways.
the
One,
reason I still have
Hollow
them
Knight
is
is a
because
game
there's
about
no
bugs.
answers.
I know this may come as a
Damn,
shock,
that
but
sucks.
it's true. Watch the video again, and this time, pay attention. You'll notice right away, I promise. 2. Murdering your own babies might not be such a good idea after
No.
all.
Bad idea.
I mean, this is obviously just my interpretation of the game's lore. Other people
Yeah.
might have different views on the subject
Good
of murdering
interpretation.
babies.
Good
And every
interpretation.
opinion is valid, so I don't want to step on anyone's toes or anything.
I do.
3. Menderbug is fucking dead.
That sucks.
Nothing is certain. This video probably has a few flaws in it. Trying to construct a cohesive narrative with the information found in Hollow Knight isn't exactly straightforward. I'm sure my views will change in the future, and I encourage you to explore the lore yourself. 5. And this last point is fairly obvious, but I should mention it anyway. Cory in the House is the best anime.
Yep, that sounds about right. Wow. 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 Is that on your My Anime list? Not yet. If it was, it would be a 1 million out of 10. Wow. And this sexy character. Crazy. Crazy. Wow. Oh my god, it is still making Hollow Knight videos. So Silk Song switched to direct footage analysis. Dude, that shit was like 5 seconds. How is the Xbox footage a shorter video than this one when the footage shown at the Nintendo Direct was so much shorter? I'm gonna look at some Silk Song trailers because this is the announcement trailer. I'll watch this because I've seen them all, right? Because I've watched all like the shows that they've appeared at, but because I hadn't like played Hollow Knight yet, I would just look at it and I'd be like, yeah, that looks like another Hollow Knight game. Now that I've played Hollow Knight, I might be able to see these trailers in like a different light. So I'm gonna watch at least the announcement trailer. Wow. A vast new kingdom. See, that's the thing. Is like there's so many unanswered questions from the first game, but if they're going to a new place, I feel like those questions are going to remain unanswered. I feel like they're supposed to not be answered. Oh, come back! I want to see like how she moves and shit. Lethal acrobatic action. God damn. She's like doing flippy dippies and shit. She's got a grapple. She's crazy. 150 new enemies. God damn it. Also, god damn, like the steampunk like gear look of this room. Also, that guy's shooting green stuff. Does that mean the infection still exists, or is this like a different green shit? Interesting. New bosses. Wow. Hold on. This guy is awesome. Dude, this arena is so pretty. The white flowers everywhere. There's like a spool of thread thing, so I guess you can only use like the grappling stuff a limited amount. I don't know. Right, okay, sure. New towns, wow. Multiple towns. Okay. What? What? There's like actual like trackable side quests? Interesting. Deadly new tools. Awesome. What the hell? Wow, and it still hasn't come out. That was announced in 2019. Wow. Wow. Anyways, that was Hollow Knight. We finished the game today. We watched a lore video. We are awesome. 6 years ago, Pepe W. Hollow Knight, Silksong, 6 Years of Silence. Sure.
It's been over 6 years.
I haven't experienced any of the 6 Years of Silence. I've experienced about like 2 minutes of it because I just played the game. But god damn it, those 2 minutes.
Years since Hollow Knight Silksong was first announced, between false leaks, misleading communications, global pandemic, and a disquieting silence from the game's creators, Hollow Knight Silksong is still not in the hands.
Yeah, the creators don't say fucking shit. The only reason we know, we don't even know. The only reason we think it's coming out this year is because Xbox said it's coming out this year. The devs have said nothing. Genuinely, even before I played Hollow Knight, I was already pissed off at like the developers. It's like, you need to say something. If the game is not ready for a while, at least say that. Going silent for years is just genuinely a terrible thing to do to like the people looking forward to the game. Like, you are awful for that. Genuinely.
Fans, even after all
I don't care
this-
how good the game is when it comes out. The fact that they've gone silent for years is so stupid. Like, you have to like hate your fans to not even give them a single verbal update. That's crazy.
time. In fact, it's been so many
A part of me wonders if the reason they're not saying anything and the Xbox is like saying, oh, it's like coming out this year, is like if they made some deal with Xbox or something, and so like only Xbox is able to talk about it because like they made some deal with Xbox to get it on Game Pass, and like part of that deal was that it'll only be promoted by Xbox or something. But even that doesn't make sense because there was a little bit of footage at a Nintendo Direct. It was just in like a highlight reel thing for like 5 seconds. So that's not the case either. It's literally just the devs purposely seeing that it's like one of the most anticipated games ever, and them like purposely withholding information to like make people more desperate for information and more desperate for the game, which I think is a shitty thing to do. You know, to purposely keep your players uninformed when your game is supposed to come out this fucking year.
Is that some fans were starting to question if the game was even real at all. But with recent updates, hype is at an all-time high. The question on the minds of the fan base now is, what has happened in the last 6 years, and how much longer do they have to wait? On the 14th of February 2019, Hollow Knight Silksong was revealed to the world, originally conceived as a DLC for the hit indie title Hollow Knight. Silksong was promised to be the answer to the
Oh, so it was originally going to be a DLC. Interesting. Damn, all that new shit they showed in that reveal trailer was originally going to be DLC. That's like FromSoft levels of DLC, like adding like a whole new fucking game inside your already existing game.
desperate cries from fans for more. The trailer was everything you could hope for in a Hollow Knight sequel. A new, somber story set in the bittersweet setting of the world of Hollow Knight. Haunting music drifting into the ears of fans. New and elegant combat with fresh enemies, bosses, tools, NPCs, secrets, an entire new Hollow Knight experience seen through the eyes of everyone's favorite side character.
What is gonna suck though, playing Silksong when it comes out, now that I've played the first Hollow Knight, is Hollow Knight's been out for years, so like all the secrets have been found, and so like if I ever got stuck on where to go, I could just look it up. If I had needed to know how to do a quest or something, I could just look it up. I'm not gonna be able to do that with Silksong. I'm not gonna be able to look anything up unless I like, I don't know, I just move way slower than everybody else and everybody finds all the secrets, but I have a feeling it's going to take a long time for everybody to find everything in the game. Because some of the secrets in Hollow Knight I never would have fucking found on my own.
This trailer was the beginning of a colossal hype train carrying all the momentum of millions of players, praising the ground that Team Cherry, the team that developed Hollow Knight, stood on. But hype is a fickle mistress that can lead to the proverbial double-edged sword of expectation, anticipation and excitement.
I have zero
festering into
expectations because I just
resentment and
finished the first
frustration,
game.
something
As
that
long
Team
as it's
Cherry would have to
equally as
contend
good,
with in
it's
the
fine.
coming years.
It doesn't need to be like
There are
infinitely
many myths
better.
and legends in the short history of gaming, everything from
'Cause as long as
GTA
it's
6 to Titanfall
equal.
3, where some have happy endings and others not so much. Amongst them, there are plentiful examples of
No.
developers announcing new games far too early. Looking at you, Todd Howard. But even in those examples, many of them
I
had
always
some lines
forget
of
Elder Scrolls
communication.
6 was
The story of
technically
Hollow Knight
announced.
Silksong is kind of unique in that most of it is told through its community, and their reactions to the reveals both real and fake over the last 6 years. These reactions in some cases are so severe, either positively or negatively, that to understand why these responses occurred in the first place
That
requires
is
an
not
understanding of
bad
their love of
news.
Hollow Knight and the sentiment towards Team Cherry. So let's start even before the very beginning. In its humble beginnings, Hollow
Damn,
Knight
that's
was
like
the story
100
of a
years
small
ago.
group of visionary amateur developers in Australia who were passionate about game development. The team as we know them now was comprised of Ari
Like
Gibson
7
and
million
William
years
Pellin,
ago.
responsible for game design, and Jack Vine taking the role of technical development. Passionate about video games, Pellin and Gibson entered game jams together for fun. In the days leading up to Hollow Knight, the game started its life as Hungry Knight via the Ludum Dare game
Hungry
jam in
Knight.
August of 2013. The game
He's
would become
hungry.
Hollow Knight until the following year. The team's obsession with the artistic design of Hungry Knight by friend of the team Rowan Fraser, coupled with the theme of the 2017
Hungry.
Ludum Dare game jam Beneath the Surface, led to the conception of Hollow Knight. With such passion for the project, the small group now known as Team Cherry embarked on a Kickstarter to support bringing their vision into reality. Needless to say, the Kickstarter was a success, reaching their goal only a few months later on December 16th of 2014. But it didn't stop there. With only a few hours left on the clock on December 19th, supporters pushed past multiple stretch goals and unlocked a final piece of content to be brought to the future release of Hollow Knight: Hornet as a playable character. This was the birth of Hollow Knight Silksong, a twinkle in the eye of Team Cherry that over time
Damn,
would
so
grow
even-
from minor DLC
Even before Hollow Knight was even out, they had already had it in their heads that they were going to make a Hornet DLC, which eventually became its own game. And it's still not out. That's crazy.
into a fully fledged game of legend. A few years later, on February 24th of 2017, Hollow Knight was finally released, and what a release it was. To call Hollow Knight a success is actually kind of underselling it, achieving universal acclaim on Metacritic, with all major games media
pretty
vendors
fucking
providing
good.
glowing reviews of this breakout indie gem. Hollow Knight was loved by fans and critics alike. Within 2017 alone, it sold upwards of 500,000 copies.
I don't know what I would
the game
rate
was
it.
so successful.
I would rate it an 8.5. Just because I do think there are some stuff that they could improve for the second game. I feel like if I didn't know that there was a second game coming out, I would probably give it a 9. But because I know there's a second game coming out, and I feel like they could improve a lot of the stuff, 8.5 feels right. No, I want to give it a 9. But the thing is, I complained about the game a lot, right? Especially when it comes to some of the bosses. I think some of the bosses have like genuinely unfair attacks. Hell, I didn't even like finish the Pantheon just because I was struggling with bosses in the game so much. But that might genuinely just be a skill issue. So I don't want to like factor me raging at how bullshit a lot of the bosses felt into my score, because it might genuinely just be I'm ass at the game. So a 9. A 9 feels too high though, because I feel like I don't know. An 8.5 feels too low. 8.9. No, I don't know, man. An 8 feels too low. An 8.5 also kind of feels low, but a 9, I feel like I want to give it a 9, but I feel like feel like there's something preventing me from like definitively saying, yeah, it's a 9. But I don't know what. I'll have to sit on it.
Successful, it is
At the
still used-
moment, it's a 9. But like the score might go lower because I literally just finished the game today. So it's like, at the moment, I'd give it a 9. But usually my scores for games get a little bit lower as time goes by. In some cases they go higher, but I don't even know, man.
today as conclusive evidence of the power of the indie game scene in the industry. Having sold
rarely
nearly
happens.
6.5 million copies across platforms since its release, it has outpaced AAA and AA games with enormous teams and bigger budgets, a reflection of the creative ingenuity of indie developers and a distillation of the core principles of what makes games special. Not high-fidelity graphics and enormous budgets, immersion, creativity, and most importantly, fun. There have been many other incredible underdog stories since, but Hollow Knight planted a decisive flag that rapidly inflating and unsustainable practices of the AAA scene wasn't required to make a successful video game. Team Cherry were reeling at the reception and overwhelmingly positive sentiment being imparted to them as the creators of this humble masterpiece. Fans loved them as much as they loved Hollow Knight. Unfortunately, Hollow Knight was
Dude,
also
Grim was
released
so
in the same
cool.
year as Zelda Breath of the Wild,
It was?
which
I
is
thought it
considered
came
by
out
some
way
to
before
be the
that.
greatest game ever made, eclipsing some of the
It's nowhere
warranted
near the
attention on
greatest
the
game ever made. I know it is to like a lot of people. I think it's a pretty good game. But there's an open world game that came out a few years after Breath of the Wild that I think does everything that Breath of the Wild did better for me. And it was Elden Ring. And Elden Ring was my first Souls game, but the reason I started playing it wasn't because it was a Souls game, because it was my first Souls game. I didn't like Souls games yet. The reason I started playing it is because people were comparing a lot of the open world structure to Breath of the Wild. And where Breath of the Wild, a lot of its open world is just straight up empty and has nothing, Elden Ring's has too much. So much that it's the reason I've never replayed Elden Ring, because there's just so much shit everywhere that it's daunting. So Breath of the Wild, I didn't play it when it first came out. I played it after Elden Ring. And when I was playing it, I was like, I'm having fun, but like, I had more fun in Elden Ring. Because I didn't get a Switch until, I think, literally the year Elden Ring came out. No, I must have gotten it before that. So, dude, No, I didn't. No, I did. I remember the year I got a Switch. What year did Genshin come out? And I know that sounds super unrelated, but the reason I'm saying it is because I remember buying a Switch like a few months before Genshin came out. Genshin release year. Genshin came out in 2020. So that's when I got a Switch. I played Breath of the Wild in 2020 then. When did Elden Ring come out? 2022. I did play Breath of the Wild first. For some reason, I thought I played it after. Maybe I finished it after? Because I did, like, start Breath of the Wild and then get really bored of it. Listen, I like Breath of the Wild. I just think 90% of the game is, like, you know, those stupid Korok puzzles that are kind of repetitive and boring. Man, I can't believe I got, like, 2-year difference mixed up in my head. That's crazy.
Game and
That's
taking out
crazy.
Game of the Year in 2017. On the surface, Hollow Knight looks
So I did play Breath of the Wild first. I was gonna say, because, like, yeah, I think I played most of Breath of the Wild. I think I played up until, like, I had, like, one Divine Beast left, and then I got, like, really bored of it. I was like, this is starting to get really repetitive. And then I ended up finishing it after Elden Ring. So there was, like, a 2-year gap between me starting Breath of the Wild and finishing it. And then the same thing has kind of happened with Tears of the Kingdom, where I started it, and then I got really bored of it really fast. I was like, damn, this is really just Breath of the Wild again, but with, like, powers that I like less. Because as creative as the powers are in Tears of the Kingdom, where you're like, you can build anything, I don't like them as much as the powers in the first game, because the powers in the first game, the limitations that they had, yes, there were more limited powers, but the limitations, I feel like, made me think about how to use them more. Whereas, like, the powers in Tears of the Kingdom have no limitations. You could just build anything. So it's like, okay, well, I'm not really thinking about how to use them. It's just, I could just do anything. I could just do whatever the fuck I could think of. Whereas in Breath of the Wild, it was like, how do I make the tools that I have work? Where in Tears of the Kingdom, it's like, how do I create the tools for this? And I don't know. I didn't really enjoy that as much. Bah. Like, Tears of the Kingdom felt a little too open with like the powers and the puzzle mechanics. Felt like there were too many options where it's just like, I'm not really having to think about, okay, what power would work here. It's like, okay, these powers work for everything. Okay.
To be a fairly straight up and down take on the 2D Metroidvania genre, but it's the full
I also got
package that
really
makes
bored of the
game
open world in Tears of the Kingdom super fast, because it was literally like the same map as the first game. And I get it, there's like a ton of new stuff, kind of. It's a bunch of shrines the same as the first game, and I don't know, because I quit the game very early. I got like only like 10, 20 hours in, and it was all just exploring the open world. I did almost none of the main story, and I got really bored. I was like, fuck, the main story didn't hook me by that point, which is why I stopped doing it and just started exploring the open world. And then the open world felt like more of the same shit, so I got really bored.
so incredibly special. The art style is one part cartoonish and another alluring in a melancholic and lonely kind of way. Combat that turns the dial upward on difficulty to make every
I
exciting
don't even know
boss
how I
encounter-
got to that fucking conversation. They were talking about, oh, some people think Breath of the Wild is the best game ever. I was like, no, I don't think that, because I think Elden Ring has like a very similar open world to Breath of the Wild, but it does it better in almost every single way. And even Elden Ring I would consider like the best game of all time, but it's definitely the best open world game I've ever played.
A tense experience complemented by responsive and fluid combat. The deep lore of the land of Hallownest brought to life by the colourful characters that still wander its sparse depths. The gorgeous musical score by the talented Christopher Larkin that evokes a sense of mystery, curiosity, and loneliness as you explore the depths of the
Dude,
world.
my favorite songs in the game were the song that's like playing during the Radiance boss fight, especially towards the end where you're making that final climb. It was like giving me chills. And then Grimm's theme during like Grimm's fight, it was so fucking good. I literally just fought Grimm today, and he's already like my favorite character. His music was so good, his design was sick. Like, what the hell, man? I've known him for a couple hours. Definitely the two best right there. Yeah.
Hollow Knight is lauded as one of the best games ever made for a reason. It's genius, and it's really, really fun. Amongst an incredible cast of unforgettable bosses, there was one that garnered particular attention, not just for their criticality to the plot of the game, but the elegance, grace, and ferocity that was packed into its small frame. This was Hornet, who rose to popular
Hornet.
prominence in the community, from fan art to cosplays, a symbol of Hollow Knight as much as its silent protagonist, the Knight. Hornet, adored by the community, was a worthy successor to take the mantle in the yet-to-be-announced sequel. With fans' sentiment incredibly positive towards Team Cherry, the small group of developers sought to continue fostering that strong relationship with consistent dev blogs outlining progress on the game, a habit they'd formed in their Kickstarter days. To top it all off, Team Cherry released 4 free DLCs between August 2017 and August 2018, Hidden Dreams, The Grim Troop, Lifeblood, and finally, Godmaster, each adding substantial...
Yeah, these two are the ones that added the most. You know, Grim Troop having its whole own story and like antagonist, and it's super short. It's just a short side quest, but then this one having 2 new endings. These two added like like 2 new bosses each, but they're both like side bosses, and like they both added like some new mechanics as well, and some quality of life shit. But it's really these two that are the big ones, Grim Troop and Godmaster.
New content to the game with mostly positive reactions. So at the peak of this roller coaster, what could possibly top off all this goodwill between fans of Hollow Knight and Team Cherry? Well, how about a brand new game?
Wow.
On February 14th, 2019, Hollow Knight Silksong was finally revealed in a jaw-dropping moment for the community. The long-promised playable character of Hornet would now feature in her own full-length game.
Dude,
a
her
fully fledged
her
sequel
movement
born from
and
an
shit
idea
looks
too
so
good
sick.
stays humble as a minor DLC, prophesying 150 new enemies, new quests, tools, friends, bosses, locations. The list went on, all housed in a brand new location. Team Cherry, still riding high on the adoration from their fans and the popularity of their creation, subsequently released a dev blog to their YouTube channel that added even greater detail to the reveal.
Man, it's
So,
crazy
yeah,
how
alright,
they.
so first thing,
Man, it's
so-
crazy how they actually used to like update their fans. Yeah, why don't they do this anymore? Crazy.
So this is a game. It's a full.
It's a
Hornet
game.
gets her own.
What?
Her own
It's a
adventure in her own
game?
full game. In the sequel.
I
to our
never
game,
would have
Hollow Knight.
guessed.
Ascend to the peak of a haunted kingdom. We're kind of going for like an inversion on the Hollow Knight theme, which really was about descent down lower and lower and lower, and just exploring what different kind of gameplay possibilities exist.
This endearing video and all its
Start
lo-fi,
climbing a
humble
mountain?
beginnings aesthetic served well to generate a lot of hype within the
Right,
popular
what the
games
fuck?
media. Fans wouldn't have to wait much longer to continue the
We're doing the
constant
opposite.
barrage of
You're
good
going up.
news, with more gameplay revealed only a few months later on the 25th of June 2019. 20 minutes of real gameplay was shown at a
Wow.
Nintendo Treehouse live stream in the starting area
That's
of the
crazy that they had this much gameplay and shit to show this many years ago and the game's still not out. Usually if they're able to show this much gameplay, it means like a game is like well into development. No. No.
game called Greymore. The gameplay demo served only to stoke the red-hot engines of the rampaging hype train. Silksong was coming.
I say that, but like in like a couple weeks I'll be playing Lost Soul Aside, and that game has been in development for like 10, 11 years. But to be fair, it was also originally being developed by one guy for at least like 3 or 4 of those years. So, to be fair, that one didn't have a huge studio behind it for its initial inception. It was just one guy.
And it was going to be a dream come true. Articles and videos circulated the internet on every sprawling feed of every social
I
media
still can't
site
believe
as
Lost
the
Soul
hype of
Aside's
Hollow Knight
actually coming
Silksong
out.
skyrocketed into
Oh.
the lounge rooms,
Ah.
pockets, studies, and studios of every gamer on the planet. Several alleged leaks perpetrated by Nintendo fiscal reports claimed an
Because Lost Soul
ambitious 20
Aside, the way I view it is... Because Lost Soul Aside is so old, it was inspired by Versus 13. Before it became Final Fantasy 15. And we've talked about Versus 13, how it's the game that Nomura wanted to make that would eventually tie into Kingdom Hearts, and that he was never able to make, and that's why he made Yozora to replace Noctis in Kingdom Hearts 3. So a game that was inspired by like the game that Nomura was never able to make. I hope it's fucking good, man. I hope it's fucking good.
2020 release date, which at the time seemed plausible given the 2-year timeline of Hollow Knight's development. Not to mention, a placeholder release date was
Man, the
also
first one
shown
only took
on the
2
official Steam
years?
page of June 12th,
Crazy.
2020. Between these two supposed leaks, expectations were pretty high, and fans were euphorically singing the Silksong anthem across the world. As 2019 came to a
Not me,
close,
though.
a 2020 release was
I
not
hadn't
just
played the first game
expected,
yet.
but in the minds of some fans, assured, as the barrage of new information came rushing in month by month. And this is where things started to go wrong.
Oh boy.
As the world plunged into an unprecedented state of affairs with the global pandemic and geopolitical upheaval in 2020, fans of Hollow Knight were hit with another, albeit less catastrophic, sobering reality. Team Cherry had largely gone silent. The momentum that had built during 2019 has suddenly fallen flat, and with it, a stagnant air of confusion within fans. In fact, for a full 6 months, there was almost no communication regarding Silksong at all. Bulls roar from the prior year's
Man,
excitement. The notable
Only 6 months? I bet they were wishing for an update every 6 months now. It's been years, I think.
exception was from a community member that went by the name Seth, or Reddit user big_boy878.
Good name.
Sadly, Seth was suffering from cancer, and through the Marty Lyons Foundation was granted his wish of meeting with Team Cherry. Following conversations that Seth had with the team in late January, he was eventually offered the chance to be immortalized in Silksong as his very own boss that would carry his name, which he proudly announced to the world on Reddit in April. Following this reveal, Team Cherry finally broke their silence in June, bringing forth a set of 4 riddles for the community to solve with the promise of further reveals as prizes. These riddles were sequentially solved during the June-July period.
Oh, you don't like that we're going silent for such a long time? Solve my riddles. Hello?
Revealing the new NPC characters Huntress, Grindel, Caravan, and last, but certainly not least,
Huntress could
Seth,
sit
an
on my
imposing and
face.
proud character model that matched the bravery of its namesake. But then, just as quickly as it had been broken, silence fell once again. Much like my father on his ill-fated trip to get some milk, Team Cherry
Damn.
had completely
That
disappeared.
sucks.
Fans were growing concerned that their confident support of the game had potentially been misplaced. It wasn't until November 30th of 2020 that in response to a polite comment from one of their Kickstarter super backers, that Team Cherry finally emerged. Hi Team Cherry, do we have any news on what is happening with Silksong? Smiley face. Thanks for an amazing game. At Cullen, hey, thanks for checking in, and please do excuse the lack of proper updates. It wasn't planned, we've just been so focused on getting Silksong finished, we haven't found a moment to blog. Plus some slight adjustments around all the standard COVID/work from home type stuff. Rest assured the team is still working hard, and we'll try to get some actual info out soon. Smiley face. This comment at this stage was enough to assuage some of the more negative sentiment that had begun to circulate the internet with regards to Silksong, an encouraging pat on the back from Team Cherry to reassure their supporters that not only was Silksong real, but it was carefully being tuned and perfected in the inner sanctum of the studio. To top it all off, fans would only have to wait a couple weeks more before Silksong would be injected with some new hype. On Twitter, Edge magazine released an image that, while vague, showed a teaser of the unmistakable likeness of Hornet. While Edge were doing what they do best,
Really?
showed a teaser of
People figured out that this was Hornet? I would just look at this and... Huh? The unmistakable likeness of Hornet, and it's like... It's a parabola. Hello? I mean, yeah, that is the shape of her head, but saying unmistakable likeness is crazy. That's a graph, man. That's just a shape.
the unmistakable likeness of Hornet. While Edge
Unmistakable likeness is crazy.
were doing what they do best, edging people, it wouldn't be long before they
Edging
gave the fan base some
people.
well-earned
I love
relief. On the
edging.
final day of 2020, the issue was released featuring an exclusive interview with Team Cherry. Fans were elated. New details of combat, locations, enemies, and much more stirred up a new wave of excitement from fans. Could this be the turning point for Silksong?
No.
Were Team Cherry finally opening
No.
up the doors to the community? The answer was, of course, no. Well, if you
No.
thought that 2020 was bad, 2021 was a ghost town. Silksong was so absent that, much like my girlfriend from another town over, people were beginning to wonder if it ever existed at all. If the gameplay they'd seen was just a fairy tale put
It was
together
all
for
a
shareholders
dream.
and backers to feel sure that their investments were safe, the sentiment toward Team Cherry was shifting from supportive to divided. It honestly makes me sad that Team Cherry is acting like this. As someone who has donated to Team Cherry's Kickstarter, bought their game multiple times, and overall have been a loyal fan since 2015, I personally feel disrespected. Their dead silence has caused the
It is
Hollow Knight
disrespect.
community
No,
to
it
go
100%
into
is.
shambles, and it seems
Like, if you're not communicating anything with your fans, that is disrespectful. It 100% is. I say this as someone who wasn't even a Hollow Knight fan until literally a couple days ago when I first started the fucking game. Even just looking at the community from the outside, I was like, why are these devs not updating their fans? This is incredibly, like, disrespectful. Like, what is their problem? Why do they just actively choose to stay silent for years at a time? Like, that's not a good thing. It doesn't make your game more anticipated. It makes people like this, who are literally a backer of you, who are now disappointed in you. When, literally, if all you did was just put out a post saying, hey, like, we're sorry, like, that the game's taking so long, blah, 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 blah. Literally just anything. Just a single blog post. Anything. The fact that you say nothing, not a single word, is disrespectful. You don't need to constantly update people with new info. You don't need to constantly update people with good news. Even if it's bad news, people would appreciate being updated. Like, that's all they want. That's all they've ever fucking wanted. That's all I've ever seen from the community. It's just them begging for a single update, even if it is bad news. Even if it is saying, oh, the game's delayed, oh, the game's taking longer than expected, oh, we're having trouble developing it, blah, 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 blah. Even if it is bad news, people still want news.
As if they don't care. I couldn't give less of a shit when Silksong comes out, but that is not the issue at hand. The issue is their lack of communication,
Exactly.
which they used to do so
People
often.
don't care how long the game's gonna take. That's not why Silksong is infamous. It's infamous because the devs don't fucking say shit. They literally have gone like years without updating anyone on anything. That's why the game is like infamous. That's why like it's a joke that like, oh, Silksong, will Silksong be at this Nintendo Direct? Will Silksong be at this? Will Silksong be at this? Because people just want anything. Just fucking anything. They don't care how long the game takes to come out. They just want to be fucking updated.
Often has divided the community and turned this subreddit into complete toxicity. Team Cherry, if you're reading this, I am begging you, make a short 20-second tweet that states you're working on the game, but it's not ready yet. That will bring instant gratification and reassurance to everyone on this subreddit, and we will no longer be divided.
Literally exactly what I just said. Literally. I'm not even in the Hollow Knight community. I just started the game 9 days ago. I just finished it today. And even I, as someone outside the community, could see all this shit fucking happening and see how, like, awful it was for, like, people who were fans of Hollow Knight. It's just, like, seeing so many of them being disheartened every fucking day that, like, a new, like, game announcement show would happen. Like, it's ridiculous.
Please save your community. This post was only representative of a single individual's feeling and a little melodramatic at that, but the comments beneath were markedly more divided. Some were offering a more positive message of patience and trust in Team Cherry, while others were supportive of the original poster.
Patience is a good thing, yeah. People should be patient for the game if they're being updated on it. I don't think if you as a developer aren't updating your players at all, even with a single post, like, I'm not saying like you have to show footage, like literally just type up a post giving like a typed up update on like, hey, here's the situation, here's where we are in the development cycle, here's how much longer we're expecting this to take. Just something. If you're not going to treat your players with any respect, I don't think they should have to just sit there silently and be patient. They should complain. If you want your players to be patient, give them a reason to be patient. Update them on what the fuck is happening with your game.
The pandemic brought with it a multitude of professional challenges: working from home, a hesitant market for investing in riskier projects, mental health deterioration thanks to lockdown laws, amongst many, many others. Much like the broader population, Team Cherry were undoubtedly succumbing to those challenges, and a delay in development was all but expected for the most level-headed fans. For some fans, though, it was easy to overlook those real challenges that the small indie team may have been facing, and criticism was boiling up and leaking over. The point was that things were not trending favorably in the developer's direction. A false Nvidia leak prophesying the release of the game on the 1st of February 2022 didn't help that matter either, giving hope to desperate fans only to crush them once again. Needless to say, things were starting to look a little grim for Team Cherry, a timeline of spotty communication enabling a fan base to fester on their frustration. Cut to June 13th of 2022, over an entire year later. With the Nvidia leak proven false and now in the rear window, the fanbase was looking to the suite of summer showcases from the large publishing houses for any announcement of Silksong. During the Xbox and Bethesda showcase, fans were hungry for even a single scrap of hope, and they were greeted with this. there it was, Silksong in all its glory, front and center for one of the biggest showcases of the summer. Xbox proudly announcing the release of Hollow Knight Silksong day one on their Game Pass subscription service, and it was the same pride that drove them to post the following misguided tweet. Everything you're seeing today is playable over the next 12 months. So you're telling me Silksong is out within the next 12 months. That's exactly what we said.
And that's exactly why I say Xbox is claiming that it's going to come out this year, because they've done it before. I saw this tweet when it happened. I saw this when it happened. Xbox claiming that that Silksong is going to launch on the same day that their handheld launches. I'll believe it when I see it. It's like, sure, right, right, sure.
Well, this would light a new fire of hope in the hearts of fans like nothing had to date, but there was a glaringly obvious problem for us here in the future. Xbox was wrong. Very, very wrong. When the penny dropped that they'd been misled, well, fans weren't having it. Now, I could state the overall feeling that the Silksong community were experiencing in this moment, but I couldn't have put it better than this. Father, would you do the honor? Most
Peak Dark
real
Souls
moment
3
of hope
boss.
that fans had felt in years, another false lead. Later that same year, on the 17th of September 2022, PlayStation announced Silksong would be playable on the PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 to protect their market share of the game against their rivals in Xbox. Rather more intelligently than their main competitor, they omitted tweeting anything to bait the community, while meager updates in the way of metadata changes to online store pages and the occasional gameplay screenshot kept the community coping. Nearly halfway through the following year, on the 10th of May 2023, Matthew Griffin, or Leth as he was known by the fanbase, the marketing and publishing lead for Silksong, came forth with some sobering news. Hey gang, just a quick update about Silksong. We had planned to release it in the first half of 2023, but development is still continuing. We're excited by how the game is shaping up, and it's gotten quite big, so we want to take the time to make the game as good as we can. Expect more details from us once we get closer to release. This announcement was simultaneously a powerful gut punch and a sigh of relief for the community. This delay, if you could describe it that way without a release date for reference, meant a longer wait was ahead, but at least some communication was being made, right? Amidst this era of our story, another storm was brewing. Microsoft, in an attempt to change the tides of the gaming industry forever, were buying out major publishers and developers like it was going out of fashion. One amongst many document leaks took place that was of particular interest to the Silksong community. A document titled Developers to Watch materialized from the ether of the internet. While this document's validity has never truly been confirmed, it did list numerous successful smaller game studios, including Hello Games, responsible for the masterpiece No Man's Sky, and of course, our boys, Team Cherry. The possibility of a Microsoft acquisition was not taken well at all. Gamers broadly seeing these wealthy corporations as the antithesis of what made Hollow Knight so great. A work of art brought
Especially with what Microsoft does with those studios now. Even if they have a good game, they shut them down.
life by
Please no.
passion, creative
Please
ingenuity,
no.
and raw talent. A corporate influence causing a potential shift of that focus towards a money-making exercise, infecting these works of art with microtransactions, battle passes, and fleeting gaming trends. Fortunately, Team Cherry seemed to agree with this notion, as this never transpired, and in fact was almost the reason that Leth may have never joined the team.
So they knew you from that.
I reached out to them because they had the Ferocious Foes trailer go out and get a lot of eyes on it. The response, got publisher interest for them, and so I reached out to them on behalf of the publisher I was working for and said, hey, if you guys are looking for a publisher, consider us, and you'll be working with me. I think first I talked with Ari, just Ari, and then the next time around was Ari and William, but they were kind of like, yeah, we're thinking we want to stay independent and go with the publisher, and so then I offered to just join the team as just sort of an agent to, could join the team and handle those duties.
In the remaining months of 2023, negative community sentiment started to feature more and more within the fanbase. Whether a vocal minority or a sign of something greater, Team Cherry's reputation was continuing to decline with a growing sect of the community. Desperation began to set in, with even the smallest updates causing a rabid response of unhinged positivity. Silksong news, kinda. The Shawarma on Discord dug into the metadata in the Silksong press kit and uncovered the file names of the videos used to construct the trailer. Check out the replies for a video featuring all the names. News! This means Silksong will shadow drop on Christmas. A tidbit of news, a morsel, a crumb, hallelujah. Silksong is coming this Christmas? Holy fucking shit. Fish mentioned, fish mentioned, fish mentioned. Fucking fishing minigame is coming. The hype generated by the reveal trailer in 2019 was certainly starting to catch up to Team Cherry. The weight of expectation of showing the trailer so early had created a beast. The key problem with hype is, if it's generated too early, it only leads to disappointment and frustration, which Team Cherry were learning the hard way. With Silksong still not in player hands, each passing day piled on more subconscious promise of a game worth waiting for. At one point, some members of the community were so desperate for any crumb of recognition that they attempted to start a movement to threaten to delete the entire Hollow Knight Silksong subreddit in February of 2024.
Sick.
Unless Team Cherry provided them with
Give us an update or we kill ourselves.
an update
Give us an update or we die.
on the game, which outside of being impossible, was met with the same divided response from the greater fanbase. As a consequence of the rising uproar, Leth came forth once again on one of the many outraged posts on the subreddit in an attempt to quell the dissatisfaction. We've been super patient. It's been 5 whole years since you announced Silksong. No blog posts, and all of the news has been from third-party sources. It's getting pretty ridiculous at this point, especially when other indie developers have been transparent. We aren't asking for the game, we just want to know if you're alive, and if this freaking game is even coming out at this point. Hang in there, guys. We are still hard at work on the game.
Wow.
This update, if you can call it that, was mostly well received. The majority of responses to the comment and
One
sentiment from the
sentence
popular
after
games media was
years.
one of
Let's
relief
go.
that at least someone was working on this game. However, not everyone felt the same. The frustration was still coming to boil. Throughout the rest of 2024, bar a few minor updates such as a new Xbox store page and some ratings changes, the silence had become completely deafening. It had now been almost 2.5 years since any substantial update on Silksong. The desperation had reached a point of borderline insanity. Dedicated fans combing the internet daily for the next scrap to cling onto. Take, for example, the Cake ARG. William Palin from Team Cherry, who now goes by the persona Little Bomi on Twitter, updated his profile picture to a slice of cake on January 16, 2025, alongside an ominous post. Something big is coming. Keep your eyes closed tomorrow. As we now know, January 17th coincided with the reveal of the Switch 2, but at the time was all but confirmed via leaks that this would be its reveal date. So a tweet from one of the developers of Silksong alongside this reveal could only mean one thing. Silksong was coming. Nothing can prepare you for the evidence that the community found. The cake in the image of Palin's profile picture was linked to a recipe that had been uploaded to the internet on April 2nd, 2024. To coincide with this date, the words "Eyes Closed Tomorrow" were also posted by the band Imagine Dragons on the same date, April 2nd. These two in combination may be referencing a reveal date of April 2nd, 2025. Right? Right, guys? They're so clearly linked. Could you please clarify that the whole cake
Silksong
thing
fans
wasn't
are
an
actually
ARG or
schizophrenic.
something? Some people are still in denial. It wasn't. A fabrication or fantasy conjured by the broken minds of a fan base beaten by years of silence and false leads. Another crack in a sea of broken hearts. April 2nd, 2025
Dude,
was
that
nothing
boss
more
looks
than
like a
another
baddie.
dead end. Or was it?
So many baddies in Hollow Knight. Wow.
There it was.
10
all
whole seconds.
5 glorious seconds.
Oh,
of it.
5.
April 2nd brought with it the Nintendo Direct for the Switch 2, and Silksong was given, well, just a small nod, to be honest, which for one of gaming's most anticipated games was a little bit underwhelming. Nintendo's EU Twitter account almost immediately followed up with a very bold statement: "Ascend to the peak of a haunted kingdom in Hollow Knight Silksong, arriving on Nintendo Switch 2 this year." Now,
believe it
you
when I
might
see it.
expect that this reveal brought elation and excitement, and for some, it did. First official confirmation that the game was not only real, but was coming before the end of
give me
2025. However, the memory of the Xbox and Bethesda showcase in 2022 and the false announcements on Twitter was still fresh in the minds of the community. Amongst the celebrations, there was a reasonable amount of skeptics, weathered by years of disappointment. A week went by, and further updates came pouring in. Leth announced compatibility with the Switch 1 and 2 devices, an event called Acme teased the presence of the game, and finally Team Cherry, in all their mythological status at this point, appeared once more. On April 9th, 2025, this was the first message that Kickstarter backers had received in over 4 years.
Imagine backing a Kickstarter and not getting a single message from the Kickstarter you're backing for 4 years. Yeah, no, people's anger towards them is 100% justified. These people are giving you money, and you didn't give them an update on the Kickstarter blog for 4 years? Okay.
There was something in the air. This felt different.
Okay.
Skeptics were becoming believers.
That's
this
a
was further
choice.
compounded by Nintendo, then doubling down on this release window on April 30th. Over the coming weeks, more and more information dropped that led the community into the promised land of belief, building to a crescendo that will come to a powerful climax on June 9th, 2025.
Yeah, Xbox's weird handheld shit, which is apparently just an already existing handheld. Apparently these ROG handhelds are already a thing. This one is just has Xbox branding. I don't get it.
This was no 5-second crumb. Xbox had painted the canvas of the Asus ROG Ally X with the colors of Silksong. It was front and center for the reveal, Hornet in all her glory, dashing, diving, and twirling through the air on one of gaming's biggest stages. But
Then again, yeah, Xbox and them probably do have a deal because it's coming out day one on Game Pass, and apparently it's coming out the same day as the Xbox handheld. So they 100% have a deal with Xbox, and maybe that's why they can't say much, because Xbox is like, no, we're the ones who are going to reveal the release date because it's coming out the same day as our handheld console, blah, 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 blah. I don't know.
Still no release date. Leth confirmed on the same day.
And Xbox, what worries me about that is Xbox loves shadow drops. So just randomly someday Xbox could be like, hey, Silksong's out.
That Silksong would be releasing before the
I hate shadow drops. I like knowing when a game's gonna come out so I can mentally prepare myself.
Meaning a release window of later this year, corroborating Nintendo's earlier estimate. Keep in mind that this was coming directly from Team Cherry, not a misguided publisher or a leaker or third party. Team Cherry were the ones setting the tone. The first that this had ever happened since the game's ill-fated announcement in 2019. Silksong was almost certainly coming this time. Well, 95% sure anyway. After years and years of letdowns and focused frustration, fans were looking at the release window with a new eye. Hope for the best, expect the worst. Silksong was all but entirely confirmed at this point, but there was still a chance that this was the most elaborate bait of all. 6 years of coping condensed into an irreversible sense of paranoia. Where was the release date? Would the game be shadow dropped like many other notable releases in recent memory? Anticipation and excitement mixed with an inescapable feeling.
But the lack of news makes me think it's going to be shadow dropped, because the same thing happened with the Liza P DLC. Liza P DLC, we didn't hear anything about it for a while, and then we finally get a new trailer and it's a shadow drop. Usually, in recent years, that has been a common trend. If a game doesn't get a trailer for years and then suddenly gets one, it might be a shadow drop, especially at an Xbox show. Xbox loves to shadow drop shit.
Skepticism. For now, fans look to the Acme exhibition in September for the first hands-on opportunity to play Silksong since 2019. Team Cherry maintaining their commitment to their vow of silence, looking to a deadline for one of the most anticipated games in the history of the games industry. A long timeline of anticipation carrying the weight of expectation with it. The story of Silksong's controversial development appears to be coming to a close, but the question is, will Silksong live up to the expectation that has been built over 6 years? Can Team Cherry do it all again and release a game that defines a genre? If Silksong finally releases, will my dad also finally come home too?
No.
Questions that have seeped into the minds of the community and spreading throughout the networks of the fanbase. An insipid
We'll say, I
infection
actually am
almost
excited for
creeping from
Silksong
one
now
mind
that
to
I've
the
played
next,
Hollow
waiting
Knight.
for a hollow vessel to contain it,
But
a new voice to tame it.
I'm still also, like, you know, I was pissed at the devs even before I played the game. Now, now that I played the game, it's like, I can't imagine. Well, I can. I've gone through similar shit with KH3. Nomura, they announced that game way too early. Honestly, I feel like the KH3 wait wasn't this bad though, because there was still some updates. And then, when it came to like the actual release year of the game, there was too many updates, and they showed almost the entire end of the game in its trailers. So that was awesome. That was sick. Anyways. Oh my god. Oh, how the pendulum can swing. Yeah. I'm gonna mute. Okay. Never mind, she's back. As soon as I unmuted, she came back and started screaming in the hallway. Crazy. I think it's done now. Anyways. None of you understand how parrying works? I don't even understand how parrying works. I would just accidentally do it. Change your profile picture to Clippy. I'm serious. No. No. No, thank you. I'm okay. Well, now what? Now what? Let me check something. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Now we wait 6 years for no. The 6-year wait has already passed. Luckily, I don't have to wait that long. That you know of. Listen, I believe him for now. Okay. Now what? Dude, now my entire recommended is Hollow Knight. I'm done. I'm done. I don't need more Hollow Knight. I'm done. Oh my god. Hollow Knight nerd reads 0-star reviews. That sounds kind of funny.
Hey everyone, how's it going? God Gamer
Uninstalled
here
after 30 minutes. I passed first boss, went to second area. I like to explore in games, and I went to places that seemed hard to reach expecting some reward. Instead of that, I got broken gameplay, unable to leave that area. Uninstalled. I can't think of a single area you're unable to leave. What are they fucking talking about? What are they talking about? What? What? This sounds kind of funny. I'll watch this.
I'm going to be taking on the toughest Hollow Knight challenge yet, which is
No
reading
way.
0-star reviews of my favorite game.
Like this is how I sound when like I'm raging at a boss. But that's just me in the middle of gamer rage. Nothing I say in the middle of gamer rage is a real opinion of mine. It's just me being mad at like a boss that isn't a real person, and so I have to direct my anger at something, and so I direct it at the game and call it dog shit. But then you do it and it's all good. Or I give up. Like those Pantheons, I was not doing those. I hate boss rushes. Boss rushes are so annoying because you have to do 30 bosses in one life. Like, I'd rather die. That doesn't count. And even then, it's not like I was insulting the boss rushes. I acknowledge I'm too bad for them. It's not like me being like, boss rushes are so dog shit and so badly designed and they make the game terrible. It's more so like, this is too hard. I'm not doing this.
So I love Hollow Knight, but I also understand it's not a game for everyone. So if you don't like the game...
Yeah, I wasn't expecting it to be a hard game. I don't know what I was expecting, but anytime I would see gameplay, it didn't look like a hard game. It just looked like a cute little platformer.
Totally fine. But if you give a game a 0-star review because you're salty that you got stuck at Gruzmother, then we've got a bit of a problem. It really is a common theme with these reviews that people are just upset that they got stuck. But you gotta understand, not every game is for everyone, right? Anyway, let's just get right into this. Uninstalled after 30 minutes.
No.
Passed first boss and went to second area. I like to explore in games, and I went to places that seemed hard to reach, expecting some reward. Instead of that, I got broken gameplay, unable to leave that area, uninstalled. So this person actually went through Green Path, and I suspect they went down through Fog Canyon, gave all their money to Millibel, and then got trapped in Queen Station. Bro, it's not that hard to get out. You just have to get past some jellyfish on your way up. The jellyfish aren't some impassable wall. You can just...
Yeah, I went there. I went to Fog Canyon and Queen Station like incredibly early. And I was just like, I don't think I'm supposed to be here. And you know what I did? I just went back up.
jump around them. There's a lot to be said
go
for
back
Hollow
up.
Knight in terms of design.
Found the boss fights too hard. There's no way to dumb it down. So if you're not a hyperactive youngster, look out. Okay, but that's kind of true though. Like some of the bosses move so fast and have so much shit going on. Oh my god. Like that's kind of true though. A 3-star rating because like the bosses are super fast and hyperactive and is crazy. But nothing they said here is wrong. They are really hard bosses. they really are.
But I found the boss fights too hard, and there's no way to dumb it down. So if you're not a hyperactive youngster, look out.
Look out.
Bro, I'm 32. The
What?
game makes you trounce back
He does not look 32. I thought he was like, okay. I
through
don't know why
5+
that surprised me.
screens of enemies
32.
just to try the boss again.
Bro, I look his age. Do I look 32?
Which is extremely hard.
No.
It's a garbage experience, except for extreme fans of this type of gameplay. Avoid it. Dude, there are very few instances where you have to go through 5+ screens of enemies to get back to the boss.
No, that's not true. That's not true. That has happened a lot. There are some bench locations that are very far away. But like I've also played Souls games, so it's like I'm used to runbacks. But some of the runbacks are brutal as hell. I get it, man. It's your favorite game, but sometimes you gotta recognize when a criticism is valid. Now, 1 out of 10 valid? Absolutely not. But like, there are some crazy runbacks. Not every boss, but there are definitely some crazy runbacks.
One of the main examples of this is Soulmaster, where they literally placed a shortcut to the boss in every single room leading up to it. Literally every single one. Game too hard and atmosphere too shallow to keep my interest.
The atmosphere of Hollow Knight too shallow? Bro, this is one of the most atmospheric games I've ever fucking played. Hello? What the hell?
Nothing about the game's theme, story, atmosphere.
Dude, I got jump scared in a 2D game. with like a cartoonish art style when I first went to like the sewers and saw those like worm guys. That's how fucking immersive the atmosphere was, that in a 2D cartoony game, I got fucking jump scared. Like, hello?
Inspires me to keep playing. Even when I constantly die, the save point is often far, far away from the area I'm stuck
Just
on.
don't die.
I end up getting stuck in one area too often. The game mechanics are too stiff to allow any room for improvement.
Stiff?
The game will punish you.
I would describe
even
them
for
in every word other than stiff. There's not a single mechanic that
dull,
feels stiff.
forgettable soundtrack. Graphics are
The only mechanic that I don't even know if stiff would be the right word, but like that popped into my head when I was trying to think of one to describe as stiff. The super dash that like you charge up and like the crystals appear under your feet and you dash forward. Once you start charging it up, there's no way to cancel it. So like if you charge it up and you see you're about to go into some spikes, you're just gonna go into some spikes unless like you very quickly tap spacebar after, but usually your momentum is already too fast that you're gonna hit the spikes anyways.
Eyesore.
I wish there was a way to cancel that. Maybe there is, but I tried. Believe me, I tried.
Enjoyable part was uninstalling the game. So this is one of those reviews that falls into the category
Forgettable soundtrack is crazy. Graphics are an eyesore is crazy. This is bait. This is rage bait. Rage bait. Rage bait.
They admit that the reason why they hate the game is because they suck at it. But just because you suck at a game doesn't mean that everything about the game is bad. And what does punishing them for just existing even mean? Did this person accidentally install the Nightmare Spikes mod and just constantly die to it? And the game mechanics are too stiff to
Nightmare
allow
Spikes?
for
I don't
room
even
for
want to know.
improvement?
I don't want to know.
What the fuck have I been doing for the past 5 years of my life? I'm so tired of...
To be honest, I could ask you the same thing. I spent 9 days on the game and I'm done. I have had my fill. I don't know how people play like the same game for like years on end when it's like a single player game like this. I can understand it for like live service games, and even then I still have to take breaks from those. But like, I don't get how people play the same single player game over and over. Because even for my favorite games of all time, I can't even do that. My brain is like, I want a new game. I don't want to play the same game again. I want a new game. I want new experience. I want new thing. And I think it's because growing up I had a PS2 with like the same like dozen or so games for like years up until like 2014. So the first like 12 years of my life I had like the same few games to play. And so now that like, you know, I'm able to like buy games myself, I constantly want to play new games because I hate replaying games now because it was all I could do as a kid. I would just have to replay the same games over and over and over again. And now I hate replaying games because of it. Because it was all I was able to do.
Respawning enemies. This game is full of respawning.
I had like a dozen games and half of them I hated and half of them didn't work. And there was really only like 2 or 3 of them I actively played, and I would just play the same 3 games over and over.
Enemies. Yeah, I agree. Great point. The game would be much better if it were just completely empty after you killed the enemies. Map is awful. For the first 1+ hour of the game, you just run around aimlessly.
Like every Metroidvania
and actually,
ever?
It doesn't get that much better. There are no real objectives or objective markers. You kind of
There are markers, you just have to buy them at the map shop. Idiot.
just wander around a massive maze. The whole game is incredibly maze-like, and there's so much backtracking through areas you've already been
He's
in.
describing a Metroidvania. He's just describing the genre of the game.
Well, congrats on describing a Metroidvania.
Dude, that's what I said.
You dummy. There's a bug where it sometimes doesn't register a jump when you're near an edge.
Well, that's not true.
That's called mistiming your input. There are poor things, like your basic attack pushing you backwards, so if you...
There's a charm that you can equip to disable that if it annoys you that much. It annoyed me on some occasions, but then I would just get over it.
ever attack someone when you're near an edge, you fall off and frequently die, or have to trek back up a long path. If it's happening so often, try learning not to do it.
Just
If mods
don't
for
do it.
invincibility weren't available, I'd have uninstalled early on. It would be a total waste
He put mods on for invincibility to beat the game. That's crazy.
of time doing the same monotonous things over and over. I
Dude,
just
I should do that to get through Pantheon.
to get it over with as quickly as possible. If you're using invincibility, it's no fucking wonder why you didn't enjoy the game. Some game
I would enjoy Pantheon substantially more with invincibility, I think. I cannot do that shit normally. It's fucking 30 bosses in a row. Brain too bad. I'm too ass at the game.
just aren't for everyone. But that doesn't mean you
The rest of the game was fine. The Pantheon, once I got to that, the fucking boss rushes is like, nah, I'm checking out now. I'm done.
game bad review.
Not for
It
me.
means you need to get a clue about what you fucking like. Platform was meh. Graphics
Because the rest of the game, it's like if I died to a boss, sure, I have to make a long trek back in some cases. But I can still actively keep learning the boss. In Pantheon, if like you get all the way to the end of the Pantheon and you're trying to like learn that boss and you die, you then have to do like 20 other bosses again just to attempt it one more time. And I don't like that.
rigid and uninteresting. There are way better Metroidvania
I just want to try
out
the one
there.
boss. I just want to
This
learn the one
is
boss.
overhyped. So in this case, I don't even know what the graphics being rigid even means. There's particle effects when you do basically anything in Hollow Knight. The game is kind of like 3D shifted into a 2D perspective, and there's foreground objects like grass that react when you move past them. The graphics are objectively not rigid. It seems like this person was fishing for a reason to give this game a 0-star review, but if you can't even come up with a coherent reason why to give a game a 0-star review, why the fuck are you doing it in the first place? Absolutely atrocious. Unplayable beyond any reasonable measure.
I played it.
Not
It's pretty playable.
a finished game by any stretch of the imagination.
Seemed pretty finished to me.
Buggy, terribly optimized, horribly designed. Avoid like the plague. You have to wonder
Damn.
what led this person to even say these things. The game is obviously finished, and if the game's unplayable, again, what the fuck have I been doing for these past 5 years?
That's what I'm
also, you
asking.
missed a pretty easy opportunity for a pun at the end. What the fuck are you doing? This is another one of those reviews where the writer was simply not good enough to play a game that relies solely on skill. This game is absolute
What?
shit solely on
Not good enough to develop a game that solely relies on skill. This game has to rely on touch damage and attacks by the enemy in order. What? The game has to rely on damage and attacks by the enemy in order to make it hard. You don't want the enemies to attack you? What? What? I'm so confused. Oh my god.
skill. This game is absolute shit. I'm not a casual player, and this game feels disgusting because it's way more unfair than Ninja Gaiden games.
I don't think the Ninja Gaiden games are comparable, man. I don't think that's a different genre entirely.
Also, controls, mechanics, backtracking, and the map made me waste a lot of time. 22 hours to beat over.
22 hours to beat Hornet? The first Hornet or the second Hornet? I'm gonna believe that it's the second Hornet, definitely. You're right.
Requires a
Either children or deranged rage baiters wrote these.
lot of patience,
Yeah.
which is abused by its creators multiple times throughout
Requires a lot of patience. What? Which is abused by its creators multiple. How do they abuse your patience? How do they do that? Waste 60 plus hours in a 5-hour game. Damn, I can get 60 plus hours out of this game? That's a lot of game. Worth it.
the game.
That seems like a
Not
positive.
recommended unless you want to waste 60 plus hours on a 5-hour game. Just because a game can be speedrun in 5 hours doesn't mean it's a 5-hour game, you dingus. I don't like it. Tick-ticks are cool though. Bad game. I don't like the graphics. Bad progression. Confusing. Bad game.
So true.
I am also confused. The first few hours of playing this game, I absolutely loathed it. I actually quit out at one point to refund it, only to see I played 2.5
It's like
hours
30
and was already
minutes.
past the point of no return.
Yeah,
There are
there's
a lot of
there's
game
an
design
achievement on Steam for beating it in under 5 hours. They literally like incentivize speedrunning. Hell for people who like do achievement hunting and like 100% every game they play, they gotta learn to speedrun.
At play here. Enemies with way too much health, bosses with 3 times as much health as they should have, you getting knocked back every time you attack, which other than making aerial combat impossible, also
You getting knocked back every time you attack, which makes aerial combat impossible. You getting knocked back is what enables aerial combat. It's what makes it so when you hit an enemy in the air, it knocks you back, but it knocks you back upward. And you can bounce off the enemy, and you can keep hitting them. You keep bouncing on the enemy. You keep bouncing on them, and bouncing on them, and bouncing on them. It's the most fun fucking shit in the game, is like bouncing with your attacks in the air. Like, hello? What are we talking about?
removes all positive game feel from combat completely by making you feel like a wet blanket. People who give Hollow Knight 1-star reviews are wet blankets. That's how you'd use that phrase. Constant maze-like backtracking in just the first few areas, and the map system is terrible. And tons of
No, he meant a literal blanket that's wet.
And these are just the things I hated about it in the first few hours. Where are you finding these spike mazes? Does Brooding Moloch's entrance count as an I wanna be the guy spike maze? Do you even know what I wanna be the guy is? The platforming anytime.
I don't. My comparison for like the spike maze puzzle things were Celeste, because there were like similar stuff in Celeste. And I played that a few years ago, shortly after I met Sophie, because she told me it was one of her favorite games. So I was like, okay, I'll play it.
With the vines can go fuck itself. What game did this person play? Donkey Kong? I don't get it. The game is pretty, sure, and I'll admit Metroidvanias might not be my favorite genre, but I thoroughly enjoyed, for instance, Ori and the Blind Forest, which seems to have similar critical acclaim and the same focus on visuals and ambience. But while Ori also focuses on gameplay and story, Hollow Knight seems to go out of its way to completely ignore them. So
No, the story is just more subtle, like a Souls game. And it's not even as subtle as a Souls game. It's definitely more upfront than that, but it's still subtle.
Oh, you heard it here first, Mossbag. Hollow Knight has no story.
Nope,
it's time
no
for
story.
you to delete your YouTube. It also
Delete
has
your
no
10
gameplay
million
either. It's
view
basically
story
just
video.
like a walking simulator, so I totally get where this guy's coming from. I'm salty and bad at the game, but damn, is the story and shit good? What? For your sanity, I don't recommend, but yeah, get it.
I agree. I agree with everything he said. I am also salty and bad at the game. But damn, is this story and shit good? I don't recommend, but get it. Get the game, but I don't recommend it. 78 hours on record. Me for real.
Well, at least someone's being honest with themselves. I'm at the point where it seems
I can be honest with
there's
myself.
nowhere
I
to
know I'm
go.
ass at the game. Oh my god.
And every game session becomes me just exploring and backtracking to find what I missed,
Yeah,
so I can
that's
progress.
the point
This is now the
of a
third time
Metroidvania?
I've reached one of these points, and it just takes so long to
No, but like that's the point. Yeah, when you don't know where to go, you go exploring. You go search for where to go. That's the point.
get around that I absolutely dread opening the game now. there's one dreamer to go. If there's only one dreamer to go, then you have all the required items to get that dreamer. There's no configuration of abilities that you can have that would allow you to get two, but not the final dreamer. And it's literally on your map because you picked up the dream nail. So what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of which one they're probably having trouble getting to. I don't know. Because Deep Nest has like 3 entrances. I feel like they had to have at least stumbled upon one of them accidentally. And then the pink area is like right in the middle of Green Path and Queen Station. So like you have to have had passed through there. And then the tower in the city is the most obvious one. I don't know. I don't know which one they're having trouble figuring out how to get to. If the markers let me use text like vertical black thing or key or this or that, then it'd be much easier. But I have to remember to write things down or look up a map, which is essentially cheating. Ideally, you could bring up the map with an item or ability selected. It would highlight areas on the map that the item can get you past. So I hop on and go to an area where the map corridor is open and go, oh yeah, I can't get past this because blah blah blah. Yeah, that's what I do. I just open my map, I see, okay, there's like a bunch of paths that are like open, they're not a closed off wall, that means I haven't been there. Why did I not go there before? I don't remember. Okay, let me go back and double check. Oh yeah, I can't go here still. Oh, I can go here now. Oh, I didn't have this ability, so now I can go here. That's the point. That's literally the point. You're describing the point of the game. Yeah. You go back and check all those paths and see which ones you can access now whenever you get a new ability. That's the point.
Ideally,
I love the challenging content, the stronger bosses, but this isn't challenging now. It's just pixel searching areas I've been to 1,000,000 times.
you could bring up the map with an item or ability selected, and it would highlight areas on the map that the item can get you past. A casual gamer feature, sure, but you could justify it in lore that this guy you're controlling has a great memory. Yes, the vessel actually has an excellent memory. No mind to think, but it can remember the entirety of Hollow Nest. Okay, I think I'm gonna stop here, but thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed the video, make sure to let me know.
If I'd known this was the Dark Souls of Metroidvanias, I never would have bought it. Wow. Ay, ay, ay. Dying to the same boss a dozen or more times, having to spend several minutes each time to backtrack, is not fun.
Do more of these in the future, but that's all for today. Thanks so much for watching.
Oh no, there's more. Oh no.
Hey everyone, how's it going? God Gamer here. So today I woke up and I made the brilliant decision that I would read more negative reviews of my
I love
favorite
reading negative
game,
reviews.
Hollow Knight. So
I love
last
it.
time we noticed a common theme in the reviews, which was that people would get salty playing the game, and then they would make shit up to justify why they weren't having fun. And there were also plenty of people who didn't seem to understand that they weren't the demographic for the game, and then gave it a shit review regardless. And if that's the case, I understand. Hollow Knight isn't for everyone, but it is a good game, and I will fight you to the death about that.
To
It's
the
good,
death?
but only for 2 or 3 hours. After that,
4 hours on record. Well, he stayed true to his word. He played those 2 to 3 hours, then as soon as he stopped having fun, not recommended.
they're nothing new for you. Endgame is repeating itself. Okay,
What?
repeating itself in what sense? Do you mean entering a new area and having to get an ability?
How do you
and
know the game's
kill
repeating itself 4 hours in, man? You're like probably still in the first area.
enemies and
That's
defeat
why it feels repetitive. You're still in the first area.
a
Come on,
boss?
man. Just Go to the next area. It's okay.
If so, that's how video games work. Sometimes it's too easy, and sometimes too hard. While everyone else seems to think the game is too hard all the time. Not a bad game, but it's not worth the price. Hollow Knight costs $5 on sale, man. How cheap does it have to be?
Oh my god. Wikis should not be mandatory. They weren't. This phase says it all. Oh my god. The only thing I needed a wiki for was how to access like the God Home shit. And even then, that's not necessary. It's just I didn't want to figure that out myself, is how to access God Home in those two endings. I didn't want to figure it out myself. It's not like that was mandatory. I could have figured it out myself if I wanted to. I just didn't want to. We're saving it for later.
But really hate it when Steam rating suggests it's a 9.5 out of 10.
It's a 9 out of 10.
Even though it's
that
more
0.5.
like an 8 out of 10, so they force.
Even though it's more like an 8 out of 10, so they force me to downvote. What? What? Man, what? So you said the game's an 8 out of 10, but you... What? Gameplay gets really repetitive after a while. Really falls off at like a 6 out of 10 toward the end game? I disagree. Like, the most fun bosses were all at the end of the game. Well, I don't know how early you can do the Grim boss, but I did it, like, it was one of the last bosses I did, and that was, like, one of my favorite bosses to do. It was really fun. So, I don't know.
Me to downvote. Well, I'm not an expert at this, but I think it's a thumbs down, thumbs up system as evidenced by the giant fucking thumb on your review. I think everyone else knows how this review system works, and you seem to be the only person who doesn't. This could be the best bad game I've played.
Huh?
It's so good at masking how bad it is. It took me almost
70 hours on record
to realize that. What? I'm taking a break from it just because of how annoying everything is, especially traveling around. I mean, I could beat Symphony of the Night with 100% completion in about the same time it takes to travel to the vendor to repair a broken charm. The way the story is presented doesn't work. All these little bits and hints, the hidden NPCs that exist just to tell you a few lines. Storytelling like that works in games like Demon's Souls and Dark Souls, but there's a limit to how much atmosphere and immersion you can get from a 2D game.
I got a lot of immersion. Again, I got jump scared in a 2D game. This game.
Just give me a bad guy to kill and I'm good to go. Wait, so it doesn't matter? Then why are you complaining about it? Hollow Knight has some good parts, like enemy variety,
I need more story.
boss battles,
The story doesn't matter.
platforming segments, some standard Metroidvania elements, but the game would need to be dismantled, rearranged, and rebuilt to make something that can be enjoyed. Well, honestly, I think if a game can mask how bad it is for 60 hours, then I think it's done a pretty damn good job.
I didn't even get 60 hours out of it. What was my
solid,
playtime? Let me check. By the time I finished. 44.5 hours. Wow. Crazy. Wow. You know what? That's why I think the game's good. I need to put in another 20 hours, then I'll realize the game's bad at the 60-hour mark, like that guy. I don't even know what I would do for another 20 hours in the game. What the fuck would I even put another 20 hours into? I've done, like, everything except Pantheon. And I guess, like, there's collectibles around the map, like the grubs, but that's not going to take another 20 hours.
Great mechanics, beautiful art, and great music too. So then why do you give it a negative review? Nope, hold on. But game does a piss poor job on guiding you to your next destination. Well,
'Cause
yeah,
it's not-
it doesn't guide you
It doesn't want to guide you. It wants you to figure it out.
to your next destination. One would argue that's the point of the game. Game seems to be designed around wasting your time, making you get lost over and over, and calls it exploration. Well, how can a game simultaneously not give you guidance and then also make you get lost? That doesn't make any fucking sense. My initial review of this game was positive, but playing it more and more, it seems like yet another 10-hour game squeezed into 25 to 30 hours.
What?
The game is too padded, and the fun stuff is too spread out. It may be a good time waster if you have no job,
If you have
14
no
hours
job.
to burn until your next
Damn,
sleep.
get owned.
Feeling kind of called out by that one. But for me, that's just dull. It's not like the game is even too hard. I mostly bought it expecting 2D Dark Souls. I've played most Souls games and beaten them.
Okay, but this is
We
a
got a
Souls
little
game.
subtle bragging at the end
It's,
there. Watch out for this guy, he's a
Metroidvania.
serious gamer. Meanwhile,
the
he
first
rage quits out of
Metroidvania,
Soul
and
Sanctum
even I
and
can
gives the
recognize
game
it's a
bad
different
review.
fucking game.
Controls are painful and not fluid. This game is not per se difficult, but the painful controls make it easier to take damage, and then when you die, you lose all of your money.
Quote
This
unquote.
together makes
Quote, unquote
the game
money.
not enjoyable. 0.9 hours on record? Okay, let's
Bro.
be totally honest here. There's
What?
nothing wrong with Hollow Knight's controls. You're just fucking bad at the game.
Play
Is
less
this
than an
a
hour.
walking simulator? Well, only according to that reviewer from last time. Bug's Life, Knight's Quest. Game strongly influenced by Super Metroid,
Yeah,
with
that's
leveling
called a
and
Metroidvania.
skills more similar to some Castlevania titles.
That's
such
called
as
a yeah. You
Aria
okay?
of Sorrow.
Metroid, Castlevania, right? You're almost there. So just take just take the two words and put them together. There you go. Right, right. Yeah, that's why it's similar to those two, because it's a Metroidvania. It's the point of the entire genre. Wow.
Bro, if you have played these and enjoy them, this game will evoke a similar interest, no doubt. You require essence of enemies to develop your character, but devs recently removed the ability to do so without further re-exploring areas you've explored before.
What's he talking about?
What? Example, many tougher enemies that give you more essence will not respawn immediately after leaving or re-entering the room, or even several rooms over. What the fuck is this person talking about? This person's talking about an RPG game. Game slows down after about 10 hours, after which the
They
player is
didn't even
encouraged
play
to
for 10
farm
hours at the
essence
time of the
more.
review.
This is when the game may or may require
Did they play the
backtracking
same
old
game?
areas,
I don't know.
potentially to find new secrets. Worst case, to some tedium. I'm honestly just so confused. What the fuck is this? I have no idea what this person is talking about. It may be a language barrier, but like I can't imagine it even making sense in their own language. It does a bad job on telling me what to do. The bosses are
Okay,
cool and
it's not
fun,
trying to tell
but
you
they
what to
don't
do.
have much flavor. The cool environment
6
can
hours
make
in.
me not see platforms at times, and it is very not forgiving if you miss or plunder. Okay, one, the game doesn't do a bad job of telling you what to do, it just doesn't tell you what to do at all, and that's different. Two, how can you think the bosses in Hollow Knight don't have much flavor? That's literally one of the main appeals of the game. And three, it's not the environment making you not see platforms, it's your ineptitude at platforming. During the game, you will just be A, walking, B, raging because you can't defeat a fucking boss, C, crying because you lost your shade with 8,000 Geo, and D, sleeping for the first 4 hours of gameplay. Well, if Gruzmother took you that long to beat, then I think that's a you problem. There's better Souls-likes and better Metroidvanias. Okay, Hollow Knight is not a Souls-like. Just because it has a shade that pops up where you died. It's not, that doesn't make it a Souls-like. This attempted hybrid has an amazing...
I think its Steam page has Souls-like as a tag. I think that's why people say it. Store page. Yeah, Metroidvania. Here, I'll show my screen. This is why people always call it a Souls-like. Metroidvania, Souls-like. Platformer. That's why people always call it a Souls-like, because it's literally one of the tags for the game. So, people don't just call it that for no reason. It's literally underneath the game when they buy it. Oops, now I'm sharing just Steam. That's not what I meant to do. There we go. Wow. And there's definitely Souls-like elements in it. Like, I see why people would call it a, like... I wouldn't call it a Souls-like. I would say there's Souls-inspired mechanics. Because Souls-like is a different genre. It's a Metroidvania that has Souls-inspired mechanics in there. But, obviously, Souls-inspired mechanics isn't a tag on Steam. So, it just has Souls-like as a tag. And so people call it a Souls-like, even though it's not. Souls-like. That's what happened with roguelikes. There was rogue, then there was roguelikes, and now there's roguelites, because roguelikes started getting so different that they needed roguelike likes, so they made roguelites, a different genre from roguelikes. At this point, we're gonna need Souls-lites. It's like, these type of genres that like are derivative of like a base game, like Souls-likes or roguelikes. Their names mean fucking nothing. People are so like hung up on like the exact definitions of the names. They lose their meaning so quickly. They mean fucking nothing. It's literally just vibes based. You know a Souls-like when you see one. You just know it. It's impossible to like have a set definition for it because the definitions constantly change.
Amazing aesthetic, agreed, but ultimately misses the mark on trying to blend the two genres. Yeah, because it doesn't. It comes off as the...
No, but it kind of does. Like, they're kind of right. It does blend the two genres. Like, it does have Souls mechanics in it. It's still not a Souls-like. It's still just a Metroidvania, but there are some mechanics in the game that are just straight out of the Souls games. So I see why they would say that, especially because it is one of the tags on Steam.
Frustrating parts of
they have 120 hours. Like, they're not saying that because they're stupid. They're saying that because there are Souls elements in the game, and the best way to describe that is by saying there's Souls-like elements in the game.
Exploring a Souls-like mixed with the limited controls of that genre, and also manages to make the Metroidvania map system imprecise. 121 hours on record. Yeah, my god, yeah, this game's real shit. Just plays it for 120 hours. The game has some great...
This game sucks. Plays it for 120 hours, 82 hours at time of review. Dude, I got like 40 hours out of this thing, and I loved it. Like, how are you people getting triple that amount of time and saying it's ass? Maybe they just... It's okay to stop playing the game. You can play a different game now. You're done. You can play a different game now.
21 hours on record. Yeah, my god, yeah, this game's real shit. Just plays it for 120 hours. The game has some great bosses and battle gameplay, but the respawn are so fucking far.
I could never do this, by the way. Like, oh my god. Imagining going to Steam and looking at like the negative reviews for KH3. I might actually like kill somebody.
The bosses,
because I already hear so much negativity from like actual Kingdom Hearts fans on that game, and it's like, it's my favorite game of all time. I love it so much.
Is completely lost. Access to some new tunnel that you can't go through because you don't have the ability yet. So you have to backtrack
Describing a Metroidvania?
fucking map
Describing
every
a Metroidvania?
time you get a mobility improve. End of the first sentence. There is no fast travel, obviously. Kinda really shitty one that you gotta pay for. I got really into Soulsborne recently, Sekiro included, and this game is a big disappointment after hearing so good about it. The price is not much though, so it might help good reviews. Or just the fact that it's a good game might help good reviews. Now I, for one, playing Hollow Knight, I wasn't completely lost the whole time. Just because people draw comparisons to Dark Souls doesn't mean the game is going to play like a Souls game. It's going to play like a Metroidvania, because that's what it is. Over the course of 10 hours, I went from loving it to hating it. Hollow Knight is like a mix between Dark Souls, stop, and Ori. No, it's not really like Ori either, or perhaps other Metroidvanias. There you go. But it really feels like Ori with that level and map design. It's very pretty and the controls are nice, but it is incredibly boring, given that 90% of your time in a Metroidvania should be exploring—
Less than 2 hours. Dude, you didn't even finish exploring the first area, and you're yapping?
the area.
Product refunded. I see. That's why they only spent 2 hours. They didn't want to. They didn't want to actually have to be forced to keep the game.
Exploring should be fun and exciting, but in this game, it is a snooze fest. Movement is slow, enemies are pushovers, and in the first 2 hours, I didn't get an upgrade that aided movement. Just a projectile. Sure, that unlocked—
You expected to get all the upgrade, like multiple upgrades in like the first 2 hours of playing? Yeah. Like you have to like work for that shit, buddy. You gotta play the game more, not just in your 2 hours before your refund time.
A new area, but combat was already super easy, so there was no meaningful change to the exploration aspect. The game engine and ideas are there, but the polish isn't. Well, maybe if you were so desperate to refund the game before the 2 hour window, you would have entered Green Path and got the dash ability, you dingus. Also, I agree that Forgotten Crossroads is a little bit too easy and slow, but why don't you give the game a chance after you make it to Green Path, and then you can probably—
It is
be
easy
the
and
next
slow,
person
but it's
to
the
get
first
stuck
fucking
at
level of the
combat in
game.
1 or 2 hours.
It should be. It should be easy and slow. Like, hello? You're just starting the game. Man, I can't imagine. I'm just gonna take a glimpse. I can't imagine looking at my favorite game's negative reviews. Kingdom Hearts 3 plus Remind? It's at very positive, actually. That's crazy. What? The fact that, like, within the Kingdom Hearts community, there's so much negativity that I'm surprised that my favorite game of all time has a very positive rating. I just need to never listen to the negative people talking about Kingdom Hearts 3, because apparently they're a very vocal minority. Goddamn. Apparently, they're not most people at all. What the hell? What if I sort reviews by negative? Review type. Negative. There's only 142 negative reviews. Wow. Wow. 101 hours. Hold on. Let me share my little screen. Let me make it wider so it fills up. There we go. 101 hours. It's just you need to Okay, so they missed a chest, and that warranted them giving it a negative review, because they missed a chest. Okay. 80 hours on record, they put another 20 hours in after that. Right. PC performs poorly? I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, so this was probably a valid review. This one, I'm not reading. This one's way too long. If you like the first two games, you see that's where you're wrong. There's like 15 games before KH3. The spin-offs, you see that's where you're wrong as well. There's no KH spin-offs. They're all in a canon line. You have to play them all. You'll clear entire rooms while being completely invulnerable, not having earned such a massive attack. Dude, if like the combat's too easy for you, just turn up the difficulty. Using two Nintendo Joy-Cons in wired charging grip does not work for this game. You're playing on PC, why the fuck would you... What? Why are you trying to use Joy-Cons if you're playing on PC? Just plug in a PlayStation controller. Plug in an Xbox controller. What? I wonder why. This game has been grilled enough online already. You probably already know bad it is when put in context. No? It's awesome. It's amazing. Hit the X button. What? Please add a middle rating. Wanna know what a middle rating is? Not rating the game. If you don't feel negatively or positively about the game, you just don't rate it. No one needs to hear your opinion. Like, we don't need to hear it. I dislike KH3. I do not regret my time with KH3, but I do not like KH3. Less than an hour on record. Right. And they just go on to yap this much about a game they spent less than an hour on? They just watched a YouTube playthrough, because they didn't fucking play the game. That's a lot of time to not regret. With cutscenes as long as this. You should just skip the cutscenes if like you don't want to watch them. Playing on critical mode is fun and rewarding. Why is your review negative? If I was able to refund this game, I would. But I will attempt to play it to completion, to be fair. That's crazy. You did 18 hours. I don't think you played it to completion. I think critical mode got too hard for you, and you gave up. So that sucks. That sucks for you. These are all the negative ones, or... Date range. It's only showing me ones in the past 30 days. I want to see all the negative ones. I want to see more. Most helpful. Negative only. Most helpful. 34 people found it helpful. Improves a lot of the best portions of Kingdom Hearts, but gets worse in a lot of the worst portions. Don't get this game unless you thoroughly enjoy the majority of the rest of the franchise. So why is this negative? Literally, the TLDR is, it improves a lot, but there's some stuff that might be worse. If you like Kingdom Hearts, you'll like the game. Okay. So why is it a negative review? Crazy. I struggle to say that this is the worst Kingdom Hearts game. This is by far the most disappointing. Okay, so maybe your expectations are just too high. I don't know what to tell you. It's somewhat improved. What do you mean somewhat improved? It's the best gameplay in the series. Unskippable animations. Interrupt gameplay constantly. Brother, you choose the abilities you use. If you don't like the animations for some abilities, don't use them. Poorly balanced. Even basic features of any action game like guarding and moving are broken. Kingdom Hearts games have never been balanced. Like, literally ever. Never. There's never been a single balanced one. Story is the worst writing in the franchise. It wraps up like 20 years worth of game stories all in one game perfectly. So, no. No. 95% of the story is crammed into the last 2 hours. Calling the last half of the game 2 hours is crazy. If you speed ran the entire second half of the game in 2 hours, good for you. But, you know, I don't think any normal person did that. And also, that is one of the most nonsensical complaints about KH3, is that people complain all the main story is towards the end. When that's been the case since KH1. KH1, what the fuck happens throughout 90% of the Disney worlds? Nothing. All the main story is after them. Hollow Bastion, the final world, the end of the world, it's all at the end of the game. Pretty much all the Kingdom Hearts games are that way. You go through the Disney worlds, and then a ton of main story stuff happens at the end. You only get tidbits throughout the Disney worlds. And KH3 structured the same way. It's almost all the fucking games are like that. You liked it in the other games, why do you suddenly hate it now? Hello? Hello? Hell, we just like went through all the Kingdom Hearts games not that long ago. On stream. I literally streamed them all, like showing them all. And yeah, all the stories at the fucking end of them. Not all of them, but like most of the story for the Kingdom Hearts games is towards the end because most of the worlds are Disney worlds. They're not going to put a bunch of main story shit in Disney worlds. They never have. It's never been a thing. The only Disney world to have main story shit in KH1 is the Peter Pan world. Only one. KH2, on your first visit through all the worlds, there's no main story. On your second visit, there's a couple that have main story, like the Mulan world and Beast's world. But that's like it. The people like put the old games on such a high pedestal when like a lot of the stuff they complain about KH3, fucking KH2 does the same fucking thing. Like, what are we talking about? Anyways, I knew that would piss me off, but yeah. Hold on. Oh god, this thread. Sorry, I got a notification for a thread on Twitter. An argument I had that I never showed on stream. Oh god. I can't really show the thread because I blocked the person, so half the tweets aren't showing up. I'll unblock them temporarily just to like show the thread. I'll have to like re-block them after because I don't want them like fucking responding to me. Oh, they also blocked me. That's funny. They saw I blocked them and they were like, fuck, I'm gonna block you now. I'm gonna block you now. Okay. Okay, let me move my little guy over to the other corner. Little guy, come here. Awesome. And then let's do screen capture. This. Okay. So it starts off with this. This has always been a conversation. What's the Mount Rushmore of superheroes? So this has been wildly considered the Mount Rushmore of superheroes because it's just, okay. To give the arguments for each one. Superman is just the face of superheroes. Batman is the face of DC. Wonder Woman is the shape of all women in comics, period. She is the face of women in a field that has been dominated by men since, I think she was made in the 40s, since literally the 40s. She is like the first superheroine. She's the face of all women in comics in general, and has been a symbol for feminism within the comic industry since the 40s. And then Spider-Man is just the face of Marvel. He's the most famous Marvel hero, and also the face of younger superheroes. Because, you know, Spider-Man, to start off, was like a teenager in high school. This thread, underneath this tweet, there are a lot of Marvel fanboys trying to argue that there should be 2 DC, 2 Marvel, and trying to remove Wonder Woman. One of the most influential superheroes of all time, Wonder Woman. They're trying to remove her. Marvel fans always do this whenever this conversation of the big 4 of comics come up. They try to argue that she doesn't belong there, that a Marvel character should be there. Some people have tried to argue Iron Man, which is a really stupid argument because he's only popular in the MCU, which started in 2008. Acting like a character that's only been popular since 2008 should be on the Mount Rushmore of superheroes is crazy. Some people have tried to argue the Hulk, and I've seen 0 actual fucking arguments for the Hulk. It's just they want a second Marvel person. And other people have tried to argue Wolverine because he's arguably like the second most popular Marvel character other than Spider-Man. But the thing is, the Mount Rushmore of superheroes isn't about a popularity contest. And even if it was, Wonder Woman would still beat Wolverine, but we'll get into that. It's about their cultural impact on the industry and as the world and on the world as a whole. Anyways, this is the person that has since blocked me. I did have them blocked. I unblocked them so we could actually read the thread, because otherwise I'd have to like unhide each one of their responses one by one. But I'm gonna block them after again because they are annoying. Wolverine over Wonder Woman 100%. 100% they said. 100%. Hate this dumbass take. 90% of grandmas can recognize Wonder Woman more than Wolverine. Grandparents know infinitely more about Wonder Woman than they do Wolverine, and when the chips fall, that's what keeps the comic character relevant. Yeah, okay. These are other people arguing. We're gonna go back to the thread that I responded to. The original poster, this guy with the Silver Surfer profile picture, just responded with this and ratioed the fuck out of this guy. You have to be trolling. Wolverine is top 10, not top 4. Easily top 4. His cultural impact and popularity is top tier. Did I respond to this one as well? I might have. No. I responded twice throughout this thread. You forget that females exist. Wonder Woman is like their Superman for the girls. Badly worded, but you know, the spirit's there. She is the face of women in comics in the same way that Superman is the face of superheroes in general. I didn't say she's not important, but she's not top 4. And this is one of the places I responded. Quick, what cultural impact has Wolverine ever made? They never responded to this one, which is why I responded again in a different place in the thread, because they never responded to this one. And no, him being popular isn't an answer. That's a different word with a different meaning. We'll get to this. We'll get to this later. I guess the claws are... And then some people actually try to give an answer. Like, okay, Wolverine does have some cultural impact. Like, let's try to think of an answer. What has he impacted culturally? And they do give genuine answers. But none of these are as big as Wonder Woman's impact. And all these people recognize that. The claws are very popular. People shove pencils between their knuckles and act like Wolverine. But Wonder Woman's above him. To clarify, I think Wolverine does not belong there over Wonder Woman. But I read this and went, I wonder, and then I thought of the put random objects between your fingers and make Wolverine claws. And that's like what a lot of people said in response, is like, yeah, his biggest cultural impact is people pretending pencils are Wolverine claws. And it's like, yeah, if that's your biggest cultural impact, I'm sorry you don't hold a fucking candle to Wonder Woman. Who paved the way for women in comics in general. For like decades before Wolverine even fucking existed. So, I don't want to hear it. Him being short, hairy, he made it being short, hairy, and ugly cool. He's the first 5-foot Canadian rep in comics, and besides that, he's got nothing. Cool. Anyways, they went on. Did they respond here? Okay, I responded to them somewhere else. Hold on, let me try to find the other half of the thread, because it doesn't end there. Okay, well, this isn't what I was thinking of, but this is... Okay, this is a response to this guy who was joking about him being a 5-foot Canadian rep. He's got nothing, yet Wolverine's last movie alone made way more than every Wonder Woman movie ever combined. Okay. Before we get into what he said. Wolverine's last movie was a Deadpool movie, not a Wolverine movie. It was the third Deadpool movie. Wolverine was just also in it. So, A, it wasn't a Wolverine movie. B, the Wonder Woman movies were held back by the fact that they were in the Snyderverse, a universe of movies that people stopped watching and didn't like. And Gal Gadot is also a terrible actor. So, people also just don't like watching her. So, even before we get into like the actual arguments for why this is stupid, it's like, yes, making money, the greatest impact, more than being the archetype for female heroes. How could I be so naive? Do think some movies the past 20 years being popular equates to cultural impact, actively ignoring the decades Wonder Woman existed and changed how women in comics were viewed long before Wolverine was even created. Don't waste your time on them, I already did and got nowhere. This was after my argument with them. I already blocked them by this point. That's why I said I already did waste my time. I need to find where the long-ass argument is. It's somewhere in this thread, but... Hold on. Why hasn't that archetype translated to even a sliver of the success and impact Wolverine has seen? And then this goes on to, A, he disputes this guy's claim, this disingenuous claim that cultural impact is the same as popularity and box office success, through the eyes of like, well, Hugh Jackman is a bigger star. But then he comes back to this because he actually looked up the numbers, and I didn't realize how little money the Wolverine movies actually have made. First Wolverine movie. Wolverine Origins. Box office. 373,000. The Wolverine. Box office. 414 million. Logan. Box office. I think this one's the biggest one. 619 million. Wonder Woman. Box office. 412 million. So other than Logan, I'm pretty sure it's bigger. No, wait. In the nope, that's just the US. 412 million US, 410 million internationally, 822 million. It's even bigger than Logan. Okay. So all of Wolverine's solo movies, Wonder Woman beat out in the box office. So even if box office was a measurement of cultural impact, she would still win. The only movie that beats her in the box office is the Deadpool movie. Deadpool and Wolverine, box office. You know, the Deadpool movie that also has cameos from like 10 other Marvel superheroes in it. That one's the only one that beat it. It's not a solo Wolverine movie. I didn't realize how little money a lot of the Wolverine movies had made. So even by this guy's dumbass argument being like, well, the Wolverine movies made more money, it's just wrong. They didn't. That's such a fucked up gif. Oh my god. That's so fucked up, but it's accurate. He's just looking at colors and looking at, oh, bigger number, bigger number. I was wrong. All 3 Wolverine solo movies made less than Wonder Woman, so it's even worse for Wolverine. He only eclipsed the first Wonder Woman movie by having Deadpool and 10 other actors help. Even with his own dumbass argument trying to equate box office numbers to cultural impact, Wonder Woman would still win. If we want to go even further, Wolverine needed Deadpool to outgross Aquaman, which made $1 billion. So the real question is, who has more cultural impact, Aquaman or Wolverine? It'll be a sweep too, not gonna lie. Anyone in the Justice League is far more iconic. And that is the truth. Wolverine is popular in America. And that's like really it. And even then, he doesn't really have much cultural impact, and his popularity has only popped up in the last 20 years because of the Fox movies. He's a fairly newer superhero too. He was created, I think, in the 70s in a Hulk comic. Wolverine creation. Yeah, 1974 in Incredible Hulk 181. So he was only created in the 70s when most popular superheroes were created, if you look at DC, back in the 40s, dude. So to act like Wolverine, who's a fairly new superhero in like the scope of comic books, is somehow more popular than Wonder Woman and so is crazy. Like even if it was a popularity contest and not like an argument based on cultural impact, she would still beat him by a mile. Anyways, let me try to find the rest of the thread. It's somewhere in here. Did they delete the thread because they were embarrassed? I can't find it anymore. To be fair, what? Teddy Roosevelt was president only like 10 years or so. Yeah, but like that's not like what the argument isn't necessarily what is the Mount Rushmore equivalent. It's been an argument even before, like people like would like put their faces on Mount Rushmore. It's referred to the Big Four. People talk about the Big Four of comics, and even before like people would use like Mount Rushmore to equate it. That is always been a thing. A live picture of me. No way. I think they did delete one of their tweets or something. Trying to find it. Am I dumb? I can't find the other half. I think he might have. What? I'm so confused. Where did the other half of this... Okay, sorry, I'm like confusing myself, I think. Oh. That's why. It was a different person who I was arguing with in this thread. Okay, I need to fix one of these tweets. It was formatted wrongly, and it posted as just a normal tweet to my profile instead of posting as a reply. So I'm going to reply days later and then block them again. And then act like it just didn't happen. Yeah, this is a different thread. This one gets crazy, though. This person blocked me first. It's one of the few times that that has happened. Most of the time, I get sick of an argument, I get bored, and then I block them. I'm like, I'm bored. I'm bored. Okay, the next person's even more insane. Anyways, so that's when I blocked them. Let's scroll up. Let's scroll up. Let's scroll up. So this started off in a really petty way where they weren't even arguing points to like try to argue in Wolverine's favor. They were just like being weird, and I was just like, I guess I was being weird back, but it devolved into like madness. You cannot use the cultural impact argument for Wolverine and then ignore Wonder Woman's cultural impact. Wolverine's last movie alone made way more than every Wonder Woman movie ever combined. Okay, but like, that's not cultural impact. You're talking about like the movie's success? Popularity does not equal cultural impact. Stop using them interchangeably.
It's case by case. This case it is. How has Wolverine not had a cultural impact?
How has he?
Lamau! Can't answer, of course.
Okay, so what is about to happen is a very petty back and forth that I hated that I took part in. I should have just ignored them. But I need to, okay, so they say, how has he not had cultural impact? Which you can't prove that something doesn't exist. Like, the default is that the character doesn't have cultural impact. That's the default. You have to prove that he does. I can't prove that he doesn't because he doesn't. There's nothing to prove. It doesn't exist. You can't prove a fucking negative. You can't prove something that doesn't exist. That's literally like someone saying, prove God isn't real. It's like, oh, he just isn't. It's like, I can't give you tangible proof about something not existing. It doesn't exist. There's nothing to tangibly prove if it's not there. Anyways, so I get into like a huge petty argument about them saying like, you can't fucking prove a fucking negative. The burden of proof is on you. Literally, yeah, I say that word for word. The burden of proof is on you, not me. You can't prove a negative. The burden of proof is on you. You're the one that made the claim that he has cultural impact. Prove it. Ay.
Lamau! Can't answer, of course.
And where's your answer? You're asking to prove a negative. Prove his cultural impact. Prove he's ever had any impact larger than Wonder Woman. Go ahead, I'll wait.
Little bro, you don't get to answer my question with you asking a question.
This is a common trend for him. He uses like TikTok and TikTok brain rot lingo and like memes and spams emojis to make himself like look smart. You are the one who made a claim. You claimed he has more cultural impact. Prove it. Stop insisting for others to prove a negative. That's not the argument you think it is.
Lamau! So you dodged my question now several times, 'cause you can't back up your claim, since you know I'm actually right. Laughing, crying emoji, sobbing emoji, laughing, crying emoji, sobbing emoji.
You know how the English language works? This was meant to be a question mark. That you cannot prove a negative. The burden of proof lays on you to prove that this massive cultural impact you claimed he has exists, which you've yet to do. The default is that it doesn't. Good God, it's so cringe. So until you prove otherwise, that remains the case. You can spam emojis and lack reading comprehension all you like. It doesn't make you any more right. You have yet to provide any examples of cultural impact that would surpass the cultural impact of Wonder Woman.
I've said Wonder Woman has cultural impact and listed one box office stat as an example. You said he has no cultural impact. I said, how does he not? You said, how does he? Little bro, I get your brain dead, but all you've done is repeating what I've already said, but reverting it. Learn English.
Since you want to be a disingenuous loser, any cultural impact Wolverine has had in your mind is born from his popularity in the past 20 years of modern movies and cartoons. The Fox movies are not indicative of decades of comic book history. Just because you were only alive during a time where Wolverine was popular in movies means nothing, because once again, popularity is a different thing than cultural impact. Maybe learn the meanings of different words. You were ignoring decades of comic history, and you're conflating a modern-day popularity of a character with cultural impact, of which he has little to none. They do not mean the same thing. Popularity is not cultural impact. You conflating the two is just ignorant and ignores decades of comic history where Wonder Woman has had infinitely more impact on the industry and culture than Wolverine could ever dream of. His movies being popular is not cultural impact. If your only examples of a character's cultural impact is that he's popular and cool and has big box office numbers, you don't know what cultural impact is. Cultural impact is paving the way for all women in comics decades before Wolverine even fucking existed. He responded twice here and didn't respond to anything I actually said.
Are you done spamming so I can respond now? Next time, just put it in a screenshot, dear lord.
Cry more and learn to read.
0
compression skills. You're yapping about someone properly responding to you with multiple tweets. Just read them. Not that hard. Quit crying. Anyways, he responded again over here. Just quoting this.
Okay, guess not. Laughing, crying emoji, laughing, crying emoji, laughing, crying emoji, laughing, crying emoji.
So instead of addressing anything I fucking said, because I literally, like, how do you respond to this? Like, that's genuinely how, as a Wolverine defender, respond to this sentence alone. That she had more cultural impact before he even existed. Anyways. Wow, great argument. You're so smart. And this is when I was getting tired of him and was like, okay, I'm gonna block him in like 2 seconds.
I liked destroying you, hence why I asked if you were ready for a response. But you clearly don't even want a back and forth. You're just spamming tweets into the void now while crying hysterically.
He's claiming I don't want a back and forth when he's refusing to respond to anything I said here. And it's just saying,
you're spamming, you're spamming, you're spamming.
You didn't even respond to a single point made. You just refused to read and are calling an actual response spam. Proving my point in my first sentence that you're a disingenuous loser, this non-response speaks volumes.
You can send it in 1 or 2 tweets, then I'll happily respond. I'm not reading 6 paragraphs and spend my time writing 6 in return. This is a funny Twitter beef. We aren't in school right now. You care way too much.
Further proving you're a disingenuous loser. For someone falsely crying about me not responding before, you sure hate actually responding to arguments. Not here to argue with how much you don't like to read. Either respond to the points made or don't. You crying like this is sad.
So you spend several tweets dodging my question.
Still claiming I'm dodging questions. When he's refusing, literally verbally admitting to not reading. What?
Which for all I know, you didn't even respond, since I'm not reading 6 paragraphs.
How in the same sentence can you claim I'm dodging questions when you're actively saying you're not reading? The disingenuous loser is too scared to read. Well, I'm done listening to you bitch and whine about shit that you have no idea what you're talking about. You're unproductive as hell. You actively made the choice to not respond to the argument, so goodbye, and that's when I blocked him.
Fried his shit.
Making fun of the guy who's agreeing with me. Fried his shit. So that was this guy. Let me block him again. Get out of here.
Get out of here.
This other person's even worse. I need to refresh because it still thinks I have them blocked. I unblocked them. We need to go here. We need to start from the stop. We need to start from the beginning. This is even worse. This shit's even worse. So, it's in the same thread, by the way. Same thread. Name 3 great Wonder Woman stories. Hell, name 1. It's the character, not the stories.
Bullshit!
No way.
Yes, that's bullshit. Characters are iconic because of stories, not in spite of them.
Who would you put over Wonder Woman? There's no clear answer.
The clear answer is Wolverine.
Popularity does not equate to cultural impact. I just basically said the same thing I did to the other person, because the only argument for Wolverine is that he's cool and popular. He has no cultural impact.
No, it doesn't. But Wolverine has popularity and cultural impact. Wonder Woman only has impact.
Which, by the way, is just objectively untrue. We saw in the other argument that Wonder Woman beats him out popularity-wise as well. Quick, what impact does Wolverine have?
Face of the X-Men, for one. Also, most popular anti-hero in comics. Tons of iconic storylines as well.
As someone whose biggest gripe with the Fox movies in terms of X-Men is that they make Cyclops into a joke side character and they make Wolverine into the main character, this really immediately set off red flags. So, oh, this person doesn't know shit about Wolverine. This person doesn't know shit about the X-Men. Wolverine's not the face of the X-Men. Cyclops is. He's always been the leader of the X-Men. He's always been the face of the X-Men. He's always been arguably the main character of the X-Men. The only version of the X-Men where Wolverine takes that place are the Fox movies. But for decades before and after the Fox movies, Cyclops has always been the actual face of the X-Men. Who the fuck is it that says "to me, my X-Men" after Professor Xavier dies? Cyclops. In every iteration of the team, it's Cyclops. Wolverine even leaves the X-Men in some iterations and for some parts of the comics. He's not even consistently on the team, let alone the fucking face of it. So I really honed in on that. Face of the X-Men versus Wonder Woman, who is the face of all women in comics. Those are not equal. Wolverine has almost zero cultural impact. The only things he's got going for him are that he's popular and cool. That's not cultural impact. Hell, I'd even argue he's not the face of the X-Men. He may be the most popular one, but Cyclops has always been the actual face of the team in the comics. Calling Wolverine the face of the X-Men smells of Fox movie fan. This is the one I just had to repost because apparently this posted as like an actual tweet in my profile and not a reply. But this was meant to be a reply to this. I can't directly reply to it anymore because they blocked me. So hell, I'd say he's not the face of the X-Men. That's what we just read that. No, Wolverine's the face of the X-Men, the same way Batman is the face of DC and Spider-Man is the face of Marvel. The face being the most popular and iconic, that is Wolverine, whether you like it or not. And so I meant to post this one as a reply to that, like days ago, but apparently it just posted directly to my profile and not a reply, so I posted it now, 11 minutes ago, as a quote tweet, because I can't directly reply to this anymore. No matter how popular any other character may get, Cyclops has always been the face of the X-Men. You are arguing both this argument and the conversation of the big four of comics from solely a popularity standpoint, which is completely incorrect and misguided. Anyways, I never actually replied to them with that, so they never replied to that. Sad, because I thought that was a good thing. Anyways, they responded... Yeah, with that one which we read, and then this one. It's gonna get insane. It's gonna get insane. Notice how they brought up Storm out of nowhere. It's gonna get fucking insane. Listen, I would love for Wonder Woman to be number 4. She should be, but DC doesn't treat her the way they treat Batman and Superman, and the way Marvel treats Spider-Man and Wolverine. It is what it is. Hell, I'll argue Marvel puts way more effort into Storm. So now they're trying to argue Storm, who's not even the most popular X-Men, is more popular and has more cultural impact than Wonder Woman? Storm, who isn't even like the most popular female superhero in Marvel. I'd argue that could go to Sue Storm, probably. Not even probably. Definitely. That 100% goes to Sue Storm. Invisible Woman, aren't we kidding me? So she's not even the most popular woman in Marvel, let alone the most popular woman in comics. What a crazy thing to say. The Wolverine argument was already crazy. The Storm argument's even crazier. Because she doesn't even have the popularity. Wonder Woman, there's another person who jumped in. Wonder Woman being the reason every single superheroine exists automatically places her in the top 4. Yeah, without Wonder Woman, guess who doesn't exist? Storm. And every other woman in comics. She's the reason they all exist. Anyways. I just thought that was funny that they tried to argue Storm's more popular and has more cultural impact than Wonder Woman. You're an unserious person if you'd even argue Storm over Wonder Woman. You're arguing for characters with zero cultural impact over Wonder Woman. This tweet turned them into an insane person. It's literally that famous like pancakes and waffles screenshot where like you'll say something on Twitter and then they'll just interpret it a completely fucking different way. So all I said was like, okay, you're stupid. You're unserious if you think Wonder Woman is less popular and has less cultural impact than Storm. Like Wonder Woman's way more popular, has way more cultural impact. That's all I said. DC fans so desperate to hate Marvel, they say racist shit in the process. LOL. Heaven forbid Marvel have iconic heroes, I guess. They just accuse me of being racist because I say Wonder Woman's more popular than Storm. What? What? Zero cultural impact. Are you racist? Does Storm not have cultural impact because she's black and that's not good enough for you? I can't think of a more iconic female black superhero. Hell, black superhero in general. Well, that's not true. Miles Morales is way more... there's also Blade, who is like one of the first superhero movies ever. But, you know, forget about him. More well-known than Storm. For you to a Wonder Woman fan, I don't know. I don't think Wonder Woman would like you very much at all. You're weird. That's all I said to that one. We are beyond reaching at this point. Only on Twitter will you get called racist for saying Wonder Woman has more cultural impact than Storm. You're an unserious person. Get out of this conversation and please go outside, you fucking weirdo. Typo! You are actually an insane person for saying this. Calling someone racist for rightfully stating Wonder Woman has more cultural impact is wild. You are not normal for immediately jumping to these types of conclusions in the middle of a normal conversation. They blocked me, though. And I'm gonna re-block them. Because Jesus Christ. Jesus, man. Genuinely one of the most insane arguments I've gotten in. Like, I'm just like, hey, Wonder Woman's more popular than Storm. Are you racist? Like, what? What do you mean? What do you mean? Ay, ay, ay. Insane. Ay, ay, ay. So those are the arguments I've been getting in on Twitter a few days ago. Those are like all from the 11th, I think. Some of them from the 12th. Ay, ay, ay. Let me see if there's anything else. Ay, ay, ay. No, I think that's it. Those are that's the only argument I've had, I think. Yeah, that's it. Ay, ay, ay. I might just end. It's like 10 o'clock. And my throat's kind of getting sore from talking and shit. What? What do you mean, what? When did it get so late? That's what I'm saying. I've been live for 8 hours? That's crazy. That doesn't feel real. That's not correct. That's not right. It was just like 7. That's what I'm saying. I feel like I've been live for like 4 hours. It's been fucking 8.5. Ay. I'll be back tomorrow. We're not gonna start a new game because Lost Soul-Aside comes out literally in like 2 weeks. So we're just gonna like be playing, I guess, Marvel Rivals or Persona 5X leading up to that, I guess. Just games that I already play. And yeah. Yep. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow, probably, maybe. If I'm not, I'll be back eventually. Happy face. Yeah. Thank you as always. Long stream today. Finally finished Hollow Knight after years of wanting to play it. I'm a little I will say I do have a little bit of FOMO, a little bit of sadness that I didn't do everything in the game, but like the stuff that I didn't do is just too hard for me. So I might try it on my own off stream like months from now, but like it's too hard. It's too hard. I can't do it. So I give up. Anyways, thank you as always. Good night. I'll be back tomorrow. Bye-bye.